Hello, hi. Welcome. It is me. I have been here and there and everywhere and having some issues getting my computer to be friendly and nice. In fact, I'm staring at her and hoping she's going to be good today. I know it's about that time where I get a new computer, but computers are expensive and I just can't afford to buy a new one right now. I really want to get one where I can build it. That's another thing too, and those are even more expensive. Because I want to get a cute one. But she's cute. I think you're cute. I'm staring at my tower. But yeah, she has days where she doesn't want to be alive. Same, but like, please. So that's what I've been dealing with the last week or so. My goal today, though, is to finish Mistonia. We are on John's last two endings. We're getting to both of those, and then we have the true ending. So we're gonna get through his two endings, which I'm hoping will take less than 2 hours, or maybe around 2 hours, and then I can focus completely on the true ending, which I'm hoping is a little shorter than like a normal route, since I think we get it. I think we know what's gonna happen, right? Like, we'll do here it is. We'll lay it out. We'll lay out what I think is gonna happen in the true route. We're gonna find out that she made this vessel person that is just like John, the queen. And she did so and fell in love with the person she made, which is like her BFFFFF forever, which is why they are so special to her, all of the offspring. Yes, she wants her body to live longer, but at the core of it, she's like, this is the girl that represents this girl that I created, who is no longer with me, that is basically a living corpse, that is trapped in a box that I am using to survive in this world because I can transfer the power this way. I think it's gonna be as simple as that. It's just this really bad disconnect, and she's just really sad and lonely. That's why she's like this. And I think I was right in my theory where the character we're playing looks like the queen. And I think that's intentional, just like John kind of looks like the king. I don't think it's that big of a secret. I don't think it's that deep. And yeah, she doesn't care about anybody because she's a pure fae, so she doesn't care that she killed her entire family trying to get to her. Maybe there's somewhere you're still alive in that brain, which would be really gross, since Ascot that he could do that to her brother and still be with her. Weird. But that's where I think we're at. But my goal again is to finish this one today. That way Monday, which I am off, I'm going to get up early. I'm going to get a coffee. And I'm going to sit here and play Bora Shihana until nightfall. That is my dream. That is my goal. That is the person I want to become. So that is this little caveat. We got to finish this one. So I'm hoping we finish it today. It took us all of February. February is a weird month at work, so I'm not too mad, on top of having my computer have issues on days where I literally were planning to stream, or days where I started to stream and then it kept crashing. So it is what it is. I really want to have a consistent schedule and always stream on the same days and do the same things every week. But at the end of the day, I stream for fun. It's not always realistic for me to stream every week if I have things going on in my life at the same time. So I need to stop being so hard on myself on that. I know I'm going to do 100 streams this year. That is my goal. I think right now, with today's stream included, we're at 16 or 17. And for it just being February, that gives us 10 more months to get there. I think we can do it. I have Monday stream. I might have a stream on Friday. There's an asterisk next to that. There might not be a stream on Friday. And if there isn't a stream on Friday, then I might try to squeeze one in Wednesday, because we're going to take a small trip, not too far. It's driving distance, but it might eat into Monday because of the traveling. So if it does, I want to try and make sure I at least have an extra stream this week to make up for it. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, so this is The Dawn. We literally are starting this chapter in the end of the last chapter. I'm waiting for it to hit crossover. So we ended the last stream at the end of chapter 4. The king tried to kill John. because he promised to release him, and that's the easiest way to release him. Stupid. I hate it, because sometimes he's okay, and then sometimes he's a fucking dick. I mean, he's consistently a dick. When I first stepped into the Bernstein estate as a maid, I never imagined that such a day would come, but since I already discarded my revenge, perhaps it's time to put everything behind me once and for all. The 5 houses that I'd loathed now joined me as allies, revolting against the enemy that was trying to rob me of the one I loved. What I hadn't managed to do 8 years ago might be possible for me now. Just the thought made my heart thrum with vigor. Our prospects of victory aren't as slim as it seems. Obrion has lost one of his wings. The queen stole it from him. As I glowered at Obrion, I declared that fact loud enough for everyone to hear. The faking won't kill the queen. Using her as a shield during the battle is probably the most effective measure. Everyone moved to surround the queen after that, but Obrion didn't seem flustered at all. He sent a fleeting glance to the entrance. That's not a bad deduction, but I think you guys are forgetting something important. I could care less about what happens to the mortal world. Nothing but Tia matters. In fact, even in Tia's case, as long as she doesn't die, it's all good with me. An injury here or there is fine. Gotta reread that, that's fine. An injury here or there is fine, provided I can get her back to Tiranog. Pulling his cheeks into a snarling smirk, Obrion moved his right hand ever so slowly. I can hear something. The ground's rumbling. This is... A beat after Linus's warning, the racket reached our ears at the same time. The doors of the throne room flung open. What is that, a plant? The emetic intruder withered and squirmed like a living creature. Even after hearing Lucas's shout, it took me a while to recognize it was a tree. Countless branches bent in grotesque shapes. It was a horrific sight. I couldn't peel my eyes away, but I didn't have the luxury of awe. The rampant tree's branch were sharp as blades. Edward cut down the first attacking branch with his sword, but a second quickly took its place. Everyone step back. Ed will stop the branches from getting any further. Got it. But what even are these things? I can hear screams of pain. No way. Is the tree running amok through the entire palace? Is it even all over the country? Hi, Delightful. How are you? Obrion declared that he had no interest in the mortal world. He wouldn't hesitate to wreck this nation. The probability froze me, girl. My hesitation, however, only lasted a second. I raised my face and commanded the others. Everyone, please head outside. There must be countless people in need of your help. This is the moment we ought to help you the most. We can't leave. Edward argued as he dealt with the plant's attacks. He couldn't see, but I shook my head. Just knowing we've the intention to atone is enough. You've the intent. I can do this. They have wings. They're fairies. That's why. They're fae, actually. I think they go with fae on this world. Telling these ones are demi-fae. They're half-fae. Just knowing your intention to atone is enough. It was true. If you truly wish to make up for your wrongs, then please don't let any more innocents die than already have. Please save everyone. That's your rightful duty, isn't it? That was a weird long pause. The distant screams and whistling branches slicing through the air raised a clamor, but my words were crisp and solemn before the throne. After a fleeting moment of silence, the first to move was Edward yet again. Everyone, we should go. We have a responsibility to fulfill. Ed, but the girl. Let's go. So trusting the battle here to you truly what you wish?
もともと俺自身の戦いだったんだ。
Oh, just a random thing.
勝ってみせる。
Not really related to the stream, but we'll see how it goes. I got a new cushion for my seat because I usually end up wiggling a lot because my back starts hurting after a little while. And this chair, despite it being a very fancy chair meant for gaming, it is not comfortable to me. My sister likes it, so at some point I'm gonna get a new chair and she's gonna take this one. And it's not that I don't like this chair, I love it. It's Demon Slayer. I'm just not comfortable in it. And that's more important to me than cute. It was a very expensive Christmas gift a couple years ago. Oh, I was thinking of getting a new cushion for my hubby for his back. I have a back one, a lumbar one, but honestly, it pushes me forward too much in the seat, and I don't like it that much. I always have to readjust it too, because it just sits here. And it's Hello Kitty themed. I can't remember if it's also Secret Lab. It might be Razer. It might be a Razer cushion. Because they had like a collab, and they had all of these like keyboards and headsets and stuff like that. And I was like, I'll just get the pillow. I still need to get a new headset at some point. Anyways. But we're gonna see if this helps. It could not. It was like $2. It was brand new. We got it at an estate sale. So if it doesn't help, oh well, it was $2. This was my fight to begin with. I'll resist to the very end. Better yet, I'll win. Sure. He's talking to me. Don't die. There's no need for you to lose anything more than you already have. I won't. I'll come out alive. John and I replied to Alfred and Lucas. Then the quartered of what? Then the quartet of Edward, Linus, Alfred, and Lucas headed for the battle outside. Oh, the quartet. Why aren't you going with them? One person stayed behind for some reason. Ascot replied with a flivorous grin. He has his evil eyes on. Does it really matter? Surely no one would mind a single person staying behind. I figured I should grant you the good fortune of a puka. Puka bewitch their targets with nightmares, no? You're the polar opposite of a good fortune. I should expect no less from the Fae King's avatar. You were very knowledgeable. But what you know is a tad lacking, for Pukas, you see, are whimsical. I have no allegiance to him, so you can trust me. Eluding John's accusation, Ascot hugged us both around the shoulders and patted us gently. I'd prefer you not count on my fighting abilities, but I can distract him with tricks of the light. Hearing his offer, I prepared myself. I'll also use my illusions. My power was enhanced by Oberon himself, so I honestly don't know whether it'll work on him, but it's the most powerful weapon I have. Then you can leave the offense to me. Perhaps Oberon was generous enough to wait until we finished our strategy meeting, or perhaps he didn't have attention to spare since he was busy attacking the others outside. Either way, when we turned to face Oberon, only then did he look down at us. What an unreliable lineup. No, wait, should I call you an entertaining lineup? Apros, Ascot's pretty much no different from me, you know? You're going to join hands? You make zero sense to me. I think it's preferable to forming an alliance with you. Coming from you, that's the highest form of praise possible. I'm delighted to hear it. Is this like a normal Fae, pure Fae pose? This hand up, chin action? My answer was curt, but Ascot smiled gracefully at me before stepping forward. He stretched out his arm, beckoning to the person before him. I think that's enough of our little chat. Now then, may you enjoy your nightmare. A purple tinge fog rolled over in front of our eyes. But when someone tapped me hard on the shoulder, the fog vanished without a
目くら
trace.
ましをかけた。今のうちに仕掛けるんだ。
I've used my distract, and now it's your turn to strike. Ascot released us from his illusion. Once I grasped the situation, I looked at John. Let's go. Right.
お嬢が妖精王に触れられるように俺が隙を作る。
I'll take an opening so that you can touch the Fae King Milady. Oh, I'll create an opening,
幻
sorry.
覚の乱発はダメだ。一度で決めろ。
You mustn't recklessly use your powers. Let the first attempt be the last. I will, I guess. How many attempts could you guys gather for me? Also, she faints after she does her powers. So, like, what more could happen to my Kirby eyeglass cleaner? Maybe it's not the best thing to leave here in this room, but I usually notice the glare when I'm here. No. Oh, gosh, what a difference. What a difference my Kirby eyeglass cleaner can make to my glasses. Oh, the joys. Something I was thinking about doing, I was talking about this with my sister. I'm currently making a outfit for a concert, which sounds a little silly in my head out loud. And a couple of my coworkers have given me funny looks about it, but I really don't care. And it's going to be a cape that is going to be covered in trinkets because the artist we're going to go see is Ash Nico. I'm saying this while I clean my glasses because they got more smudges on them than I like. And she has a song called Trinkets. And I want to make a little cape and put a bunch of ringlets on it so that I can put keychains on it and other little things. And I bought a bunch of little tiny things. I've already drilled some holes into some of them. But I was thinking of doing the construction while here in my room, and then I could stream at the same time, put on some lo-fi, and show you guys. But I'm not sure if I can get a second camera. So if I do, it might be this camera, and potentially a smaller camera. I'm gonna see what the camera's like on my computer. And by computer, I mean laptop, because maybe I can set that up as well. But I was just going to clear this off entirely. I don't know about sewing my cape on stream just because sewing is really loud if you've ever sewn before. Plus, I would have my back to my monitor for most of it. I mean, even if I tilt this or move this over here so it's filming on this side of the room, which wouldn't be too bad of an option, honestly, it still wouldn't. It would still be very loud. It would be so loud. And usually when I'm sewing, I'm watching a movie or listening to Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers is on for all of my construction process. If you ever want to know what it's like when I'm making something, you can usually just hear Bob Belcher in the background groaning about something his kids have done, or Louise scheming up a new plan, or my voice repeating every word of it because I know it almost all by heart. At least the first 6 seasons. It's a little more sketchy near the end. I watched, because I used to watch it repeatedly when it was just a couple seasons long. So, repetition. I love Bob's Burgers. It's the best. It's my favorite show. It's my 100% my comfort show. If they made a video game, I would be playing it. I'd be playing it right now. If you just made burgers all day, it'd be such an easy game. But I was thinking about doing that while I put the charms on, which I'll be doing in the next 2-ish weeks. I'd have to make the cape first. I bought the fabric. If I had it in here, I'd show it. It's basically going to be pansexual colors because that made the most sense to me. And I was trying to be very careful with what I grabbed because if you know the colors for pansexual, if you don't, are they still here? Where are my guys? Nope, that's not it. I had lamps. I might have gotten rid of them. That were basically the color of pansexual. It's pink, blue, and yellow. It can look a little bit like someone's having a baby. Have you watched The Great North? We actually just finished watching it. I'm really sad that they canceled it. Very disappointed them canceling it. I laughed more during that show than I thought I would. The first season was a little harder to watch than the rest of it. But the funniest episode to me is the episode with Wolf and his wife, Honeybee, arguing about how to say Cillian Murphy, because my sister did that. She used to say Chillian. And so that episode was so funny Because I was like, oh my god, it's you. Because she asked me, like, oh, how do you say this name one day? And I was like, oh, Killian? And she's like, I was like, why am I saying it wrong? She's like, no. I thought you'd say it like I said it. Not my honeybee. I know. It has a really sweet ending, I guess, but I did like it. I like their antics they're getting up to. So I'm a little disappointed they canceled it because it was a really fun show. I also love that actor who plays Beef. I had to think for his name for a second. I can't think of the actual actor's name. But he was actually in town not too long ago. We almost went to his thing. He was doing like a woodwork shop, and it was just so fun. I want to see their mixed babies. I know, but they did test to find out they'd be ready for kids, and they said no, maybe not yet. But that would have been some cute babies. Oh my god, imagine them still having red hair. But yeah. It was a good show. I mean, I feel like they can always spin anything into a movie. They can make a spin-off movie. Just a short, like, goodbye to the Great North 10 years later. Like, with Moon graduating, like, high school. Judy probably already on Broadway. We kept our exchange brief as we closed in on Oberon. Without hesitation, John swung the knife in his grip. Ha! There you are. Oh shit. John's strike was blocked by a tree branch, but the branch slithered aimlessly. It didn't come close enough to strike John directly. Oberon probably still sees that purple mist. We must have a chance with this. Oberon! All the tree's branches were stretched in John's direction, so it looked as if there was nothing left defending Oberon. Unfortunately, I decided to shout at him instead of just attack. We do not say what we're going to do. We do what we're going to do, and then we say, learn. Learn. Do not announce you're coming. Do not scream. Don't say hey. Just do it. Why? Oh god. Don't underestimate me, bro. Yeah. Violent gales manifest out of nothing, lifting me into the air. It came this close to blasting me away. Milady, are you alright? You already missed your chance. It's fine. I'm fine. We'll try one more time. One more time, okay? Somehow managing to stand my ground, I matched John's timing and got in range to attack Oberon again. However, this time... Yeah, but Oberon, you suck. Like, you gotta understand. Didn't you hear me say to not underestimate me? O trio, wind, O element, dwelling in all creatures, your power is mine. I assume. Powerful gust swept across the room again, and the branches lashed flexibly like whips. Everything came to me and John at once. Gah. We both easily sidestepped the attack, but we all also ended up further from the king than when we had started. Has your smoke screen already lifted? I'm still maintaining it, bro, but the person we're against is at the very summit of our hierarchy. I can't give it up much longer. Hurry up. Ascot's shouts were bereft of its carefree quality. There was no time for optimisms. What the heck? Optisms. If Ascot's distraction vanishes, it'll be nigh impossible to get closer to Oberon. We've got to hurry. The stronger that sentiment became, the more erratic my breathing grew. With impatience, I couldn't calm down, but then I heard John slowly exhaling next to me. Listen, my lady. We go on... Ichni-san. We go on 3. Huh? On 3, reach out your hand. Until then, follow behind me and stick close. No matter what happens to me, fix your eyes on my back alone and run straight ahead. You can do that for me, right? I can, I guess, if that's what you want. I could tell from his tone that he had set his mind on something. What bothered me was what exactly he had decided to do with such determination. Charging at Obrion with the resolve to die in the process is certainly what a normal person would do. But John, the person who had stayed by my side for all this time, wouldn't think such a thing. Surely I decided to trust him.
走れ
Run! Like he instructed, when John raced towards Obrion, I followed suit as closely as I could.
火よあの人形を貫け
Ugh, great tree pierced the doll.
1
1. Answering Obrion's call, the branches twisted and John batted them away with his knife. He wasn't able to swat all of them away, however, the branches sliced his arms and legs. The sound was revolting. He's alright. John's alright. John's speed didn't decrease, and I was hot on his heels, repeating that sentence over and over like a prayer.
焦よ俺に歯向かう不届き者を切り裂け
Wind, shred the scoundrels who dare oppose me.
2
Need to. John shielded me with his body, exposing himself to the wind that tore his skin. I gazed at his back, refusing to slow. John won't die. He won't die before me, definitely. He's only 3, or 8, like give him a chance. Having full faith in John and the promise he'd made me, I waited for the right opportunity.
アプロース行け
3, Apros, go! While yelling John, body slammed into Obrion, who stumbled from the impact. I frantically reached towards the Fey King. This ends here, Obrion. Stop talking. Just do. Show, don't tell. Don't ever wake up again. Sink into the abyss of the illusion. Grabbing Obrion's arm, I activated my phase sight. I willed it to weave the strongest illusion possible, squeezing out all the power I had.
ふざけるなこの力は俺の
Don't mess with me. This power is mine. It's not working at all. Do we have no chance of winning against him? He clutched his head, but Obrion didn't faint. My anxiety only grew. That was when Ascot came to our side in the heart of the fight.
これを使うといい。純銀と鉄製のナイフ。妖精には毒になるものだ。
Use this. It's a knife made of pure silver and iron. Both are poisonous to the Fae. Furrowing his brow, the man held out a knife with intricate designs of the hilt and sheath. See, he didn't offer it to me, but to John.
妖精王が消滅した後に君がどうなるか、私は保証しない。そもそも前例もないんだ。
I can't guarantee what'll happen to you after the Fae King
で
dissipates.
もそれならなおのこと、自分でやるべきだろうね。
That's all the more reason you ought to do the honors.
そうだな
You're right. To see John accept the weapon, bruised and battled as he was, made bile rise in my throat. Do you think you'll die if John kills Obrion?
どうかな
How did I put John in there? It was if you. I was like, we're talking in third person to the man.
いや
I'm not
消滅なん
sure.
てしないと思う
I don't think so. Once he considered it for a moment, he confidently denied the possibility. He unsheathed the knife, the sharp metal rang. Even I, a demi-face, sensed something sinister from the silver blade that slid out. I didn't want it to come anywhere close to it.
すごく嫌な
Feels
感じだ
unpleasant.
それでも俺はこれで妖精王を殺しても
It feels very
自分が死ぬという
unpleasant.
気はしないよ
Even if I kill the Fae King with this, I have the feeling I'm not going to die. Why is that? We do not have time to have a conversation. What is the king doing right now? You have him by the arm and he's fighting you. John gazed at me with his warm eyes.
お嬢がそばにいるからださっきも俺は死なないって信じてくれただろ
Because you're with me, my lady. You also had faith that I wouldn't die earlier, didn't you, John? Learning that my feelings were supporting him, my heart felt full. We stared at each other's eyes for an instant. When he looked away, John turned back to Obrion, who's still groaning in agony.
女王が傷ついても構わないと考えるあなたはやっぱり俺とは違う
You thought it didn't matter if the queen was hurt. I knew you're different from me.
お嬢が傷つくくらいなら自分が傷を負う万が一死の危機に瀕したとしても
Later. Action now. Please do not go into a fight ready for exchanges of words. Action. I know this isn't a tome. I know this is about dialogue, but like in this situation, I do not give two fucks. Stop talking. If the alternative was my lady getting hurt, I'd rather get injured in her place even when we're staring death in the face.
最後の瞬間までお嬢を守り抜く。
でしょでしょ
Hydrate.
ところは絶対に見せないけどな。
I'll protect my lady until my very last breath, though I'll never put her through the pain of watching me die.
この世に産んでくれたことには感謝するよ。妖精を。でも
I'm grateful that you brought me forth into this world, Fey King, but I don't need you anymore. This is farewell. As if he were hugging an unreasonable brother, John placed a hand on Obrion's shoulder. With no hesitation, he stabbed the silvery blade into Obrion's body. The knife sank into the Fey King's flesh all too easily. Take his wings! That just like that. Obrion shut his eyes. I checked for breathing, for pulse. There was none that fast. Typically, a corpse with a knife stabbed in it would be grotesque. I should want to look away. Oddly enough, Obrion's body didn't look like the flesh of someone once alive. He was still almost like a statue. He isn't
消滅しない。
dissipating. Is Obrion really dead?
と思うけどおかしいね。
Was the Fey King made by the Queen? That'd be hilarious. I believe so, yes. How strange. Obrion continued floating in the air, and we surrounded him. Suddenly, an unexpected voice addressed us.
死なないわ。彼はただ一人の妖精王だもの。
Obrion doesn't die. He's the solitary, irreplaceable Fey King after all. I whipped my head around to see Queen Tia. She was still down on the ground, lifting only her face into one direction as she smiled.
そういう風に決まってるのよ。ただ、そこまで壊されてしまっては、回復にも時間がかかるでしょうね。
That's simply how it works. That said, when he's broken to this extent, his recovery takes time.
ということは、しばらく彼の邪魔は入らないのかしら。ねえ、それなら、私のそばにいてくれるわよね。
I just noticed that, like, maybe that's only happening now. Why is it flickering? Oh, it's her wings. It's her wings. Just kidding. No, it's happening when she blinks. When she blinks, the butterfly by her head, like, does something weird. Perhaps he won't get in my way for a while. That means you'll stay by my side now. This woman still won't give up on me in the state like that she's in. Her shining eyes still refuse to land on anyone but me. At this point, I pitied her.
私の可愛い子。ずっと、ずっと、ずーっと、待っていたのよ。
Elsie, my adorable girl, I've been waiting for you for the longest time. Elsie again. Who is she? I hadn't been particularly seeking an answer, but Ascot glanced at me
エルゼ
briefly.
とは君の先祖エインセルの名だ。知らなかったかい？
Elsie is your ancestor. It's Ainsl's nickname. You didn't know. Huh? Then the person the queen truly wants to see wasn't me, but Elsie?
そもそもお嬢を自分の新しい器にするために探してたんじゃないのか。
It was all a misunderstanding that the queen wanted my lady as her new vessel. John and I whispered in stunned voices. Ascot stroked his chin
いや、
contemplatively.
私も器を探していると思っていた。実際8年前はその名目で呉家に命令が下っていたし。
No, I thought she was looking for her vessel too. 8 years ago, that was the pretext she gave the 5 houses.
それに、エルゼは思い違いをするほどに陛下は狂っているということだ。
Not to mention that Elsie is... I see. That means Her Majesty has gone mad to the point of delusion. Elsie's basically a living corpse. As I listened to Ascot muttering under his breath, a certain possibility came to mind. Obviously, the queen isn't in her right mind, but if that's the case, I might be able to get the upper hand, don't you think? Can I
交渉でも
stab
する機
stab?
会無駄だと思うけれど。
You want to negotiate? Don't waste your time. I won't. I won't know until I try.
お嬢
Milady! Did I grab him? What did I do? When John grabbed my shoulder, his face had everything for me. He thought it was dangerous. I gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, stay here and watch, my guy. I'll take this knife with me. I turned and walked up to the queen's side. Your Majesty, no, Tia. I don't mind keeping you company if you accept our one condition, and that is.
条件何言ってごらんなさい。
Condition, what's it, dear? Go on, tell me. I can't make any mistakes with how I go about this. Think thoroughly before speaking. Telling myself to process with utmost caution, I inhaled. I can be by your side, but not always, and not forever. I want to limit it to only whenever I want to, only when I call for you. I also want you to head back to Tirnanog with Obrion for now. You see the state of Obrion's in, and you haven't felt well in a long time, have you? I want you to be happy and healthy. I communicated one statement at a time to her, pausing between each. The queen's eyes widened so much that I feared I had made a mistake before they lit up.
私を心配してくれるの。あなたって本当に優しい子なのね。
Ma, you're worried about me. You're such a kind girl.
でも、望む時というのはいつ呼んでくれるの？
But when exactly is whenever you want to? When will you call for me? Who knows? It might be a year or a decade. There's a chance it might even be 100 years from now. But the amount of times is nothing but a blink of an eye to you, isn't it? I spoke softly, as if to soothe the small child. The queen smiled from ear to ear.
そうね。あなたの言う通りだわ。100年なんてあっという間。あなたが待ってと言うなら。
She will be dead in 100 years. That's true, you're right. A mere 100 years is no time at all. If you want me to wait, I don't mind waiting. Oh. I managed to draw out the answer I was hoping for. The tension dropped from my shoulders. Then could you bring Obrion back with you?
いいわ。
Yeah, sure. Once I confirmed my last question with her, the queen rose to her feet, though she staggered. Then, as unsteady as she was... I feel so bad. She doesn't seem too bad. Oh, that's because she's been dying for a while. She's actually this. You can't tell by looking at her. I mean, you kind of could tell. This is unrelated to the bleeding. She's like 500 plus years older. In the human world, and in the human world, they actually do start to feel aging. So she's been here for like 500 years. She's getting really weak. She stole one of this guy's wings to help her like not die. But she's also stealing the energy of partial Fae, because the Faes did sleep with a bunch of humans, came out with a bunch of demi-Faes and weaker Faes than that. And so she's been stealing their powers, siphoning it really, and taking it from them. And our main character entire family was murdered because of her. She killed everybody because she wanted to take her essence and put it inside our character's body. Because then she would be youthful again. But she's losing her mind, and her best friend is an ancestor to our character who looks like her, which is where the confusion's coming from. She seems nice right now, but she's also completely delusional right now. She's not in the right mind. And she doesn't care about killing people. She basically says that humans are just puppets she can use, and they're cheaper by the dozen, and she can throw them away whenever she wants. So she's pretty bad. He's worse, but she's pretty bad. Unsteady as if she were sleepwalking, she approached Obrion. She gently wrapped her arms around the Fae King's body. She seemed like she was going to leave for Tirnanog right away, but then she turned to me again and tilted her head just a little.
私、あなたとの約束を叶えられた？
Did I fulfill my promise to you? Promise?
凸国からこの国を守ってって。
Oh.
私に言ったでしょ？
You asked me to protect this country from Friendaland, didn't you?
この国にはあなたの愛した人がいるからそうしてほしいって言ったじゃない。
You wanted me to do it because the people you love are here. That's what you said to me.
私もね、キューマが大好き。この国の人たちが大好きなの。
You know, I really like
あな
humans.
たと同じように。
I really like the people of this country just like you do.
だから長い間守ってきたのだけれど、私 まくやれていたかしら。
This explains why she stayed even though she should have left. So again, her ancestor is her friend. This girl is a living corpse that's like in this room actually. She's like in there's a door behind her hiding over her shoulder that leads into a secret chamber where her corpse is living. And she doesn't look dead. We saw her in a different route. She doesn't look dead. She's there. She looks like a youthful body. And I think we had like some feeling that there was something there, but it wasn't really there at all. In the previous route we did. That's why I've protected it for for a long time. But do you think I did a proper job? If I considered what the queen had done to me, my family, and the villagers, nodding right now was unthinkable, and yet. When I turned around, John was gazing at me. His steady, unwavering eyes gave me all the encouragement I need. For the sake of my future, to protect my future with John, I'll weave the lie of my lifetime. Yes, you did a great job. Thanks for protecting this country until now. See you again, Tia.
また会いましょう。
Yes, let's see each other again, my dear. I wondered what the queen whispered at the very end. Had it been Alcie's name after all? In that moment, the queen looked as if she had regained her sanity, but almost immediately a blink flash of light engulfed her frame. By the time the light faded away, both Obrion and Tia were nowhere to be seen. And it's over just at that. Yeah, we talked it out. Yeah, after a while, John muttered that sentence. I was still slightly dazed as I replied. But hey, we get our brother back in this world. Hey. Even Ascot, who watched over the course of the events, took some time to find his voice.
君はなぜあんな提案を？時々は会いに来てもいいだなんて。陛下をなだめる嘘だとしても腑に落ちない。
Why did you make such a proposal? You said it was alright for her to come back. Was that a lie? I'm not convinced. I did it because I think this country still needs her powers to keep Fremdelin at bay. Even if we manage to defend ourselves this time, there will be more who want our nation. The Queen is reassuring insurance. Not to mention that as the person who has such a powerful card up my sleeve, the five houses won't be able to treat us poorly. Is my thought process wrong? I wasn't too confident, but after hearing what I had to say, a wide smile took over Ascot's face.
いや、何も間違っていないよ。いつの間にこんなにしたたかになったんだろうと驚きはしたけれどね。
No, it's not wrong at all. Mostly I have to wonder when in the world you gained such a valiant soul.
陛下を納得させてティルナノーグへ返し、なおかつこの国に自分の居場所も作ってみせる。実に鮮やかなやり方だ。
You persuaded the queen to willingly return to Tiranogue and secured a place to belong in this nation at the same time. It was a most brilliant maneuver. I only thought about what was best for my future with John. I don't want anyone to interfere with our lives any longer. That means you protected me again, my lady. That's my job. John interjected, sounding subdued. There was a hint of remorse on his face, but his happiness was brighter. I sure did. I'm no longer a child who only knows how to be protected. I wanted to challenge everything within my power. No matter how reckless my choice might seem. John's a sub-bet. Well, he was created by the king as a tool, I guess? He raised her since she was like 9. Keep that in mind. After being created by the king, pretending to be a friend, because the king can alter your mind, so he convinced her that this was a friend. And then we learn not any childhood memory was real with him. And he is definitely a pet. He definitely is like, whatever you want, my girl. If you go, I go. I'll jump too. He's very, you know what? He's very Jack. That aside, I'm surprised until today I was convinced the woman was a self-centered, egotistical witch. But in reality, maybe she was a lonely person who only wanted her friend Aesop at her side. No, my lady, that's probably wrong. Guilt about using her innocent feelings for my own gain was about to surface until John refuted my mumbling. Elsie, Ansel was an avatar created with the purpose of becoming the queen's vessel.
俺も写しみだけど、オベロンは俺に自分の肯定を求めなかった。まあ、どっちでもよかったのかもしれないが。
I'm also an avatar, but Obrion never sought validation of himself from me. Maybe he just didn't care either
でも
way.
女王は違った。女王にとって、エルゼは自分を絶対に肯定する存在。
It's different from the queen. Her avatar was a being who affirmed her unconditionally.
うまく言うのが難しいんだが。つまり女王は、結局のところ自分を愛してたんだよ。
I'm struggling to put it into words, but my point is ultimately the person the queen loved was
寂
herself.
しいやつだったっていうのは否定しない。でも大好きな相手。お嬢が嘘をついたとか、仲を引き裂いたとかは思わない方がいい。
I won't deny that she was a lonely person, but it's better to not think that you lied to her as the person she loved. You think so? He was describing a worldview I struggled to comprehend, and I racked my brain to make sense of it. Ascot's smile fell into something self-deprecating.
ピュアはいつだって自分が一番可愛いのさ。妖精王も女王もそれは同じだ。
Pure Fae care about themselves above all else. That's true for the Fae King and Queen too.
しかし、どうやら例外もいるようだね。そんな存在に出会えるとは、何が起きるかわからないものだ。
But there seems to be an exception. To think that I came across such a case, you can never predict where life will take you. Ascot's gaze bored into John, and astonishment hit me harder than anything that the Fae King and Queen threw at us. John, you're a pure Fae. Now that I think about it, it should have been obvious.
まあな、一応。妖精王が恋にそうしたから、力はユニーク程度しかないけどな。
Technically, yeah, my powers are only weak because the Fae King deliberately arranged it so.
それでも性質の上ではかなりピュアに近いはずだよ。なのに他者を愛する彼はとても稀有な存在。大事にした方がいいと私が言うまでもないか。
Still, he should be pure Fae in disposition. Despite that, he's able to love, making him an extremely rare existence. I suggest you cherish him, but you don't need me to tell you that. After that, Ascot certainly turned on his heels. Where are you going?
やけに静かなのが気になるし、エド君たちの様子を見てくるよ。彼らがしくじったとは思わないけれど、念のためさ。
I'm curious about why it's so quiet. I'm gonna head over and check on Ed and the others. I doubt they'd mess up, but just to be sure. Oh, now that you mention it. When I used my illusion on Obrion, it should have ceased his attacks outside. Not only did I not hear a commotion, but I didn't hear even a single murmur. Then I'll go with you.
お嬢が行くなら、俺もついていく。
If you're going to go, my lady, I'll go too.
いやいや、怪我人はおとなしくしていたら。
Not so fast.
それに、二人きりで話したいこともあるだろう。
The injured should stay put. No, there must be something you'd like to discuss in private.
邪
Wink,
魔しない
wink.
ように私は姿を消すよ。と言ってあげなければわからないあたり。君
I'll
たち
see
まだ
myself
まだお
out.
子様だね。
Considering how you couldn't figure it out until I explained this much, it seems that the two of you are still naive. Rude. Rude. I had a feeling that John and I were making the same embarrassing
ほらほら
face.
そうやって感情をあらわにするのもお子様だと言われてしまうよ。からかいがいがあって私は楽しいけれど。
Well, you look at that. Letting your emotions run wild is the reason the queen called you children. It's more fun to tease you, though.
と、これ以上は野暮というものだから、私は本当に姿を消そうかな。
Well, now, it'd be boorish of me to go any further, so I'll disappear for real this time. Leaving John behind those words... Oh god. What? Leaving behind those... Leaving behind those words as a finishing blow, Ascot strutted over to the door and left.
やっぱり、あいつは嫌いだ。
I still hate that guy. Yeah, you should. Same. Same? He's fine. Wait, did I? I did. Stretching. Now that we were alone, I took the chance to check out John's injuries. All 2 of them. Sit down, I need to tend to your
いや、
wounds.
大したことない。止血はもう済ませたし、ほとんどかすり傷だ。
They're not a big deal. I've already stopped the bleeding and most are scratched. How did you stop the bleeding? Internally? Are you one of those people that can go like, I'm done with the pain? Contrary to his word, John sat down dutifully. He already bandaged himself. When? With fabric from torn hems of his clothing. How? While we're sitting here talking? Was he just... No. They must still hurt though. You can show your weakness in front of me, you know?
泣き言。
Show my weakness. Whispering that, John's eyes wavered slightly. Then there was a pause as he faltered. But then...
それなら、
Can I just say one
一つ
thing?
だけ言っていいか。
He asked while lowering his eyes, and I nodded. Of course! Don't limit it to one. Say as many things as you want.
結局、妖精王は死ななかっただろう。だから、また少し自信が揺らい
In the end, the fake king didn't die, did he? That's why my confidence is shaken
た。
again.
あっちがティルナノーグへ帰っても、多分俺はまだ妖精王と繋がってる。
Even if he's back in
その状態なの
Tiranog,
に
I'm probably still connected to him in
俺
such
だ
a
と言え
state.
るのかな。
Can I really say that I'm my own person? I could tell that John saying that this was no different from putting the softest part of his heart on display. I leaned over and peered into his lowered eyes, my gaze locked with his expression soft. Looking at him now, the color of his eyes reminded me of the forest under a blanket of fog, and also of Obrion. Why was I ever scared of these eyes? Because you don't like Obrion. Of course I knew that my fear was because I sensed Obrion behind those eyes, but now all I saw was the nostalgic scenery of home. All I saw was my lovely treasure. If you're worried, then I'll reassure you, John. Oh, girl, don't. Spurred on by the moment that overflowed from my heart, I leaned into him. Girl kissed him first. I didn't screenshot. I hit the wrong button. That's fine. I gave him a swift peck on the lips and then pulled away. I thought I'd be embarrassed, but when I saw John's face, all that came was joy. Listen carefully. I wouldn't kiss Obrion. I wouldn't even if someone said the price was the world turning upside down or my death. That's not true. That's not true. You kissed the guy outside, okay? And he's worse. Subs have to be on the receiving end, you know? Yeah. Oh, well. I definitely, absolutely won't kiss Obrion. I'm only doing this because it's you, John. I thought Obrion was cute. I mean, but they look the same. They look the same.
だから、俺は俺だと自信を持てって。
So I should be confident that I'm myself. Yes. It is not. Is that not good enough? I tilted my head as I asked, and John looked at me with a troubled smile. Eventually, he let out a small
ダメじゃ
chuckle.
ないけど、むちゃくちゃだ。
It's enough, yeah. But it sure is forceful.
それに、結局お嬢がそばにいなきゃ、俺は俺だって自信を持てない、情けないやつになる気がする。
Plus, it makes me feel pathetic that I can't trust myself unless you're with me, my lady. What's wrong with that? We're going to be together always starting now and forever. Forever and ever, never, 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 never. You're always girlfriend. So long as I'm with you, I will keep telling you that you're John.
本当にむちゃくちゃだな。お前が貴族のお嬢様だってことを実感するよ。
That's seriously pushy. It's times like these that I'm reminded that you're a young noblewoman, my lady.
だけど、俺の心から思うよ。大好きだ。アプローズ。
But everything else aside, I have no doubts that from the bottom of my heart, I love you, Apros. It wasn't the first time John had professed his love, but it was just as incredible, and my heart overflowed like never before. His gentle voice enveloped me in an oasis of pure bliss. I love you too, John. so much that it hurts. When I put my brimming emotions into words, this time John leaned in to kiss me. The second kiss was longer than the one I gave. I could even feel the trembling in his lips. Oh god, it's because of the blood loss.
本当に伝わるものなんだな。
You were right when you said you can feel someone's heart this way.
触れたところからお嬢の思いが全部伝わってくる。お嬢は
Every-
俺の思いも伝わってるか？
Every part of you that I touch, your feelings come across to me. What about you, my lady? Are you my feelings getting across to you, bro? Bro. He remembered. I said you can feel someone's sentiment when they touch you. Okay, sure.
皆さんお疲れ様でした。
Cat superhero, thank you. It's capped. Like capped. More keenly than ever. Okay, but like, calm down. Our lips parted, only to meet again, each kiss, as if to ascertain each other's presence. In one such parting, John whispered to me,
俺は誰でもない。名前もなくて構わないと思ってたけど。
Oh, that reminds me. The seat feels a little crooked, but it could just be in my chair wrong. This little cushion. I feel like I'm leaning this way. Does that make sense? Like I don't feel even. Oh, no. I'm a nameless nobody, John Doe. John Doe. I used to think my lack of a name wasn't anything to care about. I will note that when I first saw the characters on this, right, they're like Ascot Lindell and like Lucas something other, and then there's like John. Just John.
それでも今は
I'm like
ジョンがいい。
I'm like John.
きっとお嬢に呼んでもらえたからいいと思えるようになったんだ。
I'm sure that I started to think that it's a good name because you call me it, my lady. It's a basic name. I'm gonna be so real with you. John is a very basic name. It could just be basic because it's been in my family. And I'm from, I don't know, like the South, and a lot of people are named John there. It's a very, very common name. I don't really think John Doe when I see it, which is also why it's called John Doe and Jane Doe. It's just a very common basic. It's the Doe part, really. That's how you know it's nobody. I like Johnny Boy. Wait, have you been on a different part of this game? That's actually what they call him. They call him John Boy. John Boy. I'm sure that I've stated... Gosh. I'm sure that I've started to think it's a good name because you call me it.
これから先も
Really? Yeah. Yeah, they call him John Boy. She's like, John Boy?
俺はずっと
As long as you'll
お
keep
前だ
calling
け
me
のジョ
that,
ンだよ。
I'm forever yours and only yours, John. You're John Aprose. John Aprose. He took her last name. Technically, he took her first name. That's fine.
では
Oh yeah, we
貴
get an
族間の
after
調
credit.
整はライナス卿とアスコット卿が
After, not all caps. Well then, Lord Linus and Lord Ascot shall take on the task of coordinating the nobles. The
とつくの対策は
nobles.
私とアルフレッド卿そしてルーカス卿が中心になって進めていくということで意義はありませんね
I'm trying to decide if I like this seat or not. I'm starting to say I don't. I'm gonna scoot back for a second, stand up so I can get it off my chair. Because it's making me lean in a weird way. And it could just be how I set it down. It might, I don't know. It was kind of big, I guess, in the chair too. Oh, who am I? Who's that girl? There we go. I don't know. I felt like I was leaning too far to the left. It was starting to hurt my left side. Plus, I like to crisscross a little. All right. Only setting that for an hour. Didn't like it. It only cost me $2, so it's fine. Lord Alfred, Lord Lucas, and I will be the leaders in charge of measuring against Fremdelin. Is everyone in agreement? Oh, but where's my brother?
任せてくれ
I thought we had him brought back. Leave it to me.
問題ない。
There's no issue.
ここまで来て意義なんて唱えても意味がないだろう
After coming this far, it'd be pointless to raise objections. Oh, Lucas. My sweet little angel. A few girls at my library go once a month for a fancy massage, and they say it's life reset. I tried the I think it's called the joint place before. Um and it was because I'd like pinched something in my back and I went there and it was fine, but like they have a membership too, and honestly, I can't have memberships where I'm responsible. Honestly, we have a gym membership, and guess how many times I've been to the gym this year? Like, the closest thing I get to a massage is the place I get my toes done have massage chairs, and she does not care how many times I press that button. I just sit there. Sometimes I just sit there and wait, and just sit there, and I get my back massage while I'm sitting there. After we come this far, it'd be pointless to raise
そこは素
objections.
直にはいと言うべきだよ、ルー君。
You ought to be honest and say yes when asked that, Lulu. Too cute.
言おうと思っていたが、会議の場でルー君呼びはやめろ。いや、会議以外でも金輪際呼ぶな。
It took me a very long time to find a nail salon I like as much as the one I have. I'm just sad I can't get my nails done anymore because of my job. Sad. I've been wanting to say this, but stop calling me Lulu during meetings. No, wait, don't ever call me that ever outside, even outside of meetings.
親しみを込めたいい愛称だと思うんだけれど。
I thought it was a nice nickname filled with affection. Do you dislike it?
その目は節穴か？嫌に決まってるだろうが。
Are your eyes just for decoration? Of course I hate it.
二人とも会議中に騒ぐな。いつになったら語家の自覚を持つんだ。まだまだ議題は山積みなんだぞ。
You two stop making a fuss. When are you going to start holding yourself like nobles of the five houses? We've still got loads to debate. Yeah.
はい、そういうアルフレッドさんも声が大きいと思います。
I started a second part-time job at a museum along with the library, so it's been crazy busy. Girl, that sounds great though. I tried to get a job at the library. I kept being told you need to have like a degree of some kind to actually be a librarian, which I thought was wild here. But then I was told you didn't, but my sister says you do, and I'm like, I don't know. But I love libraries. And I actually looked at getting a job at a museum too, because we have a bunch of museums here, and I'm like, oh, that'd be fun. Just imagine working at a museum. So look at you out here living the dream. I just work in a hospital. But I will say, I always wanted to be a mailman, and I feel like a mailman at my current job because I deliver meds to floors. And it feels kind of like a mailman because you put them in the machine and they come get themselves. It's like if I'm stalking, like that's, you know, it has that vibe for me. I also had my yearly review, and my yearly review came back as exceeds expectations because I do projects and stuff, and I cover shifts a lot, and I'm always on time. So, got that. She's like, I'm on the fence. She's like, you know what? You're always on time. Exceeds. Your trooper could, because hospitals are rough. I just watched The Pit. Keep in mind, I am the pharmacy. I'm in the pharmacy. And if The Pit really happened, we watched it, pharmacy would not be there. We weren't there. I was a patient access rep in the ER for a few months. It was enough, girl, so bad. The most I get in terms of that, like, we don't go to the ER unless we're delivering medications. So we only go there a couple times a day, unless they're out of something they need at stat. And then we'll have to run it. And that doesn't happen very often because typically the machines are good. They're good to go. But there are outliers where, like, let's say someone put like meant to put 5, but they put 500. So the machine's like, oh, we're so stocked, we don't need it. And then they'll use all 5, and then it still says they have 495. And so now we have to come back, even if it was like 50, like, you know what I mean? It'd still go down to 0 before it's like, you need to refill this. So stuff like that. It's nothing too bad. So I usually have a pretty good time. I'm friends with people at the cafeteria. I have a chill day, usually. I recently learned how to compound medications. That's fun. I gotta be in a sterile environment. I have to put on glovies. Which is why I can't have my nails done, by the way. They say that you can't have even though we're wearing gloves, you can't have nail polish on your nails, which means no acrylics. and no Nell. Even though gel doesn't ship very easily, and I feel like, you know, it also makes your nails stronger. I could totally see you as a Nurse Joy. Oh my gosh, if I could be Nurse Joy IRL, I would definitely take. I want to be a veterinarian, so that's the closest you can be to Nurse Joy. Oh my gosh. It's so exciting. But yeah, I have fun. I mean, again, I'm not. The most exciting thing I can do in a day is see a new baby. See a little baby. Little baby legs. Little baby legs. And sometimes you do, because you have to go to all those floors. That's the closest. Excuse me, I believe that your voice is also loud right now, Alfred. Yeah.
私は注意しているだけだ。
Someone has to tell them off.
とりあえず全員一度
Am I in here as a maid? That'd be funny. I think we should all calm down for a moment. A month had flown by since the Fae King and Queen left to Tiranog. John and I were invited to the first conference since, but...
本当にこの5人が中心になってこの国は大丈夫なの
Is this country really going to be okay with these five holding the reins? Probably. I mean, yeah, it must be. We whispered to each other as the five quarreled about things having nothing to do with our discussion. Edward sheepishly met my eyes. Sorry about
今日は
this.
君たちのことを話す場だというのにすっかり横道にそれてしまった
Sorry about this. We arranged this meeting today to talk about you two, but we've accidentally treaded down a tangent.
ごめん、そうだったね。その、怪我はもういいの？
Sorry, how could I have forgotten? You're sure you've recovered from your wounds? John had been pretending to be tough when he said that they were just scratches. His treatment had only ended a few days prior. Everyone present knew, and concerned gazes conveyed on John.
もうすっかり大丈夫です。そんなことよりお嬢からの提案はどうなりました？俺はそちらの方が気がかりです。
I'm all better now. Please don't worry. More importantly, what was your opinion of my lady's proposal? I'm more concerned about that.
もちろん分かっているよその結論を伝えたいからこそ君たちを呼んだんだ
I know you've been concerned about it. We called you here today to give you your answer. My proposal was simple. I'd offered to summon the queen from Tiranog with me as the medium only when we wished to call her over. Ascot approved of my negotiation with the queen back then, but the others, I picked at my nails as I waited for their reply. Edward looked somewhat apologetic as he spoke up. How do I call on him?
君の申し出はありがたい以外の何者でもない
To be honest with you, your offer is the most wonderful help we could ask for. That said,
本当にいいのか
at the same
と思ってい
time,
るあの場でも少し話したけれど
we wonder if it's truly our
私
right.
たちはそれぞれ8年前の件を悔いているんだ
We talked a bit about it back then, but each of us feel remorse about the incident 8 years ago in our own ways.
君に対して償いこそする新たな負担をかけるようなことはしたくない
We ought to make up for the wrongs
Wadashitachi
done
so
to you.
ya.
If possible, we don't want to impose new burdens on you. That's our consensus. I know, no, John and I have one wish, to be free. We want to lead our lives without obligations. So could you please promise me that you'll only call on us when it's absolutely necessary?
もちろんそちらの意思は尊重する。が、ランドルフ家の名誉回復はどうする？
We will respect your wishes, but what are you going to do to repair House Randolph's reputation?
その件も私たちは急務だと
First off, who tarnished that
名誉が回復
reputation?
したと宣言するのであれば、
Why is my reputation tarnished, guys? Why is it my job to fix it? No, Alfred, I'm talking. We considered it one of our top priorities. If there was to be a public announcement clearing your name, we would like you to be present. Alfred took over the explanation from Edward and gazed at me steadily. That's a good question. Clearing our names is something I'd like to achieve for my late family rather than myself. But like I mentioned earlier, right now my freedom is the most important thing to me. For a while, for now, I'd like to lead my life with him as Apros, just Apros.
お嬢
My lady.
貴族の娘とは思えない発言だな。だが、そうだな。僕に言えた義理じゃないが。
This man is haunted by his dead brothers, by the way. Of course he's jealous. And the guy who could help him is right there. I cannot... With the fact that he doesn't have to be suffering. Like, he doesn't have to suffer. You're making this poor man suffer. It's unbelievable that a noble woman's making that statement, but I have no right to say this, but I am jealous.
そうですね。
Right? As they muttered, Lucas and Linus both gazed at me and looked somewhere far away. Satisfied with the conclusion they had arrived at, I carefully stood from my chair. Now then, may I take my leave?
俺たちこれから旅に出るんです。数ヶ月、いや、最低でも1年は戻らないつもりです。
Weird. We're heading for our journey soon. We don't plan on coming back for a few months. No, for a year minimum.
んああ、もしかして戸津国へ行くの
Oh, you're headed to Frimdalen. I don't know how you figured that out, but it's as you said, although we haven't decided on our
と
destination.
りあえず船に乗ってから考えますよ。そういうのも俺たちらしくて、
We'll
い
board
いん
the
じゃ
ship
ないかと
first,
思うので。
then weigh up our options. I figured it's our style to do that.
なるほど。では港へ行くんだね。
I see, then you're going to the harbor. Is my brother there? Are there any issues with that? Have suspicious people invaded Albion again? I felt apprehensive as Ascot's meaningful smile, then he waved casually.
いやいや、そんな物騒な話じゃないよ。君にちょっとしたプレゼントを。
You waited a fucking month to tell me my brother's no longer being held captive. You waited a whole month? You wanted to make it dramatic? Ascot. It's nothing unsettling. I just figured I'd prepare a little present for you. A present at the harbor?
ま、私の言うことは話半分に聞いておくといい。と、君の恋人も目で訴えている。
Take my word for it with a grain of salt. At least that's the look in your beloved's eyes.
よくわかりましたね。
Glad you understand. I looked to my side, and indeed, John was sizing Ascot up with a scowl. All right. I shall take my leave at once. Lord Edward, thank you for everything. Everyone, please take care of yourselves, you fucking bastards. You killed my family. Ha ha ha. Who'd have ever thought that there'd be a day when I smiled naturally at these five? This smile wasn't an artificial mask. It was proof that I wasn't chained to my painful past or my hatred. Let's get a move on, John.
あ、アプローズ。手を。
All right, Apros, may I have your hand? In marriage? It was all thanks to John that I was able to reconcile with my past. Because he was by my side, I was able to look at the bright future. I opened the parlor door, relishing in my libertation, but without even turning back, I closed it. Because I don't want to look back. Before our departure, John and I dropped by Goneril's shop.
それがお嬢ちゃん本来の姿か。なんだか初めて会う人みたいだね。
Oh, so that's what you actually look like. It feels like I'm meeting you for the first time. My hair is blonde. That's all that changed. Do I look strange? With blonde hair? No. It was my first time seeing her after I cast away my disguise, so I felt a little uneasy.
いや、そっちの方があんたらしくていいよ。
Oh, Goneril. Nope, this feels more like you. It's nice.
というか、変だなんて思うわけがないさね。そっちが変装してない素のあんたなんだから。
There's no way I can ever think you look strange. This is the real you after all. That's true.
しかし、しばらく会えなくなると思うと寂しいもんだね。
That aside, I'm getting lonely knowing that I won't be able to see you for a
と
while.
つくにに行くとは、ずいぶん思い切ったもんだわ。正直世間知らずが服を着て歩いてるようなあんたらには危険な旅に思えるけどね。
You're quite daring to go to Fremdalen. It'll be dangerous for you two. You're the personification of sheltered and oblivious.
世間知らずは確かに否定できないな。俺たちは
You're
広い
not
世界を
wrong.
知らない。
We don't know much about the big wide world. Well, I guess, but still, Goneril, you seriously don't trust us, do you? I sulked, and in response, Goneril wore an uncharacteristically kind expression.
信用してないんじゃなくて心配してんのさ。
It's not that I don't trust you, I worry about
あ
you.
んたたちのことは結構気に入ってたし、まあ母親みたいな気持ちで見守ってたってとこだね。
I've gotten quite fond of you both. You could call it a motherly affection.
あんたみたいな母親は嫌だ。
I wouldn't want a mother like you. Sorry, I wouldn't want one either.
はあ、まったくこの子たちはちょっと冷たすぎやしないかい。
Good grief, you two, aren't you cold? Her shoulders slumped dramatically. Goneril sighed. I hurriedly waved my hands at her. Oh, wait. Yeah, the big bad's going to be Edward's sister, isn't it? Yeah, I also forgot that. I had an earlier prediction of how the true ending's going to come up, and I totally forgot that Edward's sister is fucking evil. Oh, she's definitely going to have a play in that. Oh, I got it. I thought that mother wasn't quite right, but you might be something like a sibling, like a big sister.
お嬢、甘やかさなくていいと思うぞ。
You don't have to appease her. She's John. Shush. I have the position. That position feels right to me, but how about it?
姉さん
Big sister, huh? Yeah, that's the one. You're admittedly quite a different type of person from my brother, but there's still something dependable about you. You come to my rescue when push comes to shove, and I've counted on you all this time.
いざという時は助けてくれるか。
Come to the rescue when push come to shove, huh? I get that. Goneril's eyes looked distant as I gazed at it, as if gazing at a ghost. Oh, gosh. Is she remembering something? Does Goneril have an older sister or something along those lines? Is she related to my sister? Wait, no. My mom? I thought about asking her, but before the question left my mouth, she returned to her usual mischievous smile.
でさ、一緒にとつくにまで旅をするってことは、二人はついに恋人になったってわけかい?
So, back on topic, if you journeying all the way to Fremdland together, does that mean that you two have finally become lovebirds? It's a bit embarrassing to ask directly. Out of habit, I peered over at John to seek his help, but his pale face was appalled.
ああ、お嬢と恋人になったのは間違いない。
Yes, it's true. The two of us are in a relationship now.
旅なら今までも二人で散々してきた。それを理由に恋人か恋人じゃないかを判断する意味がわからない。
But if you're talking about traveling, we've done plenty of that together until now. I can't make sense of why you would use it as ground to determine whether we're lovers or not.
一緒に宿を取って食事をして寝て起きて。旅ってそういうものだろ？この家庭に恋人らしい何かがあるのか？
That's right. He naturally just crawled into bed with us, and we were like, actually, come to think of it, I don't want to lay in a bed with you. And he was like, what, why? And so he didn't seem to understand that was a problem. Sharing lodgings, eating, sleeping, waking up together, that's what a journey involves, isn't it? Is there any part that of this process that's lover-like?
一緒に宿を取ってって。
Bunny, hi, Yuki.
Sorry,
Are you playing games today? Staying in the same lodging? Give me a moment. Let me organize my thoughts.
まさかこれまでも同じ宿の同じ部屋に泊まってたなんて言うんじゃないだろうね。
Surely you weren't saying that you've slept in the same room of the same inn before, right? Always?
ああ、泊まってた。
Yeah, we did.
それで何もなかったのかい?
What? And nothing happened? I realized that Goneril was getting at, and I could easily predict that John's answer would stir up. Sadly, I was too late to stop him.
何が起きるって言うんだ？ただ同じベッドで寝て起きるだけなのに。
Doing good, how are you? I'm good. Just been working. Getting ready for our vacation coming up, so I'm excited. We're gonna have a weekend getaway. Not really a getaway, because we're gonna be working. Technically, it's volunteer work for one of our local conventions. So that's exciting. And then we're getting ready for Coachella, which is like jazz hands. But that's a couple months away. What would happen? We've only sleeping in the same bed. He's gone and done it. I saw Goneril's shoulders starting to tremble, and I slumped with defeat. At this point, my only choice was to stay silent and endure. I knew it. You guys are out of touch with society.
あのさ、全部わかってて手を出さなかったって言うんなら、あんたは偉いってなるよ。
I mean, if you knew and voluntarily chose not to make any, I go, wow, you're admirable.
でもジョンボーや。その様子じゃ、何にも考えずに年頃の娘の隣で寝てたんだろ?
But John, but you've been sleeping next to a girl of age without thinking anything of it, haven't you?
だから、何が言いたいんだ
What are you trying to get at? John, it seems like our definition of normal is a bit unusual in the eyes of society. Okay, society has a problem with that. The point is, men and women of our age wouldn't normally sleep together in the same bed unless they're lovers. With Goneril's laughing the way she was, I didn't think she'd be able to explain. In her place, I stifled my mortification and told John. I mean, okay, wait. He has all of like the king's memories, right? And the king only cares about Tia. Right? John stared at me blankly at first, but he then flushed crimson red, it seems, in seconds.
一緒のベッドに
Only lovers would share a bed. Oh,
そういうことか
I get it now.
だからお嬢は前に村の近くで宿を取った時に俺と一緒のベッドに寝るのを嫌がったのか
Is that why you were against resting in the same bed as me when we stayed in that inn near the village last time, my lady? My lady! Pretty much. I think I've been fine if I thought of you as just a childhood friend or like an older brother, but I felt really conscious of you, which means that though it was a subconscious, by then I already kind of sort
好
of
きになってた
fell in love with me. Okay, first off, don't be so fast. Liked you. It's liked, if you want to get technical. Don't spell it out. As we were back and forth, Gonerils, whose laughter still hadn't died down, patted John on the shoulder.
ねえ、私は心配だよ。そんなんで本当にお嬢ちゃんの恋人としてやっていけるのかね。
You've got me worried now. Will you really be able to take her as your sweetheart with the way you are?
恋人になったら何をするのか、この姉さんが教えてやろうか。
Shall. My brain went, that's shawl. That's shawl. Oh gosh, why? Shall your kind big sister teach you about what happens, what people do after becoming lovers?
それぐらい分かってるそれにキスだけならもうした
I know that much, and we've kissed, even if nothing else. You don't have to say that out loud either. Like, sometimes you can just have a thought, you know? John let something unnecessary slip when he snapped back at Goneril's taunting, and I was too late once again.
お嬢ちゃんの苦労が思いやられるね。
I can't imagine how much hardship she's going to have to endure from here on out.
今からでも出発を一日遅らせられないかい。このまま旅に行かせるなんて、お嬢ちゃんを任せる姉さんとしてはいろいろ心配だよ。
I stumble on my words too. It's both like dyslexia and sometimes I just can't for the life of me sound the word out. Hey, can you delay your departure by just one day? As her big sis who's entrusting her to you, there's so much I'm worried about for you. I'm worried about if you set off on your journey like this.
ジョン坊やには女の扱いってものを一から教えてやる必要がありそうだ。
It looks like we need to teach our resident John boy about how to treat women from A to Z.
その姉さん気取りを今すぐやめろ本気で怒るぞ
Stop acting like you're our older sister right now. I'm seriously going to get mad.
男としては半人前。いや、ガキンチョのあんたに凄まれてもね。悪いけど、ちっとも怖くないよ。
But the person threatened me is still wet behind the ears. You're just a little brat. Sorry, but you're not scary at all.
俺はガキじゃないだいたいあんたはいつも
I'm not a brat. Goneril, why are you always? It looks like our departure will be delayed a day or at least several hours. As I watched over their bickering spiraling out of control, all I could do was sigh. But at the same time, I felt wistful about leaving moments like these behind. When we finally went outside, we discovered a fog had settled over the city. Do you think it'll clear up before we board the ship? If the fog's too dense, our departure might be delayed. We'd already left later than we expected. If we aren't able to set off before the day's over, we'll have to find an inn by the harbor.
その時は部屋を別にする。
When we do, I'll ask for separate rooms. Okay. Hearing his disheartened reply, I blinked. I don't really think there's a need to. I mean, we are lovers now. We are.
本当に？
Really? Really?
つまり俺が恋人らしいことをしてもいいってわけか。
Okay, first off, we're not married. Calm down. Actually, wait, that's right. You're not married. This is definitely the times where they expect you to be married. Girl, stop it. You mean that it's okay if we do things that lovers do? There was something suggestive about his wording, and my ears caught fire. When I locked eyes with John, he grinned as if satisfied about his successful prank. You just teased me, didn't you?
うん。ごめん。お嬢が可愛くてつい。
Sorry, you're just so cute that I couldn't help myself. And after all that teasing you got from Goneril just moments ago, why are you paying it forward, huh? Miffed, I smacked John's arm. He didn't dodge, instead received my blow while grinning.
なんでだろうな。
Good question.
ゴネリルには口で勝てる気がしないけど、お嬢相手ならうまくやれる。
I've got no chance of winning against Goneril, but I can maneuver well against you.
素直でわかりやすいからかな。からかうと面白い顔をするし、ついやりたくなる。
Maybe it's because you're honest and easy to read. You make such fun expressions. I just keep having the urge to tease you. Jerk. I don't remember you as such a mean person. Will I really be able to do forever with you? I said something a little meaner in our back and forth. John wasn't phased. He looked at me with a gentle gaze.
意地悪したつもりはないんだ。ただ、お嬢のいろんな顔を見るのが楽しくて。
It wasn't that I wanted to be mean. It's just so fun to see you in all these different ways.
笑った顔も、怒った顔も、拗ねた顔も、全部好きだ。
I like it when you smile, when you're angry, when you're sulking, all of it.
お嬢が好きでやってることだから、ついからかったとしても、できれば俺を嫌いにならないでほしい。
It's something I'm doing because I like you. Even if I tease you without thinking, I hope you won't end up
そ
disliking
の代わ
me.
り、お嬢が本当に嫌だと思うことは、
If you tell me you hate it, I definitely won't do it, my lady. I'm no match for this man. John's honesty said that he liked me without any bashfulness whatsoever. There was no way I could ever grow to dislike him. Plus, John's promise was absolute. I trusted him more than I trusted the sun to rise. Fine then, I'll forgive you for teasing me. Buy me ice cream. In exchange, show me the many expressions you have too. Smile, angry, sulking, all of it.
いいよ。どのみち俺は、全部お嬢のものだ。
Sure, all of me is yours, my lady. I locked gazes with his gentle ashen eyes, and my heart pounded with sweet affection. Every time I discovered a new side of John, my body reacted this way. Can we find her brother at long last? This phenomenon was happening so often that I almost got worried that when I thought this would become my everyday life, I felt higher than the clouds. When I thought this would become my everyday life, I got higher than the clouds. Oh, the fog is clearing up. I can see again. When we were just short of reaching the harbor, the horizon suddenly cleared
よかっ
up.
た。
That's great news.
旅立ち日和だな。
The perfect weather to start a journey now. Drawn by John's bright voice, I looked up at his face, my gaze crashing into his again. Oh, we're
結局
cute.
行き先は
Oh, we're
決められ
so
ぬまま
cute.
チケットが取れた船に乗るなんて、行き当たりばったりで本当に良かった
I mean, she's cuter than him, but that's fine. That's fine. We still haven't decided our destination. We'll board whichever ship has tickets left. Are you really okay with that haphazard plan? Girl, no. I am. It'll be more fun if we don't know where we're going. Do we have money? Plus, I can depend on you no matter where we go. I trust you will work out somehow. It'll work out somehow. I declared that with full faith, and John gave me a slight troubled
頼られる
smile.
のは嬉しいけど、俺の知識は所詮8年分だ。
That's right. He's only 8 years old, so. I'm happy that you rely on me, but at the end of the day, I've only got 8 years worth of know-how.
ゴネリルにからかわれるぐらい世間知らずなのは間違いないぞ。だから、もっと勉強しないとダメだな。
I'm as sheltered and as oblivious as Goneril said. I'm seriously got to study. So I guess you're only 8 years old.
その言い方は嫌だ。別に8歳の子供と同じってわけじゃないぞ。
I don't like how you
知
phrase
識だ
that.
けは数千年分もらっ
I'm
て
not
る
a
しな。
child. Yeah, that's exactly what a child would say, actually. And if we're talking knowledge, I've really received several thousands years
俺の
worth.
成長は早いんだ。そこら辺の8歳と一緒にしないでほしい。
I grow very quickly. Don't lump me together with random kids you can find on the street. His pride was so endearing that I squeezed our linked hands. You're right. Sometimes you wouldn't know about something one day, but the next day you suddenly would be an
シワ
expert.
喧嘩の意味も、もう知ってるぞ。
I also know what a little spat means now, by the way. I know that already. As we shared laughter and banter from a corner of my eye, I saw a silhouette waving in our direction. Do you remember there being anyone who planned to send us
いや
off?
いないだろう。ゴ家の奴らともゴネリルとの別れは済ませたし。
There can't be. We've already finished our farewells with the 5 houses in Goneril, right? Then maybe that person's here to send someone else off. The person had their back against the light, so I couldn't make out his face. Oh, but it's a man. For some reason, he felt somewhat nostalgic from
近
far
づいてみ
away.
ればわかるだろう。
We'll know once we get
ほら行こ
closer.
う。お嬢。
Let's go, my lady. Yeah, smiling at my beloved next to me, I walked towards the harbor where the fog had cleared. His name was John Doe. He was a nameless nobody, my one and only whom I found in this world filled with pain. He was my dearest, most precious lover. Oh, okay, so they keep it a secret that her brother's there. Which is weird, because I'm pretty sure you unlock Ascot's route before you unlock
最初はただ
John's.
の義務だった。
At first, it was more
It's a-
obligation. I
お嬢の
wonder
面倒を見るのが楽しくなっていったのは、
I wonder when my desire to take care of you
お
changed.
嬢が俺をジョンと呼ぶ。
You call me
それ
John.
がむずがゆい気持ち
It
に
makes
させ
me
て
feel so warm.
俺は誰より
Hearing you call my
お前
name
に名前を呼ばれるのが嬉し
makes
い。
me happier than hearing it from anyone else.
だから
So please,
これから先もずっと
stay by my side
俺の
forever.
隣で
Keep
俺の
calling
名
out
を
my
呼んで
name.
くれ。
You who is more precious to me than
俺の
anything in
何
the
より大
world.
切なお嬢。
Oh, Jill. Okay.
ミストニアの希望ザ・ロスト・ディライト
Lost to delight. New story unlocked. True route unlocked. But we have to get the other
君
ending.
がど
So
れを選ぶのか
we're gonna go here to John, and we're gonna go like this because it should take us pretty close. All right. Low, low, low. Oh, it did it again. This game. Oof. Not flowchart. Not flowchart. I didn't mean to click on that. That's not what I meant. Yeah, if you buy this game and you like to skip through things you've already read, it auto changes this for some reason all the time. And I think that's pretty crazy. Oh goodness, I don't know. What do I put? I belong to nobody? Ah, it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters if I get a little bit here. There we go. Though we were allies, we're still up against the Fae King. Our prospects of victory are slim. With my back turned to the motionless queen, I analyzed our situation. The queen has one of Obrion's wings. We can't let him get near her or he'll take it back.
なるほど。ガテンが言っ
Will he?
た。妖精王がなぜこんな回りくどい手に出たのか。
That explains things. That's why he had to use such roundabout
だったら
strategies.
俺たちが盾になるべきですね。妖精王と陛下の間に入りましょう。
Then we need to block him from approaching her. Let's place ourselves as shields. Oh, don't. Don't do that. Everyone went on the move, but even seeing this, Oberon wasn't daunted at the least. Quite the opposite.
いい判断だな。確かにお前の言う通りだ。
Smarties, you're exactly
で
right.
も仮にも俺は妖精王。それぐらいのハンデで俺が遅れを取るとでも。
At the end of the day, I'm the one and only Fae King. Do you really think that I'll fall just because of a minor handicap? Oberon admitted it readily. He raised his arms to fight, though he lacked any particular conviction still.
注意しろ。あの人は女王と同じように妖精としての格が違う。
Be careful, like the queen, the man is on a whole other plane of existence as a Fae. I know that he's strong, but specifically, what can he do?
5家それぞれが持
What
つ力
can't
は
he do?
網羅しているはずだ。
He has mastery over all the powers that the five houses respectively
風や
possess.
地はもちろん、他も操るのはわけない。
That little bastard! He knew what the Wisp man did and lied then. Wait! Naturally, he can control wind and earth best, but all powers will come effortlessly to him. John muttered deep in thought. The next moment, I heard something like rumbling in the ground, coupled with terrifying shrieks.
何か来る。入り口からだ。
Something's coming this way from the entrance. Hearing Ascot's fierce shout, everyone poised for battle, our attention on the doors. Something unknown is approaching us, but I can't forget the enemy before me. Everyone was watching Oberon like hawks, which is exactly why my mind went to the queen. I mustn't leave her side no matter what. I took a step back to approach the fainted woman just a little more, but crisis always struck from unexpected places. Crisis? I felt something grab my ankle and I looked down. It was the queen. What? What? The moment I recognized that she was the one gripping me, my sight blended into a chaotic mess. Something poured into me. Girl gave me her power?
オベロン、私、現世にとどまるわ。
Beron? I'm humane in the world. Ah.
エーヘルで、ずっと私のそばにいてね。
Hey, Elsie, stay with my side forever, K? K girl? K girl K? Yeah, numerous memories that didn't belong to me streamed into my head. Then a hazy fog permeated my mind, robbing me of consciousness, or at least trying. I didn't know what was happening to me, but I followed my instinct to reject whatever it was, forcing its way inside me. No, don't come in. I resisted fiercely, tenaciously, however, as if someone had draped a veil over my eyes. The scenery before me faded away. Is this finally the one? Where she actually takes over her body? No, stop. Little by little, my vision emptied until all I saw was stark white, my consciousness gone. John. In my very last moments, I mustered up my everything to whisper the name of my beloved, but I had no way of knowing whether my call ever reached him. Oh, finally! I wondered. There was a thump or something crumbling to the ground. Everyone snapped towards the sound and gasped. My lady! No, make her cooler than this. Don't give her just hazy eyes. John realized who it was before anyone else and rushed to her, holding her up in his arms. He could tell with one look that something was seriously wrong. My lady, please, answer me. Though her eyes were open, she only stared into a void. Not once did her gaze meet John's. John was over rough with distress? Overwrought? The others rushed over, stopping just a step short. Where is Her Majesty?
さっきまでここに倒れておられたのに。
I don't see her. This can't be. The queen was collapsed moments ago.
気を失ったと思っていたが、まさか外へ。
She fainted. Did she flee outside?
ありえない。僕たちはずっとこの部屋の入り口を見ていた。
It's not possible. We watched the entrance the entire time. Within the bafflement, Linus pressed hard on his chest and lifted a trembling finger.
陛下はそこに。
She's not missing. Her Majesty is there, pointing at her. Linus pointed, but the only person there was Apros in John's arms. A heartless voice stunned John's ears.
最悪だ。俺が愛してたのはティアなのに。
This is a nightmare. The person I love is Tia, not...
何を
What are you doing? No, not batting an eye at John's reaction. Obrion addressed the girl staring into space.
おい、聞こえるか。お前、ティアの意識を保ってるのか。
Can you hear? It'd be funnier if she was wearing Tia's clothes. Come on, you could have made this fun. Can you hear me? Is Tia's consciousness intact within you? Intact within you? Oops.
やっぱりな。ティアは弱ってた。だから本能的に器に手を伸ばしたんだ。
I knew it. Tia was in a weakened state. That's why she instinctively reached out for her vessel.
そしておそらくこいつが体を取られまいと抵抗したんだ。そのせいでうまく融合できなかった。
And likely this girl fought back so that Tia wouldn't snatch her body away. Because of that, they weren't able to fuse
そ
properly.
れはもうティアでもアプローズでもない。
That thing is no longer Tia or
た
Apros.
だの壊れた人形だ。
It's a broken doll.
何言って
What are you saying? John's arms holding Apros trembled. He looked up at Obrion, unable to believe his ears. The Fae King made a cold announcement.
ああ、そういえば、お前はこいつと生きていくとか言ってたな。そんな人形でよければお前にやるよ。
You said something like you want to live with her, didn't you? If you're fine with a husk like that thing, you can have it.
俺はティアじゃないものに興味はない。人形同士、勝手に仲良くやってくれ。
I'm not interested in things that aren't Tia. Go have fun as fellow dolls, I guess. After his revelation, Obrion was devoid of all emotion. After that, a blinding light engulfed the room. Bathed in the light, John snapped out of his daze. It would be over if he missed that chance, he cried at the pure Fae.
待て待ってくれ
Wait, please wait.
この状況おセオと会う機会がなくなったら多分お嬢はずっとこのままだ
This isn't good. If I lose all opportunity to see the Fae King, my lady will probably stay this way forever. He didn't know whether there was a way to return her to normal at all, but John still implored the Fae King for
あな
help.
たなら戻せるでしょお嬢はこんな状態で放っておかないでくれ
With your powers, you can turn her back, can't you? Don't just abandon my lady. Gone. Unfortunately for him, there was no reply. The Fae King was gradually enveloped by the light. John's outstretched hand only grasped the air. When the light subsided, the king was gone.
今のは本当なのか。
Was what he said just now true? Edward broke the silence with a question, muttering weakly.
嘘をつく意味もないだろう第一
He wouldn't gain anything from lying above all else.
なあ、その状態を見たら信じるしかないな。
Yeah, seeing her in this state, our only choice is to believe
それ
him.
にみんな感じてますよね。彼女からは陛下と同じ気配がする。
Plus, I think all of you can sense it too. She gives off the same aura as the queen.
親しいけど恐ろしくもある。絶対的な存在。ひざまずかずにはいられない唯一無二の人。
The aura of an absolute existence that we both adore and fear. The one and only person we can't help but kneel for.
そこまで強烈に感じるのは君が空シーの血族だからだろうけど
You probably feel it that intensely because of your Q-Sith blood,
同意する
but
言いまいましいけれどね
I agree, as infuriating as it is.
嘘だ
You're lying. You have to be lying. While the five came to terms with the outcome, the outlier John frantically called out to Aprose in his arms while shaking her.
聞こえてるんだろお嬢
Wake up, girl.
俺を見てくれ
You can hear me, right? My lady, look at me.
俺の名前を
Call my name, Apros. Nah. In a harrowing, quiet throne room, only John's voice resounded fruitlessly. Even by the time the last echo of his voice died out, there was no replies to his plea. A few months later, the doors opened quietly to reveal Edward's concern written on his face.
彼女の調子はどうだい？
How's she faring?
体は健康そのものです。
Her body is the picture of health.
でも、相変わらず何も見えてないような表情で、俺が話しかけても。
But as
何も
always,
反応してくれません。
she looks as if she can't see anything. She doesn't react in any way.
そうか。私たちも彼女を元に戻す方法を必死で探しているんだけれどね。
I'm sorry to hear that. We are doing everything within our power to find ways to turn her back to normal.
いい方法は見つかりましたか？
Have you come across any good methods?
いや、すまない。まだ何も手がかりすらつかめていないんだ。
My apologies, we haven't grasped any leads so far. Here in Edward's reply, John comprehended the reason for his visit.
今日も女王に頼みがあってここへ来たんですね。
In that case, you're here again because you have a request for the queen, yes?
本当にすまない。明日は戸津国から重要な来賓があるんだ。
I can't apologize enough. We have important guests from Fremdelin tomorrow.
ほんの一瞬、顔を見せるだけで構わないから、彼女を連れてきてくれないか。
Just making a very brief appearance is enough. Could you please bring her along? For the past few months, Aprose has been forced to be the queen's replacement while in her vegetated state. It all started a week after the tragedy. Okay. The 6 people who had been present at the Dastardous Day gathered in the throne
やは
room.
り陛下がティルナノーグへ帰られたというシナリオは通用しないか。
Why they believed it in every other route. As suspected, they refused to buy the story that the queen has returned to
仕
Tirnanog.
方ないですね。多少力のあるユニークには陛下の気配が感じ取れてしまいますから。
I can't say I'm surprised. Any demi-fae with a modicum of power is able to sense Her Majesty's presence.
確かにまるで説得力がないな。
It's not convincing at all.
女王の姿を見せなくともこれだけ存在感があれば誰も信じないだろう。
Even if the queen doesn't make any public appearances, no one would believe us with how strong her presence is.
それどころか、私たちが陛下を隠匿して国を意のままにしようとしているという噂が流布し始めているよ。鳥肌ものだ。
Even worse, there are rumors circulating that we are hiding Her Majesty and doing as we please. It gives me
それは
goosebumps.
由々しき事態ですね。
This is an alarming turn of events. If it had gone according to plan, Edward and Alfred could have declared that the 5 houses would take over the administration after returning the queen to Tidanog. But there is no Tidanog anymore, guys. However, they couldn't exactly send the queen to the land of Fae in this new vessel with no other choice. They revised their strategy.
お嬢は必ず元に戻る。いつかは
My lady will return to normal one day. Ooh, why? Why would she? How could she? The queen's soul should leave her
その
body.
時に改めて女王はティルナノーグへ帰ったと宣言す
You
る。
can make your announcement when that happens. Only John refused to budge, which was why Edward and the others arrived at a certain unfortunate solution. Until the situation changed, they would arrange for her to act as the queen's stand-in.
明日ですか。
Tomorrow, I see.
それが終わったら少し休みをもらえますか。
Once it's done, could we have some time off, bro?
俺にはわかるんです。返事はしなくても。
I can tell even if she doesn't reply to me, my lady is tired.
だからそろそろ休ませてやらないと。
I need to help her get some rest soon.
ああ、もちろん構わないよ。1週間、いや、1ヶ月ほど休んでくれてもいい。
Of course you wouldn't mind. You can rest for a week. No, month.
よければ、バーンスタインの別邸を手配しよう。緑が多くて、風が気持ちのいい場所だよ。
How is she going to rest? She's a doll. If you'd like, I can prepare one of the House Bernstein villas. It's a pleasant place.
お気遣いありがとうございます。でも、
Thank you for your kind
大丈夫です
offer, but it's alright.
行き先はもう決めてあるので。
I have a destination in mind. I'm going to take her home. After that brief response, Edward glanced once at John's closed expression, then at Aprose, who only stared into space. He quietly retreated from the throne room. Stillness returned to the room, and John peered into the eyes of his beloved. Her eyes, which had always shone like a cloudless sky, whether she was happy, angry, or sad, were now cold and
お
glassy.
嬢元気か
My lady, are you in good health? Nevertheless, John thought that he might be able to reach some reaction in them. Her voice echoed crisply, or so he deluded himself. She said, I'm okay. I think her blinking shouldn't happen.
そうか
Got it.
お嬢のことは俺が守るだから
I'll protect you, my lady, don't worry. If Edward were still present, the nobles might have reasoned with John, but John was alone. He wholeheartedly believed what he heard and took Aprose's hand.
行こうお嬢
Let's go, my lady. That was when more words echoed in John's ears. Okay. They were the hope she had given John once. Clinging to the light he had felt back then on the brink of despair at his own existence, John embarked on a journey with her. And they were never seen again. The next day, in the deserted throne room, Edward stood in solitude mourning.
エド君、彼女たちはどこへ
Ed, where did they go?
消えました。どうやら昨日のうちに王宮を出たようです。
They vanished. It appears they left the palace
今
yesterday.
日は戸国から来客があると聞いていたけれど、君はあまり慌てていないようだね。
I heard that we have guests from Frimdalen, but you don't seem too flustered, do you? Though he asked, Ascot was also perfectly calm. The two men both had the foresight to know everyone had felt the same way about the matter for months
い
now.
つかはこうなると分かっていましたから。こんな不自然な状態は長くは持たないと。
I knew it was only a matter of time. Such a twisted compromise wouldn't last long.
それに結局私たちは彼女を苦しめるばかりの存在にしかなれなかった。
Not to mention that in the end, we were only ever people who caused her
だか
suffering.
らそろそろ解放してあげたかったんです。こうなってよかったと思いますよ。
That's why I wanted to see her set free. I think this is for the best.
同感だね。
I conclude. That
ただ
said,
できれば間に合ってほしかったな。
I just wish I had made it in time.
何にです？
Made it in time for what? Edward asked, and Ascot replied with a weary smile. The genuineness in it was unusual for him.
彼女に会わせたい人がいたんだ。ちょっと探すのに手間取ってしまったけれど、ようやく見つけることができたのに。
That's her brother. There was someone I wanted her to meet. I ended up needing a little more time than expected, but I was finally able to
彼
find
に
him.
会えば、あるいはもしかしたらと思ったんだけれどね。
What a shame. I thought that if she saw him, there might have been a chance she'd
で
recover.
は彼女たちを探しますか。5家の総力を挙げれば見つけることもできるかと思いますが。
Shall we search for them then? If I employ all the 5 houses' forces, I believe it'd be possible to locate them.
いや、行き先なら分かっている。というか、君にも想像がつくんじゃないか。
No, I know exactly where they're going. I'm sure you have an idea too, right?
なるほど。なら追いかけるにしてもしばらくは
That's
そ
how
っ
it
と
is.
しておいた
I
方がい
probably
い
should
で
give
しょう
them
ね。
some space.
うん。そう思うよ。
I think so too. For some time, the two of them stood there wordlessly. Eventually, they returned to their stations with an indescribable emptiness.
お嬢そろそろ着くぞ
My lady, we're arriving soon. After hopping from carriage to carriage over several days, John called to the girl by his side as they approached their
到
destination.
着が夜になったのは帰ってよかったかもしれない
His stomach just growled so loud. The fact that we ended up arriving at night might have actually worked in our favor. He knew that they were memories she didn't want to recall, but he was equally aware that they would elicit the strongest
苦
reaction.
しめたいわけじゃないでもここに来ればきっと
It isn't that I want her to suffer, but if we come here, I'm sure that my lady can go back to normal. John had the vague inkling that he was already a prisoner of his own obsessive delusion. Nevertheless, he couldn't stop himself from pushing forward. He marched towards that place.
Seita.
We're here. The ruins of Eltbeek didn't look like they had transformed in any way since he had last visited it with Apros a few months ago. The rubble exposed to the elements could no longer be described as buildings. However, back then, she still told John what each used to
あ
be.
の時はお嬢に自分の正体がバレて
That's when my lady found out my real identity. It was agonizing.
今の苦しみに比べたらなんてことはない。むしろあの時にもっと違った選択ができていたら
But compared to my pain now, it's nothing at all. Actually, if I were able to make a different choice back then, maybe. He should have separated from her after all. He should have never influenced her to make a new contract with Obrion. There was no end to his flood of regrets. However, John hadn't come to this place to wallow in his
行
remorse.
こうお嬢足元に気を
Let's
つけて
go, my lady. Watch where you step. His strides become cautious, not just because it was night, but because a fog begun to settle in. As usual, there was no reply from the girl with a vacant expression. Leading her by the hand, John slowly went around the
ほら
village.
何か思い出さないか
Come on, you can remember something.
嬉しかったことでも悲しかったことでもあの時の辛い思いでも
Something, anything, happy
Nandemoi.
memories, sad memories, painful memories from
も
back
し
then.
思い出すことがあれば声を出してくれ
If you can recall any of it, please talk to me, my lady. John's voice was tight and grief-stricken. There was no reply. As they wandered around the village, Apros's feet abruptly halted.
ここは
My lady, this place
ラ
is
ンドルフ邸の跡地
the ruins of Randolph's estate. The moment that possibility came to mind, the hand he held twitched.
な
He hadn't heard the voice in so long. He turned and embraced her tightly so that he could make out her words.
お嬢お嬢
What did she say, my guy?
もう一度声を聞かせてくれなんて言ったんだ
Please let me hear your voice one more time. What did you say? John asked in a shaky voice, as if replying to him. He heard a tiny whisper. Father, Mother, Riley, where are you? Indeed, he heard her voice, but it would be a stretch to say that it was a response. I don't want to go alone. It's so dark, so scary.
8年前の夜を思い出しているのか
Are you remembering 8 years
大丈
ago?
夫だ今は俺がいる
It's alright, you have me now. I'll protect you, I swear. Everyone, where'd you go?
ここにいる
I'm here, my lady. Their conversation was like parallel lines that would never overlap, but John didn't mind. He continued talking to
少し
her.
ずつ思い出していこうそうすればきっといつかは元通りになる
Let's find your memories little by little. I'm sure that if we keep going one day, you'll go back to
元
normal.
通りになったら二人で旅に出よう
Once you recover, let's go on a
何
journey.
者からも自由になって
We promise to gain freedom from all that chained us down and leave for a distant land.
アプローズ
Please
ジ
answer
ョンっ
me.
て俺の名前を呼んでくれない
Please
か
say my name. Please call me John or else.
俺も俺じゃいられなくなる
Or I won't be able to stay myself anymore. What? Incessant streams of tears glistened on both of their cheeks. He could feel her warmth, even her trembling breaths. But no matter how much time passed, the one thing he couldn't feel was her heart.
どうか戻ってきてくれ
Please come back, I'm begging you.
あーどうしてどうして戻ってきてくれないか
Why won't you come back to me?
頼むから俺を一人にしないでくれ
I'm begging you. Don't leave me all alone. Cries of sorrow spilled out from John's mouth, swallowed up by the fog, never to see daylight. In the darkness, he had a feeling he heard the faint rustling of wings, but that too vanished into the fog. Why?
静かに泣くお前の涙を拭って
How long has it been since I started
もう
wiping your
どれ
tears
だけ経
away?
つかな。お前がこんな風になってしまうと分かってい
If
た
I
ら
knew you were gonna end up like this,
俺は役目もお前の望みも全部
would
捨
I
て
have been
て
able to throw away
お
everything, my
前を
duty
さらっ
and
と
your
逃げられ
wishes,
たのか
and run away with you?
ずっと考えてるよ。
That was like the worst
ミス
one
トニア
yet.
の希望ザ・ロストディライト君
Pretty sure we got all the photos, but let's just make sure before we go. Yeah, 13 of 13. Weird. This is still my favorite one. Look at this. That's crazy. And this is where these ones are unlocking, hopefully.
あれ
Okay, so...
ああ
Ooh, maybe not like this? I don't know. Yes, but... But do I need to do this? Oh gosh, do I need to do this? Hang on. I want to make sure I don't have if I have to do this or not. Is it this hard? Just in case. Sometimes kind of like with Pio Fiori, you had to start it just to
君がどれを
truth. Okay. Just test it here. The next game we're gonna be playing. Oh, a woman comes to mind. Okay, that's great. The next game I'm gonna play is Boreshihana. That's the next one. So that we can get ready for the fan disc coming out. Would you mind sparing me a moment? After much consideration, I decided to ask a certain someone for help. Goneril's coming. Hesitant to rely on Lily, I had sought help from Goneril, who was more approachable. Though initially taken aback, she seemed to enjoy helping me, and thanks to her, I could now put together a complete set. The day arrived without incident at last. Perfect. No, there wasn't anyone in front of me when I looked up. Had I been an illusion, I shook my head, realizing I had let my guard down. I might as well memorize everyone's faces instead of moping around. I might be useful later. Was Lily an ear to the queen 8 years ago? With that, I steeled myself and began to imprint the faces of the nobles dancing in the splendid ballroom onto my mind.
ロースこ
The truth!
さあさあお立ち会い。今日は欲しがりの魔女の物語を話してやろう。
Oh, I don't know if the truth has chapters. It just said the truth, so we're gonna go with the truth. We'll see. Gather around, ladies and gentlemen. The table I have for you today, the tale I have for you today is The Greedy Witch.
昔々あるところに花のように美しい女がいた。彼女はこの国の頂で何不自由なく暮らし、欲しいと望むものは何でも手に入れられた。
Once upon a time, there was a woman beautiful as a flower. She led a life without any inconveniences and got everything she wanted.
でも、何を
Sadly,
手に入れても彼女は満たされない。彼女はいつでも何かを欲しがっていた。
Sadly, no matter what she got her hands on, nothing could satisfy her heart. Every moment of every day she wanted
ある日
something.
彼女が欲しがったのはガラス細工の小物入れ。これはお抱えの商人がすぐに譲ってくれた。
One day, she craved a glasswork accessory case. The dedicated merchant of her household handed it over at once.
また別の日に彼女が欲しがったのは自分だけの庭園。これも国中の職人が集まって見事なものを完成さ
On
せてくれた。
another, she craved a garden that only belonged to her. Craftsmen assembled from all over the country and designed a work of
また
art.
別の日になると今度は人の屋敷の庭園に咲いているバラの花が欲しくてたまらなくなった。
On yet another day, she craved the roses that bloomed in another noble's estate.
欲しくてたまらなくて結局屋敷の主を追い出してその庭園ごと手に入れてしまった。
There was no end to her bottomless desire. Oh, how she wanted those roses. She chased out the master of the estate and got her hands on the garden together with the
そ
roses.
してとうとう欲しがりの対象は人に向く。愛しいものを手に入れるためなら彼女はどんな手段も厭わない。
Then at long last, her greed turned towards a living person. To get her hands on her beloved, she would do whatever it took.
誰を使っても誰を苦しめても誰が死んでも構わなかった。
Okay, but like,
けれども愛しいものはなかなか手に入らない。
did he actually tell us this story when we were kids? She didn't care a pittance who she used, on whom she inflicted pain, nor whom she led to their deaths. Alas, it was difficult to obtain her beloved.
さあ今度はどんな方法で魔女は願いを叶えようとするのだろうか。
I'm pretty sure the witch isn't the queen. I'm pretty sure this is Lily. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Now then, what kind of method will the witch use this time to fulfill her wish? A few days, that moment just, I think I said this before on this game actually. I wonder, it reminded me of Princess Tutu with the little box and the storytelling. A few days after the ball, I returned to my maid life and was outside of on a shopping errand for the estate. That said, I hadn't come out solely for work. Following a few steps behind me was John, whom I'd asked in advance to meet up. He was pretending to be a stranger. I should enter the next alley. We can't have a lengthy conversation, but I should at least tell him what I saw at the queen of the ball. Anything could happen, so it was necessary to minimize my interaction with John to prevent people suspecting my identity. I hurriedly organized my facts I wanted to share in my mind as I stepped down the alley. After just a few beats, John joined me, vigilant of his surroundings. He approached and hid my form like a shield from a big street.
どうだった？
How was it? Attending the ball was worth it. Not that I got carried away by the events, of course. Seeing the queen reaffirmed things for me. The woman is the person I despise more than anyone, but objectively, she's gone mad.
狂気か。
Mad? Give me some
Well-
details. I had a chance to talk with her, and just after I began, however... Stop it! Let me go! Oh no! Go! It's Leo! The sound of someone collapsing further down the alley, a boy's scream stopped me short.
喧嘩か？関わらない方がいいな。
A brawl, better we stay out of it. Someone help. John began stepping away, the right choice. We ought to avoid trouble. We didn't exactly have the luxury of helping out still. Hang on, that was a child's scream. He was crying for help. We should at least go see what's happening. I couldn't ignore the terror that was in that child's voice. Not waiting for John, I ran.
仕方ないな。
I guess there's no other way about it. Though he sighed, John followed me. Upon arriving at the scene, I saw a boy collapse face down on the ground and a man straddling the child's back. Get away from that child! The man gripped a knife, its blade glinting. Anyone would infer that he was unleashing unjust violence on a defenseless target.
お嬢、下がってろ。
Step back, my lady. Two things happened at once. A suspicious man raced at us, and John rushed past my side.
こいつ
You. John moved defensively to guard us from the man's weapon, but it turned out that the perpetrator only goal was escape. Flinging the knife at John to keep him in place, the man kept moving, fleeing towards the main street. I should at least try to secure a clue. Unwilling to let a violent man go unchecked, I reached out that moment he slipped by me.
お嬢
My lady. John's cry was heartbreaking, but unlike what he feared, I didn't plan to act recklessly. No, I assume. Instead, I did something that only I could do. I activated my face sight and touched the fleeing man's cloak.
ようこそ。お会いできて嬉しい。
Welcome. I'm glad to see you.
こちらこそお目にかかれて光栄です麗しき妖精兵
I'm the one who is honored to be in your presence, oh fair and beautiful Fey Queen. Rose. The Queen. I hadn't expected to see the Queen's face. Now of all times, my body seized with shock. With the opening, the man disappeared.
無茶するかと思って焦ったぞもしかして見たのか
I was so panicked that I thought you'd do something rash, bro. Me, rash, crazy. What'd you see? I just saw. John rushed up to me, so I began sharing the scene I'd witnessed, but then... The boy who had been attacked sat up groaning. I'll give you the details later. Let's ask that child about the situation first. Right. John and I approached the boy and I kneeled at his side. He was still struggling to get upright. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I can take you to a doctor.
いや医者はいらないけどなあお姉さん
I don't need a doctor, but miss, do I still have my wing?
まだ
Huh? For a second I couldn't comprehend his question, but my gaze flittered to his back. You have one.
よかったまさか自分が標的になるとは思ってなかったから焦ったよ
Thank goodness. I never thought I'd become a target, so I got a real fright.
しかもこんな昼間から襲われるとは思わないだろ完全に油断してた
How was I supposed to know he'd attack me in broad daylight? I totally let my guard down. Wing attack. Wait, don't tell me.
じゃあまずロアンの深い
Yeah, but this is a different one. This is the one that's working for the queen. Was that the man, the wing hunter?
多分ね羽をよこせって言ってきたし
Probably. He ran up and yelled, "Give me your wing!" and all.
あっていうか例が遅れたな俺はレオナルド
Victim boy. I just realized that his name says victim boy. Could just be boy. Could just be victim. Could just be attack. Actually, I should thank you first. I'm Leonardo.
見ての通りエデンを住処にしてるミングルだよ見捨てて当然って思う奴らが大半なのに助けてくれてありがとな
As you can see, I'm a mingle and my humble abode is Eden. Most people would have abandoned me, but you didn't. Thanks for saving me.
でお姉さんとお兄さんはどういう人
So,
たち
what kind of people are you? He said brother and sister. Having regained his spirits as he talked, Leonardo scrutinized us with an astute expression that contrasted his youthful look. This is just a hunch, but I don't think it's a good idea to let my guard down just because he's a child. In that case, it's safe to avoid carelessly saying anything that might blow our cover. I'm Rose. I work as a maid at the estate nearby.
アルビンだ彼女とは顔見知りで悲鳴が聞こえたから二人でここへ
Alvin's the name. I'm her acquaintance, and we rushed here because we heard you scream. John must have gotten the same impression, as he also used an alias Leonardo didn't seem to doubt our statements.
ここへ来たのは偶然ってことかちなみにヤードを呼ぼうとか考えてる
Came here by pure chance. By the way, are you thinking of calling the yard? If that man is the wing hunter, that's probably the best thing to do. But judging by that question, you sound like you don't want us to call the authorities. Why's that?
そんなの決まってら嫌いだからあいつら俺たちミングルを追い詰めることはあっても助けてくれた試しなんてないし
Isn't that obvious? It's because I hate them. Those guys wanna just drive us Mingles out. They've never tried to help us. My first instinct was to believe he lived in shady circumstances, but that wasn't the case. Maybe this is a normal reaction for a child in Eden. How lamentable.
けど、あいつを野放しにしたら、今度は別の誰かが犠牲になるかもしれない。それは
But if we leave
構わ
that
ない
guy at large, someone else might end up the next victim. Are you saying that it doesn't matter to you?
弱いやつが犠牲になるのは日常茶飯事だから気にしないよ。って言いたいところだけど。
The palace being trampled on is just part of everyday life. So it doesn't affect me is what I want to say.
それが俺の仲間。友達って可能性もあるし、一応手は打っておく。俺にもそれなりにつてはあるんだ。
But there's a chance that the next victim could be my friend, so I'll prepare measures just in case. I've got a handful of connections. Answering in a straightforward manner, Leonardo brushed off the dirt on his knees and stood up. Okay, I'll be off now. Take care, you two.
気をつけてね。
We will, and take care too. When Leonardo retreating figure completely faded from view, John turned to face me.
で、さっきの続き。お嬢は何を見たんだ？
Time to pick up where we left off. What do you see, my lady? As a matter of fact, I witnessed a scene of the assailant meeting the queen.
越見できる身分のやつってわけだな。
So he's of a status to have an audience with her, huh? Yes, and if that man is truly the wing
あれがい
hunter.
る裏に女王か貴族連中。ことによると両方が関わってるかもしれない。
The
って言い
queen's
たいのか。
the queen, nobles, or both may be pulling strings behind the hunts. Is that what you want to say? There's a chance of it, yes. As I replied, I recalled the events at the ball and tightened my hands into fists. When I met her during the ball, the queen considered Mingles a tool. She doesn't want to think of them as living people. I can't grasp the point of the cruelty of harvesting someone's wings, but I wouldn't be surprised if she had no reason at all. If the queen is violent, involved in the hunts, whoops, I can't take it lying down. There's also the possibility that she's scheming something.
お嬢の目的は女王と呉慶の復讐だろう。横道にそれたらそれだけ目的を達成するのが遅くなるし、正体がバレるリスク
Your goal of getting revenge of the queen and the five houses, is it in? A detour would delay your goal and risk your cover.
お嬢に危ない橋を渡ら
I
せたく
don't
は
want you to unnecessarily. This isn't just a detour. I can't let the queen's immortality pass. Immorality pass. Whoops. I don't want there to be more people in the world who suffer like I did. So please, John, lend me your powers. I cut John off with my firm resolution. We locked eyes with each other for a while, and then John scratched his cheek while sighing.
そうまで言われたら断れない。わかったよ。ゴーネリルにも協力を頼んで
If your
みる。
mind's made up, I can't turn you down. I'll ask Goneril for her cooperation. Thank you. I'm counting on you. I almost threw my arms around him out of joy, but John frantically thrust his hand forward.
嬉しいのは分かったけど、抱きついたりするな
I know
よ。
you're happy. Don't hug me, okay?
あくまで俺たちは知り合い程度の仲。まだまだ本会を遂げるには程遠いんだから。
We're acquaintances at the end of the day. You're still far off from achieving your wish, so make sure to act with caution. I don't need you to remind me. John nagged more at me. And though I was miffed, I went over our plans going forward. I'd been out long enough to complete errands, so I returned to the estate.
まさか助けが現れるとは。この国ではミングルは見捨てられた存在だとあいつらは言っていたのに。
To think that someone would come to his rescue, it doesn't add up. They told me that Mingles are a forsaken class in this nation. The man who assaulted Leonardo was muttering his resentment to the entity who had approached him with this plan. That said, he had almost reached a major street. He would be able to successfully get away from any pursuer, or so he
あい
thought.
つらとは誰のことだ？
Who exactly is this they you mentioned? What? Ugh. Suddenly, another man approached, holding himself in a way that left no opening. This wing hunter was disposed of all too quickly.
この国のものではないな。やはり、あの方の手引きか。
He's not from this nation like I suspected. It must be that person's something. Ah!
しかし手駒はまだまだ未熟な様子。鍛え直してやるべきか否か迷うところだな。
That said, the mastermind's pawn seems wet behind the ears. I have to wonder whether I should fix this issue. Nicholas was aware of the other's presence that was monitoring this man. However, out of his own sense of compassion, he chose to leave instead of giving chase. A few days later, I received a message from John, making use of the little rest I had between work tasks. I visited Goneril's shop.
ご要望の通り、羽狩りの被害に遭った奴らの遺品を集められるだけ集めてきたよ。
Per your request, I gathered as many mementos of wing hunting victims as possible. Mementos? That means the victims who lost their wings have perished then.
被害者は体力のないミングルがほとんどだ。加えて、羽を刈られるっていうのは相当な痛みとショックを伴うらしいね。
Most of the targets are mingles without much stamina. Having your wings removed causes excruciating pain and physical trauma.
即死とまではいかなくとも、徐々に弱って大半は死んでる。
Even if it isn't instant death, most targets can never recover. The majority are dead. I see. It was a most deplorable crime. My heart ached. Goneril picked up the mementos on the table and raised an eyebrow.
これをどう使う気だい？眺めてたところで犯人が割り出せるようなものじゃないと思うんだけどね。
How are you going to use these things? I highly doubt you'll uncover the culprit just by admiring them. Well,
俺たちなりのやり方で調査するつもりだ。これだけ集めてもらえれば問題ない。
we'll investigate with our own methods. With how much you've collected, we'll succeed. John and I wanted to use my face sight to see clues that would lead to the culprit, but I couldn't tell Goneril that. While I fumbled for words, John explained in my stead. Goneril gave him a meaningless glance. Your own methods, huh?
じゃあ、私は酒場にでも顔出してくるわ。ってわけで、留守番は任せたよ、ジョンボーや。
And I guess I'll drop by a pub in the meantime. Watch the shop for me, John boy. I will. I'm gonna check Flow. I'm just curious. Does this have... Just says the truth. Okay. Do I have an idea of what this means? No idea. It's a straight line. I don't know. There might not be any choices. I'm so grateful for Goneril's considerate side. She gave us space to be vague about the circumstances we can't disclose. I assumed that Goneril would march right out, but her steps halted just before the door.
そういえばさ、お嬢ちゃん。舞踏会での白百合の君はどんな様子だった？
Before I go, what was the White Lily like during the ball? White Lily, you mean Lily, right? Back then she was... When I recalled the Lily's behavior during the ball, I felt just a little puzzled. I had the feeling that she's unnaturally eager to arrange meetings between the Queen and me. She was delighted when she succeeded. It seems like Lily wanted me to be on good terms with the Queen, though I don't know why she desires it so.
けど、お嬢ちゃんは女王と懇意になるつもりどころか、真逆の道を取ろうとしてる。それであってるかい？
But you don't intend on becoming intimate with the Queen. In fact, you're about to tread the opposite path. Do I have that right? I certainly do. You certainly do. I dropped hints to Goneril all along about our intention, so I nodded decisively. The woman's maroon lips curled into a
そう
grin.
いうことなら、私はがぜんお嬢ちゃんの味方だよ。これからも力を貸してやるから、安心しな。
If that's the case, you can be confident that I'm on your side. I'll continue to help out so you can rest easy. Thanks. As I reeled from the sudden declaration, Goneril left her establishment. John, do you think Goneril was something against the Queen or Lily?
さあな。あってもなくても、俺たちの味方だって言うなら、それだけで十分だろう。
Who knows? Even if she does, as long as she says that she has our back, that's all we need to know.
それより早く見た方がいい。今日もあまり長いはできないんだよな。
But back at to the task at hand, using your sight, you can't stay too long today either, no? John was the voice of reason. I drove the question about Goneril from my mind for now and reached for my belongings, for the belongings of the deceased. I'll start now. Could be the sister of her dead husband.
お嬢、そろそろ休んだらどうだ？
How about you rest now? Just after I used my sight on the fifth memento, John called out to me and my hand stilled. Good idea. I'm tired from using it for so long, and I was able to find some things in common from the five.
共通点か。何が見えたんだ？
Things in common? What did you see? Firstly, all victims were attacked at night. I also caught a glimpse of the face of the culprit. The thing is, it was a different person from the one we encountered.
つまり羽狩りは複数犯ってことか。
So the wing hunter is a group? Possibly, but that child Leonardo said that he didn't expect to get attacked during the day. Goneril also said a while ago that the culprit attacks mingles on foggy nights.
いや、待てよ。なら複数犯というより、夜に出る方が本物で、俺たちが遭遇した昼間のやつは。
Rather than a criminal group, it kind of sounds like we ran into a simple copycat. Either way, we can't leave them be. There's still the possibility that they're accomplices. For now, we should try to come into contact with the other wing hunter. There should be enough clues to find
そんな
them.
風に言うってことは、羽狩り犯が現れる場所にも共通点があったのか。
Sounds like you saw something else in common between the victims. Yes, the scene of the crime. Do you know of any place that fits this description? Once I gave him a rundown of the features, I remember John mulled it
これ
over.
だけ手がかりがあれば調べられると思う。けど、少し時間をくれ。
Without many hints, I think I can find it, but give me a little time. Sure thing. Let's meet up again later. After making the arrangements, it was about time I returned to the estate. I walked for a while when I left the shop before I bumped into someone I knew. Philip, are you also on errands? I was in charge of errands today.
やあ、ローズ。そっか。当番は君だったっけ？
Hey, Rose, right. You're on duty
で
today.
も俺のは別件。ダニエル様の用事で給品院に行くところなんだ。
I'm here for something else. I'm on my way to the almshouse per Lord Daniel's request. Lord Daniel? The name rang a bell, but I didn't recall the details. His smile slightly wistful, Philip leaned in towards me.
リリー様の夫君。俺がもともと仕えていた方だよ。あの方の遺言で時々様子を見に行ってるんだ。
He's Lady Lily's late husband, the person I originally served. It was his dying wish that I visit the almshouse from time to time. Oh. Aware of how grim that sounded, Philip leaned away from me and donned his usual playful demeanor.
ああ、遺言って言っても深刻な感じじゃないよ。ダニエル様が保護した子たちの顔を見て、みんな元気って声かけて終わりっつうか。
I call it a dying wish, but it isn't something somber. I only hop over to see the kids that Lord Daniel took custody of and ask if they're happy and healthy and
ほ
all.
ら、俺ってノリがこんなんだからさ、子供たちに心を開いてもらいやすいんだよね。
You know the kind of energy I have. It's easy for kids to open up to me, so yeah, I see.
あ、意外だなって思ってるだろう。ひどいな。
Hey, aren't you too surprised that I do this? Oh, you meanie. Oh, no, it wasn't my intention. His shoulders slumped dramatically, leaving me bewildered on how to console him. Philip, however, grinned again right away.
なんてね。普段の俺を知ってたら、そう思うのは当然当然。
Just kidding. It's supernatural to think that after seeing what I'm usually
基
like.
本適当だし、やらかしてばっかだし。でも情に熱いところもあるって知って、君に見直してもらえたら嬉しいな。
I can be sloppy and I keep screwing up, but I'd be happy if you could change your opinion of me, seeing that I have my devoted side. I know that you are a devoted person, Philip. I've seen your kindness. You show her leadership. Furthermore, I wasn't surprised just now. I simply thought that you must have cherished Lord Daniel very much. At that, Philip paused, as if exposed. Sheepishness took over his face.
うん。君の言う通り。ダニエル様は孤児の保護を積極的にしてた人で、半端者の俺のことも拾ってくれた大恩人なんだ。
Yeah, you got that right. Lord Daniel was a great guy. He took orphans under his wing. He even picked up a lousy kid like me.
だからさっきは遺言って言ったけど、俺がダニエル様の言葉を勝手に解釈して、志を引き継いでるって感じでさ。
You know, this isn't exactly what he ordered me to do. It's more like an idea of what he'd want. Taking the torch from him in a way.
って悪い。つい引き止めちゃったな。君もそろそろ屋敷に戻らな
My
いと
bad.
ま
I
ずい
kept
で
you
しょ
here without thinking. You'll be in trouble if you don't get back to the estate soon, right? Yes, thank you for the
じゃあ
reminder.
また後で。
See you around.
俺、戻るのはちょっと遅くなるかもだけど、夕飯は取っといてくれよな。
I might be getting back late, so save some dinner for me. All right, I'll pass it to Charlotte. Philip sprinted away like a whimsical storm. I had a different impression of him now, but I wouldn't pinpoint the change by staring at him, so I briskly made my way back to my workplace. After gaining some distance, Philip came to a stop and turned to face the way he came. Looking anguished, he watched as his coworker gradually faded into the distance, however. Thief, someone catch him!
誰が捕まるかよ。
No way in hell.
よりによって俺の前に来るかね。
Ugh, in front of me of all people. Seeing the pickpocket child that charged right before him, Philip dragged out alongside. He reached out his arm nonchalantly.
よっと。おい、捕まえた。
All right, here, gotcha.
離せよ。
Let go, let go.
悪いけど、はいそうですかってわけにはいかないんだ。俺にも立場ってもんがあるからさ。
Sorry, but I can't, little sir. Obligations are a thing in my position.
よし、よく捕まえてくれたな、兄ちゃん。このコソ泥がヤードも呼んだから覚悟しろよ。
Nice, thanks for catching him, lad. You filthy thief. I'm calling the yard, so you better prepare yourself.
泥棒ってのは、またエデンの子供ですか。まったくろくな奴らじゃないな。
I heard about a thief here. An Eden child again. I see. Seriously, they're all nothing but trouble.
あなたがこの子供を捕まえてくれたと。お名前を伺っても。
And you're the one who caught this kid, got it? May I ask for your name?
フィリップ・オルティスです。バーンスタイン家でフットマンをしています。
Philip Ortiz. I work as a footman at the house for Bernstein.
バーンスタイン。5家の筆頭ではないですか。フットマンも優秀だとはさすがですね。
Bernstein, isn't that the leader of the five houses? Even their footmen are outstanding. I should have expected nothing less.
貴族の犬が。お前には俺らみたいなコソ泥の気持ちはわかんないだろう。
Damn dogs, you'd never understand how thieves like me
ただ
feel.
必死に生きてるだけなのに。一生恨んでやる。牢屋から出たら復讐しに行くからな。
It's a lot of energy from a small child. We're only trying to survive, that's all. I'll hate you until the day I die. Once I get out of jail, I'll get revenge on you.
そう簡単に出られると思うなよ。ほら行くぞ。
Don't assume you can get out that easily. Come on, time to move. The child glared resentfully at Philip, who the entire time as he was dragged away. Similarly, Philip watched over him, never looking away.
いつから俺は恨まれる側になったんだろう。
Oh boy, when did I start working for the man? I used to be just like that kid.
まあ、戻るつもりはないけどね。
Well, I've got no plans on going back. Perhaps it'd be more precise to say that he couldn't go back even if he wanted to. That thought crossed his mind, but Philip never voiced it. A few days later, I found myself in Goneril's shop again. Goneril left and asked us to look after the shop. Right now, I was sitting across from John, who was hanging his head remorsefully.
悪い、お嬢。一人で突っ走った挙句に最悪の事態になった。
Sorry, my lady. I pushed forward alone without discussing it with you, and it led to this worst-case scenario. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It would have been difficult for me to find a reason to go out into the streets at night anyway. John had figured out the place the wing hunter would likely appear based on what I had seen, but when he went to scout it out, he had been attacked by the likely culprit, and during the fight, the attacker died.
妙な動きをしたと思ったら、俺に襲いかかってきたんだ。
One moment he made a weird movement, and the next he started coming at
当
me.
たり前だけど、俺は致命傷を与えてない。情報を得るために捕まえるべきだと思ったからな。
Of course, I didn't deal the fatal wound myself. I figured I should capture him alive to gain information, but he killed himself.
死ぬ前にその男はこれ以上の失敗は許されないと言ってたんだ。
Before he died, the man said that any future failure was
どういうこと
unforgivable.
か探ろうかとも考えたけど、下手をすると自分が殺人犯の疑いをかけられる恐れもあったから。
I wanted to understand what he meant, but with one
こ
mistake,
れが顛末だ。
I'd become a suspect in his death, so I left. You did the right thing, in my opinion. I'm glad that you're safe. On that topic, did you get anything? Is it alright with you? Could I try my face sight on you? Everything happened so quickly. If I take a look, I may notice something you missed in the heat of the moment.
そうだな。なら頼んだ。
Good point. I'm counting on you. No problem. I'll start now. Lululululululululu.
これ以上の失敗はあのお方が許さない。
If I fell again, they won't forgive me. I must atone. This is the scene John just described to me. I don't see anything we didn't already know. Huh? The necklace, the symbol. Instead, I swear I... Something, please, household. What?
何か気になるものでも見えたのか？
Do you see something intriguing? Yes, but I'm not sure how to interpret what I saw. Forcing my chaotic mind to settle down, I looked to John to share my bewilderment. I saw two memories. The first was the man's suicide, just as you described it to me. The second was likely the man's memory. I think he was working for someone from House Bernstein.
じゃあつまり羽狩りの黒幕は女王じゃなくてバーンスタインってことか？
Does that mean that the mastermind isn't the queen but Bernstein? I'm not sure. Wing hunting is completely at odds with House Bernstein's virtuous reputation. I was sure there was more to the family than meets the eye, some hidden backstory, but this conclusion didn't seem right.
そう考えると黒幕は女王でバーンスタインはその指示で羽狩りを行っているって可能性の方が高いかもしれないな。
All things considered, it may be more likely that the queen's mastermind and Bernstein's operate under the same instructor. That's convenient theory. They have sworn fealty again, after all. If it is her command, they might follow it however unreasonable. Both of us fell silent. As a resolution kindled in my chest, I looked up at John. I've made up my mind. I'll try investigating the wing hunter at the Bernstein estate.
いや、ダメだ。
No.
危険すぎる。
Nothing good.
ただでさえ8年前の件でいろいろ探ってたんだ。これ以上動くのは。
No, not happening. It's too dangerous. You're already probing into all kinds of things to shed light on the tragedy 8 years ago. If you make any more ripples, I've managed up until now, haven't I? Even if the topic of my searching changes, the risk I face doesn't. Ooh, my voice. Just a little cracking. Plus, you've thrown yourself into danger by standing up against the culprit who did the dirty work. It's my turn to make a move.
言い出したら聞かないよな、お嬢は。
I know you're the type who won't listen once you've decided something for yourself. John let out a sigh of resignation. I smiled brightly to reassure him. They gave me a major role at the ball, so I think I've gained trust within the estate. My excuses are all the more convincing now. After my bravado, however, I promised John one thing. If I felt that things became at all perilous, I would retreat right away. Upon my return to the Bernstein estate, I pretended to busy myself with work as I promptly investigated the premises. Even if I use my face sight, I won't readily find the information until I narrow down the right place or person. Logically speaking, the private room of the Bernstein head, Edmund, would be the place with the most confidential information, but infiltrating it was too dangerous. Only Nicholas is allowed into Edmund's room after all. Right, Nicholas. Of course, my second best target was the one who accompanied Edmund the most. With that realization, I started for Nicholas's office. No one was present in the room. I knew Nicholas went to the royal palace with Edmund today, but I still breathed a sigh of relief. I want to avoid ending up in a situation where I have to make an excuse. The problem was that I should peer into. The problem was what I should peer into. I am annoyed. This version, she's using her face sight hand like left and right. She's learning all this stuff through face sight. She didn't do any of this in the other games. Like, she kept like going like, I'm gonna touch him. You could have touched his clothes. You could have touched a book he touched. You could have touched anything, and you had to be like, I gotta touch him, and then it kept fucking with her because she'd touched something she shouldn't, and they'd be like, hey, why'd you do that? Because she's trying to touch people instead of like their shirt or their jacket. Do you know how many people come wearing coats that they have to take off? There's so many choices she had. After wrestling with my choices, I decided on the place Nicholas likely spent the most. Also, she was suspicious of everyone the first time around. She should have been checking all of their shit all the time. Praying that I'd gain the intel I sought, I activated my face sight and touched his chair. Girls using this constantly now. What is it, Philip?
ニコラスさんから頼まれた仕事が終わったので報告に来ました。あとは明日の来客に備えておけばいいですか？
I finished the job you gave me, Mr. Nicholas, so I'm here to report back. Is preparing to receive our guest all that's left.
そうだな。仕事が終わったならば久々に稽古をつけるか。
If you finished your work, shall I arrange some jewels for you? It's been too long. Why all of a sudden?
必要ないなら構わない。明日の来客に備えておけ。
If it's unnecessary, you may forget I said anything. Concentrate on the preparations for tomorrow. Drill. So is he also training to be a spy, basically? Is that what I'm understanding? Yes, sir. I thought as much, but I won't come across the information I want so easily, huh? But what in the world are the drills that Nicholas mentioned? If he was referring to training a footman, I don't think he'd word it as drills. I was distracted by my puzzlement and realized the presence outside too late. Only after the door opened did I raise my head with a start.
Rose, こんなところで何を?
Rose, what are you doing in here? I'm looking for something. Mr. Nicholas asked me to fetch an item. I was flustered for a moment, but I immediately kept my appearance with a sensible excuse. In response, Edward nodded with his usual smile, seemingly convinced.
なるほど。それで探し物は見つかったかい?
I see. Did you find it? No, I'm afraid it wasn't on the place you specified. I believe I must ask him for new directions once he returns. Edward was acting no different than usual, which was why I let my guard down. When he approached, I thought nothing of it. Until the moment he seized my hand, the idea of running away didn't even cross my mind. Is there something the matter, Lord Edward? I feigned composure. Edward grimaced as he squeezed a hoarse voice out of his throat.
君が本当に探していたものは何だ? アプロズイ・ランドルフ。
Is this the kid? Tell me what you're actually looking for, Aprosi Randolph. Finally, I was struck speechless. To my surprise, Edward's expression softened just before he whispered in my ear. So it's just as I thought.
驚かせてしまってすまない。でも、どうか警戒しないでほしい。私は嘘偽りなく、君と話がしたいだけなんだ。
My apologies for giving you a fright, but please don't be too wary. I only wish to talk to you without any guises or deceit. I could never feel reassured in this situation, but when Edward peered at me up close, I didn't find any darkness in his eyes. Understood? The sole light within this tumultuous turn was Edward's sincere attitude. If he wished to question me, he likely wouldn't use forceful means. Clinging to that slim hope, I left the room following after Edward. Girl, run.
欲しがりの魔女の物語の続きを聞きたい。だって?
You want to hear what's the next part of this greedy witch's story, you say?
続き。と言っても語れることなんてもうほとんどないぞ。まあでも、あと少しなら話してやるか。
Even if you ask, there's hardly anything left to say. I suppose I could tell you just a little more.
彼女は 愛も変わらず様々な手段を用いて愛しいものを手に入れようと画策していた。
As always, she made use of her multifarious methods to get her hands on her beloved.
協力者を増やした彼女は自分を憎んでもおかしくないような相手さえも屈服させて、
She gained more allies, forcing even those who had every right to despise her to their
ついに
knees.
は戸国のものまで懐柔してしまった。いやはや恐ろしい。まさに魔女だ。
Like a cherry on top, she even won over some of Fremdelin. Well, well, what a terrifying woman. No title is more befitting than witch.
おかげで国は乱れに乱れて崩壊寸前。え？それがどうして愛しいものを手に入れる手段になるのかって？
All because of her, the country has spiraled into uncontrollable unrest. Huh? How does this help her obtain her beloved, you ask?
それは俺にもわからない。でもあいつは未だに信じてるのさ。
I don't have a clue either, but even now, that woman has full faith.
すべてをめちゃくちゃにすれば自分の欲しいものが手に入るだろうってね。
As long as she wreaks havoc in the nation, she will obtain what she wants, so she believes.
物語はここで幕開だ。続きは自分の目で確かめるといい。
Thus concludes our intermission. If you want to know what happens next, go confirm it with your own eyes. Obrion, fucking what? Edward guided me to his private quarters. Out of consideration, he left the door ajar before beckoning me to the windows that were opposite the corridor.
椅子に座って。君が気にするなら私も座るから。対等な立場で話をしよう。
Please take a seat. If you don't mind, I'll sit down as well so that we may talk as equals. Equals, that's the last word that could describe the two of us. What's his game? There was no end to my questions. As he stated, Edward took the initiative to sit down on a chair before staring squarely at me.
まず私が君の正体を知った経緯。いや、君を調べようと思ったきっかけについて話そう。
I'll start by sharing the particulars of how I learned of your identity. No, the initial reason that spurred me to investigate you.
あのデビュタントの日、陛下が君に特別な興味を示しているのが気になった私は、その理由を知りたいと思った。
On the day of the debutante ball, Her Majesty displayed exceptional interest in you. I was intrigued and I wanted to know the
そ
cause.
してその件とは別に、私にはずっと調べていたことがある。
I'd already been engaged in a separate investigation for a long time
8年
too.
前、エルトビーク村で起きた惨劇についてだ。あの件には父上、
Into the tragedy that
Bernstein
occurred
公爵
8 years
も関わ
ago
ってい
at
て。
Eldbeek. My father, Marquez Bernstein, was involved in that incident. All too readily, he spoke of exactly the information I wanted to know. He stood up from his seat silently. He returned his after fetching a bundle of paperwork.
私が調べたすべてが書いてある。主に、バーンスタインがあの事件でどのような役割を果たしていたかについてだけれど。
All of my findings are written here. It mostly focuses on what kind of roles the Bernstein played in the incident. That
陛
said,
下がある娘を手に入れるために、御家に命を下したこと。そしてバーンスタインからは、父上が村に赴いたこと。
I've also looked into the royal decree Her Majesty issued to the 5 houses to obtain a certain girl. How father marched on the village as Bernstein's
ランドルフ公
representative.
爵家の家族構成。それぞれがどのような運命をたどったかについて、調べられる限り調べてある。
The family structure of House Randolph, the fate of each member of the family. I have investigated everything within my power. My heart pounded against my rib cage as I reached my hands out, my pulse thundering in my ears as the papers brushed my fingertips. Steeling myself, I flipped through the documents and skimmed the contents. The Randolph's head and his wife are dead. Their corpses were verified. The son's remains were impossible to distinguish due to extreme mutilation. The daughter, fate unknown. Though the remains of the head and his wife were burned, their deaths were caused by stab wounds. Additionally, their bodies bore many unnatural small abrasions. From all the above finding, it's very likely that Edmund Bernstein was the culprit who killed the pair. As I read the graphic descriptions, my hands shook. I parted my lips to say something, anything, but my mouth trembled uncontrollably, too. It took me a long time to find my voice. Your investigation into the past is evidently thorough, but I believe it too much of a stretch that you discovered my identity solely with that you have what you've compiled here.
そうだね。だから、先ほどの君への問いかけは賭けだった。
You're right. That's why my question earlier was a
君が
gamble.
認めなければ、こんな風に話をしようとは思わ
If you
なかっ
didn't
た。
acknowledge your identity, I never would have taken it this far. In other words, I made a foolish blunder. I'm a fucking idiot. Breathing out a sigh of resignation, I stared steadily at Edward. You have made yourself clear. Well then, do as you see fit. Take me to the queen or to the yard, or my hands are tied at your discretion. I put on a meek attitude, but I had full intentions on bewitching him with my face sight the moment he reached for me. Yet that never happened. I didn't know what he was thinking, but Edward chose to lean further back into his seat across from me.
そんなことはしないよ。私が8年前の件を調べていたのは、
I won't be doing that. I
非道な
investigated
行いを
Elfby
許せなかったからだ。
because I found their unjust deeds intolerable.
私は、陛下も、陛下に従った父上も、等しく罪を償うべきだと考えている。君もそうなんだろう。
My opinion is that the queen and my father are equally obligated to atone for their sins. You feel the same way, don't you? His statement betrayed my expectations. I had eyes wide. Oh gosh. His statement betrayed any expectations I had. His eyes wide, my real thoughts slipped out. Not just atone. I've clung to life until this day with the sole wish of inflicting as severe a punishment on them as they deserve. Whether it's the queen or those who obeyed her, I want them to taste the same agony my family and the villagers suffered.
君にしてみたら当然の感情だろう。ただ、私個人の気持ちを言わせてもらえば、君には手を汚してほしくなどないよ。
It's an understandable sentiment in your position, but my personal wish is that you don't dirty your hands.
それこそ、8年前の陛下や父上たちのように、彼らの行いを非道だと思うからこそ、
That's exactly what Her Majesty Father and the Five Houses did 8 years ago. I don't want you to tread that same path of injustice. He preached about an ideal world. It's his nature, but the hatred in my heart can't yield to his utopian daydreaming so easily. Unable to find any reply, I kept silent. Edward continued.
君のやりたいことをすべて後押しするとは言えないけれど、私もできる限り。
I can't promise that I can support everything you wish to do, but I will aid you whenever
そ
possible.
こで、改めて尋ねたい。さっきは何を探していたんだ？私の調査内容に。
With that in mind, I want to ask you again, what were you searching for earlier? Was that answer you seek within my findings? I don't think he's lying about wanting to help, but that's why I showed him, oh god, that's why he showed me all this. Thus, man's sincerity is genuine. That said, I wasn't naive enough to trust Edward on the spot. I also had a feeling that being tight-lipped would be meaningless. Not to mention that since he's a Bernstein, it might be better to inform him. The reports written here are one piece of a story I was looking for, but what I was searching for today were leads on the Wing Hunter.
羽狩り？なぜ君があの件について？
Wing Hunter, why delve into that case? It's because I suspect the queen might be pulling the strings behind the wing hunts. I also determined that the Wing Hunter is in contact with someone of House Bernstein. What? Impossible.
そんなバカ陛下が羽狩りを主導。しかも、バーンスタインを使って。だって。
Her Majesty's behind the wing hunts and she's using House Bernstein to do it?
さすがに、それは信じがたいな。
Frankly, I find that unbelievable. How in the world did you procure such information? Edward was so dramatically shaken I would have given him a standing ovation. His confusion paradoxically brought me relief. As a member of the Five Houses, you may have heard of it, but I possess a power called Fey Sight Hand. When I touch something, I'm able to see the memories of objects and people. Within what such memory, I saw the culprit, the wing hunter, talked to someone.
その会話の中で犯人がバーンスタインの名を口にした。
And in that conversation, the culprit dropped the Bernstein name, I see. Yes, exactly. I wasn't able to catch everything they said, but I heard them address someone as Bernstein. Presented with a reasoning, Edward regained his composure. Looking thoughtful, he placed a hand on his chin.
一つ確認なんだけれど、君は羽狩りの犯人と接触したということかな。
I would like to confirm one thing.
そのように聞こえたけれど。
Does that mean you came in contact with a wing hunter? That's what it sounds like. To be accurate, it was my ally who encountered the culprit. When I peered into my ally's memories, I also caught the hunters. That said, the man in question committed suicide, so it may provide difficult to gain any further information. After giving Edward the details of the place where the wing hunter perished, he nodded.
わかった。確認してみよう。とはいえ、私は君が作り話をしているとは思わないよ。
Got it. I will confirm things on my end, not that I believe that you're making things
君の
up.
立場や見せてくれた能力を考えれば疑う余地もない。それに、羽狩りの件に関わるのは君にとっては本来意味がないことなはず。
Considering your circumstances and the power you had displayed, there is no room for doubt. There's no other reason you would involve yourself in the wing hunters besides.
それなのに行動を起こしているというのは、君はもしや義憤に駆られて羽狩りについて調べ始めたのではないかな。
Yet you took action, which means did you start investigating the wing hunts out of righteous indignation? It's exactly as you said. The queen wasn't satisfied killing my loved ones. She needed yet more blood. Does her immortality extend to all vulnerable? The moment, oh God, I don't know why I couldn't say vulnerable just then. The moment I saw the truth, I simply could not sit still. I took action while knowing the danger. I know it's a foolish divergence. Hearing my self-deprecating words, Edward leaned towards me, an even more solemn light in his eyes.
君の気持ちは立派なものだ。
No, your feelings are respectable.
感銘を受けたとすら言えるし、
You must know that I'm deeply
や
moved.
はり私は君に力を貸そうと思う。
I'm confident that I want to lend you my power and resources.
8年前の件はもちろんのこと。
There's the incident 8 years ago,
今
of
のこの
course.
国の状況を考えると、
But if you also consider this nation's present
一
state,
刻も早く玉座を退いてもらう
it's
必要がある。
necessary for our queen to step down from her throne as soon as
その
possible.
ために味方を増やそうと思っていたところだ。君がそうなってくれたら嬉しいんだけれど。
I started considering making more allies for that
ア
sake.
プローズ。
If you're willing to become one such ally, I'll be elated. What do you think, Aprose? Now that the cat is out of the bag, forming an alliance with Edward might just be an ideal choice. I'd end up reporting it to John after the fact, but it was better to settle the matter here. I understand for now I shall put aside my thoughts about what to do with the Queen and the Marquez, but only for now. If you're willing to accept that, let's join forces, Lord Edward.
こちらこそよろしく。それから、二人きりの時はエドと
Of course,
協力者なのだから。
I should be the one asking you, and when it's just the two of us, call me Ed. We're allies after all. Softening his features with a relieved smile, Ed extended a hand and I shook it. I could have never predicted such a situation today. The tides were turning. After that, Ed and I exchanged information whenever we found the time. Today was one such day. We spoke in the vacant library. I shared the possibility that there might be more than one wing hunter, as well as the lead to my suspicion of the Queen's involvement. And how is it on your end? Have you found any links between the wing hunter and Bernstein, or Ed?
いや、すまない。
Not so far, I'm sorry.
これまでの状況や陛下との距離感を考えると、
Considering the circumstances until now,
父上だと思うんだけれど。
and his intimacy with the Queen, her cooperator is likely father.
父上はもとよりニックのガードが固くてね。君にもう一度見てもらう手もあるけれど。
But my father's always been a guarded man, and so is Nick. we've the option of using your sight again, but it burdens you, doesn't it? The side effects are nothing to worry about. The problem is that I don't always it doesn't always yield to my intel I want. That's the frustrating part. Talking casually with Ed felt strange at first, but he interacted with me so affably that I had started showing my natural self too. That aside, you've seen the next. That aside, you've seen. Oh God, you're seen as the next head, but surprisingly, you can't move as you like.
俺は厳格なこの一族の中では異端だ。
Gosh, when you keep saying the same word and it's wrong every
父上
time.
がバーンスタインのスタンダードだ。といえば、君にもわかるだろう。
I've somewhat of a maverick in this strict household. Father is the standard of House Bernstein. You understand? In the back of his mind, I pictured Edmund. Even his features were strict and cold-hearted.
とはいえ、うまくいかないからといって、手をこまねいているつもりもないよ。
Yet the fact that this isn't smooth selling doesn't mean that I'm just going to stand
一
by.
族の牙城が崩せないのなら、陛下の側からアプローチしてみようと思う。
If I can't break into the stronghold of my house, I can approach someone on the queen's side instead.
そもそも、陛下主導で羽狩りが行われているのなら、陛下を止めれば全て解決する話だ。
Assuming that Her Majesty is truly directing the wing hunts, all our problems will vanish if we stop her. Ed might be a black sheep, but he wasn't incompetent. His quick, fluid thinking exuded the capable aura of someone born to lead. It was true that he was a sheltered young nobleman, but he was anything but compliant. But wouldn't stopping the queen be much harder than interfering with your own family? Do you have any tactic in mind?
味方になってくれそうな者たちに心当たりがある。落日の渡りガラス。君も噂ぐらいは聞いたことがあるだろう。
I have an inkling some may be willing to join your cause, the Twilight Ravens. Surely you've heard rumor of them. Yes, if memory serves, that's the organization that claims they'd attacked the exhibition, no?
そう。彼らはいわゆる反女王派。そして、ある程度の武装を整えているとの話も。
They're what you call anti-royalists.
手を組めれば心強い相手になるだろう。
I've heard that they're prepared arms to a certain extent. They'd be They'd be a hearteningly ally. God, heartening. There we go. I see, but how will you approach them? An armed group of ruffians shaking hands with a noble of the Five Houses sounds tricky.
そこを君に頼みたいんだ。確か君の協力者は情報屋のような家業をしている。
That's why I'd like to entrust this to you. You mentioned that your ally is an info broker, right?
落日の渡りガラスと接触する方法を調べるように。
Could you pass on a request to look into a way to contact the Twilight Ravens? Ed didn't look troubled in the least about this point I raised, instead voicing his request with a radiant smile. He was sincere, respectful, and he didn't hold himself back. Over the past few days, I had learned his strong points for myself. I don't mind, still, it seems I am taking the most action without much in exchange. Aren't we allies? What will you do for me?
安全を提供する。というか、すでにしていると思っているけれど。あとは、調査の費用もすべて俺が持つよ。
I'll provide safety. Actually, I'm pretty sure I'm already doing that. Other than that, I'll take care of all investigation expenses. Safety, fair enough. I was using my status as a Bernstein maid as a cover for my activities. Then he didn't expose me should have been more than enough. Then it'd be great if you could make it easier for me to act while you're at it. If I continuously take errands during the investigation, other servants are going to raise eyebrows. That's true.
了解した。
Okay, I'll take care of it. Having earned new excuses to head out for Edward's business, I headed straight to the Goneril shop.
お嬢からバーンスタインの息子と手を組んだと聞いたときは心臓が止まるかと思ったけど
When you told me you had allied with the son of Bernstein, my lady, I thought my heart stopped.
あいつただのお人よしかと思いきや結構人使いが荒いな
I assumed the guy was a plain old softie, but he's actually quite a tyrannical boss, huh? I reported to John about my collaborations with Edward after hearing my request this time. Even he was grimacing. I said something similar, but when he says it's thanks to him that I can move around freely in that estate, I can't argue back.
まあお嬢の安全を保証してくれてる点には俺も感謝する
I'm also grateful that he's guaranteeing your safety, my lady. It was in character for John to be placated by that point. He shifted his gaze onto
手っ取り
Goneril.
早く接触しようと思うなら落日の渡りガラスのアジトを探すのがいいだろうなやれそうか
The quickest and most effortless way to contact them is probably by locating their hideout. Think you can do that?
ああ、いいよ。
Yeah,
お坊
sure
ちゃん
thing.
は金に糸目はつけないようだし、それほど苦労せずに調べはつくはずさ。
It sounds like the young master doesn't care about budget, so we should be able to find something no problem. Then please start looking right away. I want to stop the queen as soon as possible so that there won't be any more victims.
はいはい、わかったよ。
Gotcha, in that
そう
case,
いう
John
ことなら
Boy.
ジョンボーや。あんたにも当然動いてもらうから
I'm
ね。
gonna ask that you play a part too.
ここのパブには荒くれ者がよく集まってる。それからこっちのパブには裏に精通してる奴らが顔を
The
出すから
wild and rowdy meet up at this
情報収集
pub.
には
Those well versed in affairs of the underground often show up at this pub over there, so it's perfect for info gathering.
あんたも大概人使いが荒
You're
いな
quite the tyrannical boss, too. Spreading out a map close at hand, Goneril doled out directions. John glared at her, but marched to the door without complaint.
全部は急げだ行ってくる何か分かったらすぐ知らせるよ
Strike while the iron's hot, so they say. I'll go now. If you learn anything, tell me. After watching John as he left, I also picked up my bag and stood. I'll be off too. It's easier for me to come out thanks to Ed. So I'll show up again tomorrow.
了解。
Roger.
金づるのお坊ちゃんにもよろしく伝えとくれ。
Pass on my regards to our cash cow. The sarcastic greeting was just like Goneril. I waved at her before leaving the shop as well. Taking a puff of her pipe, Goneril stared at the shut entrance door for a while, but what she saw was someone no longer in this world.
あの子たちに手を貸せば、私の願いも叶うかな。きっと兄さんはバカなことはやめろと言うんだろうけど。
Is my wish going to come true? If I give those little ones a hand, knowing my brother, he'd probably tell me to stop being so stupid.
自分が過去のしがらみにとらわれてるのは重々承知の上だよ。
I'm well aware that I'm a prisoner of the past, but this is the only path for
私はこ
me.
んな方法しか取れないんだ。
Muttering that, Goneril squeezed her eyes shut. The person she envisioned now wasn't the one who left the land of the living, but the woman she despised with all of her heart. Once I returned to the Bernstein estate, I reported back to Ed before returning to my maid job. I didn't get far before someone addressed me.
あら、お使いにでも行っていたの？
Oh
姿が
my!
見えないから探してしまったわ。
Did you head out on an errand perhaps? I searched everywhere for you. You were looking for me, my lady.
ええ、そうよ。あなたに付き合ってもらいたい場所があるの。ねえ、一緒に来てくれるでしょ？
Yes, I was. There's someplace I'd like you to accompany me. You will, won't you? She's taken a great liking to me ever since we read that picture book together. All I could wonder was why. As she smiled at me, Lily was the image of innocence. Still, I hesitated to reply. Oh, goodness. It's fine. I don't need that save. Oh, there's no status. It's like, why is that grayed out? Could this? Oh, it could go bad. It could go bad. Okay. Understood, I'll attend you. Shall attend you, my lady. I still had a pile of work in the estate, but as a servant of Bernstein, I shouldn't decline my employer's invitation. Judging that, I nodded. Lily clapped with satisfaction.
そうこなくちゃ。それなら早速出かけましょう。
That's the spirit. In that case, let's head out right away. Why is this person paying so much attention to me? As I watched Lily go, unease crept into me.
どうしたの？早くいらっしゃい。
What's the matter? Hurry, follow me. Yes, my lady. But when she turned around, Lily's commanding gaze pierced me. I forced my apprehension down to follow her dutifully. This is the place you wish to visit. Oh no.
そうよ。よく見ないとわからないけれど、質のいい宝石を売る店があると聞いたの。
It certainly is. You can't tell at first glance, but there's a high quality establishment that sells gems this way. The place Lily led me to was a shady alley in one corner of Rouen.
さあ行きましょう。
Let's get
地
going.
図は持っているから、
Don't
安心
worry.
してちょうだいね。
I have a map. My lady, it's dangerous to go into these alleys with just the two of us. I believe it's safer if we have male servants escort you too. Lily prepared to walk down the alley in high spirits, but I deemed it too risky as a pair of women. When she turned around, Lily still wore her smile.
あら、それなら心配ないわよ。
There's nothing to worry about then. Huh? What do you mean? I suddenly sensed someone behind me, but I had no time to react before. A sharp pain shot through my neck. There was a cold sensation, and I realized that I'd collapsed. But my consciousness was already hazy. If I wasn't
付き
mistaken,
添いならね。もう来ているわ。
my escort's already here after all. I thought I heard Lily chuckle in my ear. But then darkness swallowed me. It's pitch black. What happened? Sometime later, I regained my consciousness and tried to put the pieces together. My vision was dark. Even after I opened my eyes, it seemed that my hands and feet were tied because I couldn't move. Is there a bag over my head? There's a cloth wound around my mouth. I can't speak. If I could at least take out my pocket watch, thinking that, I started shuffling when I heard a distant sound. Don't tell me. I knew I was ignorant about things that were common knowledge to others, but even I could recognize the sound of the harbor. I'm on a ship, but that means, oh no. The moment I had that thought, I felt gentle swaying below my body. The sensation told me that my theory was on the mark. My heart dropped into a pit of despair. My destination was likely Fremdelin. I didn't want to imagine the fate of someone who was carried there against her will. Oh, that's fair. You know what? Ooh. Oh, Lily. How am I your enemy? How am I your enemy? Tisk, 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 tisk. I'll accompany you. Let's go. My apologies, my lady. I have just returned from Lord Edward's errand. I'm afraid I have to ask for Mr. Nicholas's instructions. This is just a hunch, but I feel like I shouldn't be too intimate with Lily. Considering how she had led me by the nose during the ball, wariness had sprouted in me. I turned her down with a believable excuse.
そう。それなら仕方がないわね。
I see, it seems that I'm out of luck. You have to do every ending? I don't have to. It's a choice. For an instant, cold dissatisfaction took over her expression, but she immediately regained her usual demeanor.
お供はフィルに頼むことにするわ。でも、次はあなたが付き合ってくれるかしら。またお話ししたいの。
I'll ask Philip to attend me, but could you accompany me next time? I so dearly wish to chat. Yes, I would love to. Receiving my nod, Lily disappeared down the corridor, possibly heading to summon Philip. After watching over her exit, I left as well, heading to the second floor to find Ed. Girl gonna die again. The next day, after obtaining a piece of information at Goneril's shop, I made my way to a certain place with Ed and John. Time was of the essence, so Ed and John made their introductions as we walked.
君が彼女の協力者か。同郷の出。ということは、君も陛下や我々五家のことを。
You also look just like the Fae King. Has anyone ever told you that? So you're her ally. I see. You mentioned that you are from the same hometown. Does that mean that you feel the same way about the Queen of the Five
ご推察
Houses?
の通り、俺もお嬢と同じ気持ちです。でも、だからこそ俺はあなたと組むという彼女の
As
意
you
思を
have
尊重し
determined,
てる。
I share my lady's sentiment, and that is the sole reason I am respecting her wishes to join hands with
な
you.
ので、俺も同等の協力者として扱ってください。ジョンと呼んでもらって構いません。
Please treat me as an equal and ally as well. You may call me John. He must have deemed that it was meaningless to use an alias in this situation. Ed responded with a frank attitude.
わかった。
Got it.
なら俺のこともエドでいい。協力者になったからには、
Then you can
君
call
や
me
彼
Ed
女の思い
too.
に自分なりに応える覚悟だよ。
I'm prepared to assist you in these matters in my own way. Now that we are collaborators.
そう願いますよ。
I'm glad.
と、
We're
そ
arriving.
ろそろだ。
Hopefully we
間に合え
make
ば
it
いい
in
んだけ
time.
どな。
Right. We had a reason for rushing out so urgently. We received word that the Royalists would soon raid the Twilight Ravens hideout. Thanks to Goneril and John's investigation, we determined yesterday that their base of operations was in Eden. If they owe us a debt of gratitude, I'm sure the better our chances of allying with them. With such calculations, we hurriedly searched for the hideout. It was such a rash operation, we hadn't even decided how we'd infiltrate, but we had to follow this sliver of hope.
ビンゴだな。
Bingo. Oh. Hearing John's whisper, I followed his line of sight. A familiar boy came into view. Leonardo!
お姉さんそれに
Oh, it's you. And Leonardo widened his eyes with astonishment. I rushed up to him, grabbed his arm, and whispered, Leonardo, are you the Raven's info broker?
何言ってんだよ
What are you talking about? I'm not.
警戒しないでほしい。俺たちは警告に来たんだ。
Please don't be alarmed. We came to give you a warning.
ここにもうすぐ襲撃者がやってくる。女王派にアジトの場所が見つかったんだよ。
Very soon, someone will come to attack this place. Royalists have discovered your hideout. The hope we grasped was the humor that a certain boy, Leonardo, was affiliated with the Ravens. If it was the same Leonardo we rescued, we deemed that we would be able to negotiate. Judging by his shock, we had the right person.
その情報をもらっても俺じゃ判断できないけど今日はちょうど旦那が来てるんだ
Even if that's true, I can't do anything about it, but Sir happens to be here today.
さっきの話が本当なら一刻の猶予もないんだろ
If you're being honest, there's no time to lose. Follow
詳し
me.
い話はアジトで聞くよ
I'll ask for details in the hideout. So far, it was smooth sailing. Now that we had to pray that we'd beaten the Royalists to the punch. Racing against time, we followed Leonardo deeper into Eden.
入ってくれ
Come on in. Leonardo ushered us into a building, and we came face to face with a man who we didn't expect.
アレさん、どうしてここに
Al, what are you doing in a place like this?
それは私も聞きたい。レオナルド。
I'd like to ask you the
状況を
same question. Explain, Leonardo.
分かってるってけどのんびりしてる場合じゃないっぽいよ
I know, but it sounds like we can't afford to wait and chat right now.
詳しくは俺から説明する。けど、あなたがリーダーってことで話を進めていいんですね。
I'll give you the details. That said, can I assume you're the leader?
ああ、そうだ。
Yes, I am. I must be dreaming to think that Alfred, is the leader of the Twilight Ravens. There are two entire anti-royalist among the five houses. Will this work in our favor? At the very least, it means he won't be hostile. Well, I was struck with conflicted feelings. Alfred listened to John's explanation and swiftly came to a decision.
女王派が来るとなれば、おそらく先導してくるのは、ボード、ライナスだろうな。となれば、
If royalists are headed here,
越したことはない。
The man leading the charge is likely Linus Ward. We should avoid contact with him as much as possible.
今、アジトにいるのは、アルさんとこの少年の2人だけですか？
Are you and this boy the only ones in the hideout right now?
幸いなことにな。だが使いに出している者たちにも急ぎ伝達を走らせなければ鉢合わせてしまう。
Thankfully, yes, but if I don't send messages out to the others on their task, they'll end up running into the royalists.
じゃあ一刻も早くここを出よう。仲間への伝達は俺たちも協力する。
Then let's leave this place as soon as we can. We'll help get the news to your comrades.
窮地を脱するのに協力する。その代わり手を結ぼう。という話だな。
You'll cooperate with our escape in exchange you wish to join forces, don't you?
理解が早くて本当に助かります。アルさんの考えは後で詳しく伺いますが、
It's truly helpful that you are so quick to catch on.
私たちの目指すところは同じだと思っています。
I'd like to ask you about your vision at length, Al, but I believe our aim is the same.
ああ、おそらくな。レオナルド、身元につながるような痕跡は残していないな。
Likely, yes. Leonardo, you haven't left behind any tracks, right?
当然
Traces?
バッチリ確認した。これからの計画書類も全部処分済みだよ。
No, sir. I checked everything thoroughly. I've disposed of all documents. Sounds like they were already prepared for a raid just in case. They sure are effective. Once Alfred and Leonardo finished preparing to abandon the hideout, they led us to the exit. Just in time, no less. Following Alfred, we vacated the structure the moment we saw the streets outside, however, we froze in
あ
place.
れ俺間違えたかな？
Huh. Did I make a mistake? There on the street that the hideout faced stood the person we were most apprehensive of right now, Linus. His puzzled eyes were shining brightly, not a trace of tension in his tone.
いや、間違いじゃないな。エドもアルフレッドさんも表情に出すぎだ。
Nope, I have the right place, Ed. Alfred, your expressions are too telling. In that moment, Linus narrowed his eyes, though he smiled though he smiled yet, his aura was cold and blood-curdling.
意外な顔ぶれではあるけど、俺のやることに変わりはない。
It's honestly a surprising lineup, but I guess my job is still the same. Linus summoned his wings and sharp claws. There was no opening in his stance. What intimidating presence! Linus is a skilled warrior. I see there must be other members of Ward nearby as well. Standing in front of Leonardo like a shield, Alfred prepared himself to fight. Seeing that, John and I quietly unsheathed our weapons. You could cut the tension with a knife. Edward was the lone exception who didn't draw his sword. Instead, he approached Linus.
ライナ、追い詰められているのは俺たちじゃなく、君じゃないのか。
The one driven to a corner isn't us but you, isn't it?
へえ、どうしてそう思うんだ？
What makes you think that?
周りに配下がいるなら、君はすぐに呼んでるはずだ。でもそんな様子もなく、一人で私たちを相手にしようとしている。
If you had subordinates in the vicinity, you would have summoned them right away, but you didn't. You're trying to take us on alone.
君は仕事に関して情けをかけるタイプじゃないし、相手が俺たちだろうと、そ
We're
れは変わ
on.
らないだろう。
Edward, I'm trying to talk.
それでもこのまま戦おうとしているのなら、
Edward, I'm trying to talk. We're on the truth. We're on the truth. It's the grand old Opry. It's the end. I love your hair. It's been so long. Honestly, this is, oh gosh. Actually, wait. Alexa, please turn on caramel. Oh god. Oh wait. Alexa, please turn on latte. One of them looks off. Oh well. It's already starting to get roots again because this is my hair, but I need to put toner on it because this part is so much different than that part. And I have a toner. And then I'm not sure if I want to do a full head of a different color, but I might do like a strip, like where you part your hair and then you do a strip. But I've been growing out my bangs specifically for one reason, and that is because I'm going to give myself a widow's peak. I want to try it. The good thing with bangs is they grow out. But if I cut it and it looks stupid and I have long, I can at least like even it out at the very end. Just cut that even. It'll be fine. But yeah. It just keeps growing, bro. My hair's too dark. But yeah, look how close we are. We're getting there. We're almost halfway through the truth. You aren't the type to be merciful when it comes to work, even if it's up against friends. However, trying to fight us like this.
どういう事情かはわからないけれど、君は今一人なんじゃないか?
Oh, I don't know exactly what happened on your side, but you're by yourself, aren't you? Linus held Ed's stare for a long while. Then, with a long sigh, he retracted his claws.
まったく。幼馴染っていうのはほんと厄介だね。
Jeez, childhood friends seriously annoyingly. You're reading me like a book.
それはお互い様だな。
That goes both ways. Ed grinned just barely at last. Something akin to Linus's signature smile made it onto his face as well.
わかった。認めるよ。エドの言う通り追い詰められてるのは俺の方だ。
Okay, I'll admit it. Just like you said, Ed, I'm the cornered one here.
ここで戦ったとして多勢に無勢。多分俺が負ける。
I'm heavily outnumbered. If I fought all of you, I'd most likely lose.
でもここで俺を殺したとしても、ウォード一族は止まらないよ。
But killing me here won't stop House Ward. I'm on Lucas's route, so I won't stay too long because I don't want to see too much. That's valid. That's very valid. Lucas's route, out of them all, oh gosh. My favorite? Still my favorite? Yeah. I feel like, and I said this, I think when I played his route, I judge books by their covers, it turns out, and I'm usually right. That was my favorite book. That was my favorite book out of them all. What are your thoughts? You like the game? I would love this game if you trained for 8 years to be a spy and you actually were good at it. She has to rely so much on these guys showing up and saving her. Like, don't give me a damsel. Don't make her be going this route if you want her to be a damsel. Like, it seems really convoluted in a way. But overall, I enjoyed the story. So we're going to see what the true route is. I had a couple hunches, but it seems like it's also going a different direction than I thought it was going to. But overall, I found it was really entertaining. I think the characters' routes were a good length as well, because sometimes I feel like sometimes they just drag them out just for words, and I don't think they did that too much. I will say there's a couple boring routes that felt way too paint by numbers, but I like it. I think it's fun. I like the characters. I like how they put them together, and overall the aesthetic of the game is really good. So I like it. I'm a very cynical sounding person. I do enjoy this game. I actually sent my sister a meme, and it was like, they're like, she's like reading a book, and they're like, you look upset, like, because there's a character in this book, and they're annoying me. And they're like, oh, okay. This is how I relax. The route seems short to me, not too much character, but no, that I would like to see. That's very valid. I also agree with that. I don't feel like the characters at the beginning to the end change too much. You thought it needed to be dragged out? See, I feel the opposite half the time I'm playing games. I feel like they're too long. Who was it who had like 10-hour chapters? I was like, oh my god, you're killing me. Like, I liked how short these are. I feel like they're better. But at the same time, I do feel like their feelings develop a little too fast. It feels like we're enemies and now we're dating a little too quickly, or like they don't develop enough of that relationship. There's not enough will they, won't they to that point. They just suddenly are. And that's a little bit sudden, but I don't know. Given the context that they're in and the way that they're laid out, it feels fine. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, I didn't like Linus. Actually, the two guys, I didn't like Linus, I didn't like Edward's story. Alfred's was fine. It wasn't my favorite. He had the funniest bad ending though, which made me giggle. I like Lucas's overall story. I like the character development for him, because he did come a long way. Ascot's fine. He's fine. And I really didn't care too much for John's story. I didn't care about John. Oh, I didn't care. I wanted to so bad, but he was so boring. He was so boring as a person. I didn't believe him. I will give them one credit for sure. They kept Oberon being an asshole the entire time. There's no point where I'm like, oh, Oberon's actually a nice guy. Never has it happen. So that's where I'm at. But yeah, we're gonna see if we can get to the end today. That's the goal, so that we can start Bodhishihana on Monday. Gotta start making those thumbnails. I gotta get geared up for that one. I liked Linus more than I thought. I thought it would be I would absolutely hate him. I don't think I absolutely hated him, but I mean, he has a different conflict than everybody else does. I just didn't like the force kiss scene, and then I mean, he wasn't too great. I don't know. Alfred's main scene got me. That one got me. I could not. But yeah, I'm glad you're playing it. Are you enjoying it though? Like, are you having fun? I know you think you want them to be longer. I think it's just because I came from Verche, and Verche was killing me. I was dead. Verche had ended me. The chapters were too long. They drowned that game in unnecessary content. They kept trying to world build, and I was like, you guys need to stop world building. If you haven't built your world yet, we need to stop. Gotta stop it. But yeah. I hope you're enjoying it. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to make you stay here too long, since I don't know when they might have some spoilers. There's definitely a lot of information happening in the truth, and the truth is definitely trying to put together the Power Rangers, so from what I can feel, at least. Killing me here won't stop House Ward.
俺に人質の価値はあるかもしれないけど、君たちも顔を見られるわけにはいかないよね。
I might have some value as a hostage, but all of you can't afford to be identified, can you? Ah. I like the beginning, the routes disappointed me. Actually, you know what? There's something that happened in this route. They use her face sight hand way more in this route. I'm like, where the fuck was that the rest of the game? Also, the gathering clues, I thought that would be in every single story, where she's like capturing shards and you're getting like little pieces of people's stories. I thought that was going to keep going into the routes. It doesn't happen in the routes. Why even have that a feature in the prologue if you're not going to continue it into the routes? Like, I felt like there should have been choices that got you a piece of shard, and then those shard pieces come together at like the very end or something. But no, it was only during the prologue. That actually drive me crazy. Ah, yay! I have played Bodhishihana. So excited to be part of those streams. Yeah. We miss you, Ribbon. I'll be so great. I'll be so glad to see you then. I don't know if I have a selected routes yet from Bodhishihana. When I make the thumbnails and I actually see the guys, I'll probably decide then how I want to play it. Obviously there might be some locked routes. I haven't played it yet, so I don't know. But yeah, we're gearing up for that fan disc season. Alright, I might have value as a hostage, but all of you can't afford to be identified, can you? Can you?
ひとまず中で話さないか。落としどころを見つけられるものならそうしたい。
How about we talk inside for the time being? If we can find a compromise, that'd be ideal.
了解です。
Alright. Just like that, we ended up backtracking into the hideout with the most bizarre special guest. It's me. Yeah, actually the bizarre one would be the queen. What if the queen walked in? She's like, it's me, your queen. Leonardo didn't follow up though, instead staying behind and standing outside.
俺は見張りをしとく。聞いちゃまずい話もあるだろ。
So I say hi, thank you for stopping by, Ribbon. I hope you have fun with Mistonia. I'll stay here at this lookout. There must be stuff that I shouldn't hear. Oh my gosh. I don't think we needed the chat where it said that he stayed behind if he was going to say it out loud in the thing. Thanks. The door closed on Leonardo, and Linus then looked over the faces that surrounded him.
まさか落日の渡りガラスにゴゲが2人も参加しているとは思いませんでしたよ。
Frankly, I never would have predicted that 2 members of the 5 houses would have joined the Twilight Ravens.
その認識には誤りがあるな。正確に言わせてもらうなら、落日の渡りガラスに関わっているのは。
That perception is slightly off. To be accurate, I'm the only one who's involved in the Twilight Ravens.
エドワードとそこの2人は今日初めてここを訪れた。
Edward and the other 2 over there are visiting for the first time today. Hearing that, Linus made proper eye contact with me for the very first
君
time.
がどうしてここにいるのかは一番気になってたよ。エドの付き添いではなさそうだけど。
I'm most curious about why you're here. You could have been accompanying Ed, but it doesn't seem like that, so... Should I hide my identity? My indecisiveness only lasted a split second. Mind made up. I conveyed my resolve to the person by my side, John, before saying it. I'll confide in them about my background. I don't think we can secure an alliance with Alfred if I keep it a secret anyways. I don't know what Linus will think, but it might break the current deadlock. At my whisper, at my whisper. John looked as worried as expected, but he was fast to make up his mind.
俺はお嬢に従うよ。けど、危険が及ぶ事態になれば、
I'll go along with your decision, my lady, but if things take a dangerous turn, I won't hesitate to kill everyone here. Bet. Pray that it won't come to that, thanks. I knew John was dead serious and I grew apprehensive because of it, but there was no time to hesitate. Man, imagine that in Wuthering Heights. I shall answer your question, Lord Linus. I'm present here because I also wish to join forces with the Twilight Ravens. We are working towards the same goal of vanquishing the Queen.
随分物騒な話だね。なぜそんな思想を持つようになったのかな。
That's unsettling. How did you end up with such notions in your head?
君は育ちのいい、ごく普通の子に見えるのに、陛下に恨みを持つとは考えられないよ。
You look like you had a good upbringing, like a perfectly normal girl. I don't see why you'd bear resentment for Her Majesty. And what if you knew I was of House Randolph? The moment those words left my mouth, I heard Alfred's breath hitch. Linus in front of me let his jaw drop with surprise. The emotion that then surfaced was fear, or perhaps it was anguish. Either way, I could tell a violent storm stirred in Linus's heart.
ランドルフゆかりの
Can't be.
娘。
But
君はアプローズ。
are you Aprose? He knows me? Girl, that's the most common name. Calm down. Have we met before? Do we know each other, Ulu?
さすがにこれは驚いたな。エドワードは知っていたのか？
I must say that I'm taken by surprise. Lord Edward, were you aware? Linus was at a loss for words, as if taking over for him. Alfred spoke up to address Ed, casting down his eyes. He nodded.
だからこそ、彼女に協力を申し出ました。御家の者として、俺は彼女に償いたいんです。
I proposed this collaboration because I knew her background. I wish to atone for the wrong done to her as a member of the five houses. Atone, I see. You remember when you created that giant bubble? The bubble that held everybody in so they'd all die? Do you remember that? You remember that? The documents Ed showed me didn't describe the movements of other five houses, but judging by their reactions, both Alfred and Linus seemed involved at Eldbeek's destruction, so however, I like to press them. But I had other priorities at present. My reason for wanting to take down the Queen should be evident with this, right?
当然の考えと言えるだろうな。だが、エドワードと組もうと思った理由は？
You could say that it's a natural reaction in your position, but what led you to join forces with Edward? I chose to collaborate with Lord Edward in the order to investigate the wing hunts. There's a chance that the Queen is behind the hunts. If that's true, she's abusing and murdering the vulnerable. It's just it's unforgivable.
陛下が羽狩りを？そんな、ありえない。
The Queen is directing the wing hunts? That can't be.
どうしてそう思ったんだ？
What's led you to this conclusion? Fing, 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 this little guy right here. Let me introduce you to my face-sight hand. The pair didn't conceal their astonishment. I showed my face-sight hand to them and gave the same explanation I'd given Ed.
レオナルドが襲われた羽狩りの件だが、あれも犯人の死体が見つかっている。
Speaking of which, Leonardo was attacked by a wing hunter. The remains of that culprit were discovered as well.
この間の男とは別にってことか。
You mean there was a separate corpse from the man I encountered? John witnessed to the wing hunter's suicide, interjected, maintaining a solemn expression. Alfred nodded.
そうだ。仲間が襲われたとあっては野放しにできないと。 落日の渡りガラスでも犯人を追っていたんだ。
Precisely, one of our own was attacked. We couldn't leave him to do as he pleased, so the Twilight Ravens gave chase.
そして数日前、私が懇意にしているヤードから特徴の似ている変死体が見つかったと連絡が来たので、私がこの目で確かめに向かった。
A few days later, I received a message from a police officer that a man who had died unnaturally was discovered. I went to confirm it with my own
見分
eyes.
した死体はレオナルドの話した特徴で、
Upon
ボケ
inspection,
としても放ってはおけない点があった。
the corpse possessed all characteristics that Leonardo described. There was also something that I couldn't overlook as a member of the Five Houses.
ゴケとしてというと
And by that you mean,
あの男はおそらく戸津国の者。この件は木を見てゴケ会議で話そうと考えてい
the
た。
man was from Fremdalen. I planned on bringing this
こんな場
matter
で
up
話すことになるとは。
during a conference. I never thought I'd be disclosing it here.
とつくに
Fremdalen.
羽狩りは複数犯だっただけでなく国外の者も絡んでいたとおっしゃるんですか？
Are you implying that there's not only are there several hunters, but foreign entities are involved?
いや、待ってくれ。それなら陛下は羽狩りには無関係でしょ。
That can't be true. The queen should have nothing to do with the wing
陛下
hunters.
は戸津国を排斥しようと動いていた。そんな奴らを使うなんてありえない。
Her Majesty drove Fremdalen away from our borders. She would never use people like them. But in the memory I saw, the culprit had an audience with the queen. Alfred's words sparked a chaotic clash of opinions from several sides. It was during this ruckus that I felt something in my pocket. No way. At a time like this? Why, John?
どうした？
What's wrong? Realizing the cause of the sensation, I shouted, but before I could do anything to stop it, a certain someone leapt out. As himself or as a bird?
随分とまあ混戦してるな。よければこの俺が状況を整理してやろうか。
Well, you're all mixed up in one messy tangle. Shall yours truly break down the situation for you? Obrion, what are you thinking revealing yourself in a place like this?
どういうつもりだと？それは俺のセリフ。
What am I thinking? That's my
お
line.
前は横道にそれてばかりな上、こいつらに正体をばらしたりするし。
Not only do you keep getting distracted, you even revealed your identity to this lot.
復讐はどうした？早く俺の願いを叶えろ。
What happened to revenge? Hurry up.
今オベロンと言ったのか？
Did you just say Obrion?
妖精を
The faking?
この鳥が
This bird's the faking?
信じられない。
Unbelievable. Looking over the trio, Obrion twirled pompously in his robin
そう
form.
見えようが見えまいが、俺が妖精王オベロンだ。存分に敬えよ。
Whether I seem like it or not, I'm the Fae King, Obrion. Pay me due respect, mortals. No one's replying. Well, I get it. Just accepting that he is the Fae King is already a struggle, especially in this form.
状況を整理するんじゃなかったのか？
Didn't you come out to break down the situation? John spoke up and shattered the awkward silence. Obrion didn't seem particularly upset as he flitted his wings.
そうそうそう。
Ah, right. That's what I
話は
said.
ずっと聞いてた。まずティアが羽狩りに絡んでるかどうかだが。
Alright, that's what I said. I've been listening the whole time. Firstly, as for whether Tia has a hand in the wing hunts.
あいつはそんなことする必要性がない。羽狩りなんかしなくても力を集められるからな。
There's simply no need for her to do that. She can amass powers without hunting wings. This time, not only did Ed and the others go quiet, John and I did too. At least between the two of us, we were stunned, speechless. Hang on, you mean ultimately the queen is robbing someone's powers after all?
だからそう言ってるだろう。あいつが牢案内に張り巡らせている死脈。
Isn't that what I said? You know the wing veins network she spread all over
あれ
Woan?
はティアのいる王宮につながってる。ティアはそこから力の弱いミングル。そいつらの力を奪い取ってるんだよ。
Those are connected to the royal palace. Through the patterns, she's absorbing the powers of weak Mingles.
お前は知っていたんじゃないのか？
Then you know already. Obrion flapped over to perch on Alfred's shoulder as he tilted his head in question.
ゴ家の幻冬種なら暗黙の了解だ。誰もが知りながら口をつぐんでいた。
It's unspoken knowledge among the five houses' heads, though aware we do not speak of it. Alfred wasn't perturbed by Obrion's accusatory query, but I was nauseated by the horrific revelation. I covered my mouth on reflex. I spotted Ed and Linus going pale. It appears that they weren't aware either.
だからこそ、羽狩りもまた陛下の仕業と言われれば、そうなのかもしれないと疑いを持った。他の方法で力を集めている可能性も。
For that reason, when she said the wing hunts may be the queen's work, I suspected it was true. It's plausible. She's using multiple means. So Alfred knew about it. Perhaps he had only been surprised at Oberon's earlier because the Fae King had readily exposed the wicked deeds of his own wife. But the thing is, neither Oberon nor the queen think it's a bad thing in the first place. That's why he's able to speak of it so casually.
陛下が妖精の力を集めているという点は一旦置いておきましょう。
For now, I suggest we put aside the fact that the queen is collecting the power of
それ
Fae.
なら、あなたは羽狩りをする者に心当たりがありますか？実行犯は死にましたが、命令している者が必ずどこかにいるはずです。
Since you are so certain, do you have an idea of the mastermind? The hunters have died, but there must be someone who gave them orders.
心当たりはある。
I do have an idea.
答えたくない。面倒ごとに巻き込まれたくないんでね。
I do have an idea, but I don't want to tell you. I'd rather not be dragged into trouble.
あれはただ、ティアの真似をしてるだけだ。追っておけよ。
The ringleader's only imitating Tia, that's all. Ignore them.
は？そこまで話したなら全部話すべきじゃん。
You've already told them this much. Shouldn't you share all the...
状況を整理してやるとは言ったが、全部話してやるなんて俺は言ってないだろ。
I offered to break down the situation, not every last boring detail.
それに、お前たちにとって大事なのは、ティアを厄介払いすべきかどうかなはずだ。そうそう。特にお前にとっては。
Plus, what's important to you, people, should be whether or you ought to get rid of Tia or not. Yep, especially you over there. Flapping his wings, Oberon perched on Linus's shoulder this time.
俺？
Me?
主が理不尽に妖精の力を奪ってると知って、いかに忠実な空シーといえども、剣をしたんじゃないか？
After learning that your mistress is unjustly robbing Fae of their life power, even Royal Q-Sith would feel repulsed, right?
それに何より、アプローズが誰だか分かって揺らいだだろう。何せ、8年前お前は。
I mean, your resolve has been wavering ever since you learned she's Apros 5 minutes ago. After all, 8 years ago, Oberon floated to Linus's ear and whispered, all color dramatically drained from the man's cheeks.
どうして？
How do you know that?
俺は大概のことを知ってる。特に8年前は村の近くにいたからな。
I know pretty much everything, especially since I was at the village watching. That's news to me. Why did Oberon keep that a secret? If he told me everything he knew, I might have been able to fulfill my heartfelt wish much, much faster. He doesn't give a fuck about your wish. At this point, Linus's involvement 8 years ago was written in stone, but my anger towards Oberon flared up more fiercely. Oberon, though, didn't care about my rage in the least as he continued chirping.
けど、ちょうどいい集まりかもな。
Still, this is a convenient assembly.
ティアを失脚させたいお前たちと、連れ帰って現世とのつながりを断ちたい俺は、利害が一致してる。
You guys want to overthrow Tia while I want to take her back and sever her ties with the mortal world. We have a common
お前
interest.
たちがティアを極限まで弱らせれば、あとは俺が何とかしてやるから、力を貸せよ。
If you people weaken Tia, I can do something about her. So go ahead, give me a hand. That isn't what we agreed in our contract, Oberon. Were you not going to help me to kill the queen? Unable to restrain myself, I interrupted. The Fae King didn't look guilty at all with what he declared next.
それはお前が勝手にそう解釈しただけだろ。
You interpret me as you please.
お前がティアから俺の羽を取り返してくれるなら、復讐に手を貸すとは約束したが、ティアを殺していいなんて言ってない。
I promised I'd help you with your revenge if you retrieved my wing from Tia, but I never said it was fine to kill her. You incorrigible little... Giving in to indignation, I started to berate the bird when John, even by my side, quietly stopped me with a gesture of his hand.
お嬢、落ち着け。妖精王のやり口は確かに腹立たしいけど、提示してる条件は悪いものじゃない。
Calm down, my lady. I agree that the Fey King's methods are maddening, but the conditions he presents aren't bad.
それにお嬢が手を汚すところなんて俺は本当は見たくないって思ってたんだ。それが女王であってもゴ家の誰かであっても。
Man, look at the Robin version of him even looks like him. He's got that little blue on his chest, just like the bird does. Oh, gosh. Plus, deep down, I actually don't want to see you dirty your hands with the Queen's blood or any of the 5 houses. Calm down. You don't want me to see that? Why are you saying this? You know better than anyone how I felt all this time.
お嬢にだけ冷静になれなんて言うつもりはない。ここにいる全員、一度頭を冷やした方がいいと思ったから止めたんだ。
I didn't mean to single you out, my lady. I stopped you because I thought it better for everyone to cool their heads first.
あんたたちだって、すぐに妖精王の要求を飲めるわけじゃないだろう。
You can't accept the Fey King's demands just like that either.
そう
Can you?
少し考える猶予が欲しい。
Indeed, I'd like time to think it over.
そうですね。もし妖精王の力を借りるのであれば、もうこれは私たちだけで済む話ではなくなる。
I agree. If we are to borrow the Fey King's powers, the scope of this involves much more.
ゴ家の代表として、この国の行く末をどう考えているのか、ルーカスさんやアスコットさんの意見も聞いて判断したいです。
Before we commit, I would like to ask Lucas and Ascot about their opinions on this nation's future as representatives of the 5 houses. Also, as a reminder, Bernstein is the name I had in my file. I came there because it had Bernstein in the file. Yeah? Still not exactly halfway. All right. Yeah, no pictures yet. What the heck? It's been almost 2 hours. I can't say I'm comfortable with the idea of betraying the queen at all. Furthermore, I'm sorry. As a member of House Ward, I probably can't cooperate regardless. Even knowing that, I'll put some thought into what I want to do as Linus.
俺ももういい加減じれてるんだ。だから返答を引き延ばすようなら、多少強引な手も使わせてもらう。
I'm already sick and tired of waiting. If you tarry for too long, I'm going to force things along myself.
決まったらアプローズに行って俺を呼び出せ。なるべく早く結論も出せよ。お互いのためにもな。
Once you make up your mind, tell Apros to summon me. Be quick about it for my sake and yours. After making these self-centered statements, Oberon promptly vanished. Oberon had been so noisy, the room felt like it had suddenly been abandoned. The first to break the silence was Alfred.
妖精王が使う強引な手か。何をするのかあまり考えたくはない。
The Fey King will force things, huh? I shudder to imagine what that means.
その点は同意しますよ。それから一つ伝えておきます。
I have the same opinion on that point. I have something I'd like to share. Pausing, Linus looked over our faces, wavering about something. Eventually, he muttered with a sigh.
今日の俺はただの先見隊。誰かに見つかるつもりもなかったし、仲間は明日来る手はずになってた。
Today, I'm only here as an advance guard. I never plan for anyone to discover me, and my comrades are arranging to come tomorrow.
屋敷に戻ったら、アジトの場所は誤報だったと報告するよ。これで少しは時間が稼げるはずだ。
Once I return to the estate, I'll report that the tip about the hideout was a mistake. I should be able to buy some time with that.
ライナ。
Then are you?
それじゃ勘違いしないでくれ。
Don't get the wrong
俺
idea.
はまだ決めかねてるから。でも、
I still haven't come to a
リアルに
decision,
君た
but
ちを売るような真似もしたくない。
I don't want to thoughtlessly sell you all out either. Linus's glance flittered in my direction, but I couldn't get a clear read on his emotions.
今はそれで十分だ。恩に切る。
That's all we can ask for. You have my gratitude.
御家会議には来てくれるね。
Oh goodness. You'll still come to the conference?
この件を話し合うなら当然参加するさ。それまでには俺も結論を出すよ。
If we're going to discuss this affair, of course I'll have my answer by then. With Linus's response, the mood calmed. We'd reached a compromise for the moment, however, restless never faded from my heart. Maybe I too ought to give some thought to what I want to do with my revenge. I could confidently declare that my hatred for the Queen would never wane. That said, Ed, Alfred, Linus, their involvement 8 years ago varies, but I can tell that they still carry trauma from that day. Look at them. They're traumatized. I can't forgive them just because they feel a little sorry. But will I find closure by killing them? Will I really? Something tells me this isn't how it works. In just the past hour, one truth came to light after another. I was utterly exhausted. Like John said, perhaps I needed to cool my head before I decided anything, or perhaps John needs to be truthful too. Maybe John needs to say something, huh? Oh, I missed something there, didn't I? Like John. Oh no, I'm good. After the group left the Raven's hideout, they split up so as not to be conspicuous. Ed and Aprose went on one direction while Alfred went another. But John halted his steps and called out to Linus before he got too far. Can I call you Linus?
ああ、うん。君はジョンだっけ？俺もそう呼ぶよ。
Sure, you were John, right? No Mr. or anything?
ああ、構わない。それでライナス。お前に少し話しておきたい
That's fine, Linus. I actually have a few words for you. Following John's example, Linus came to a stop. Strangely, though, John said he wanted to talk. He didn't approach. Puzzled, Linus took the initiative to close the distance.
何？話って。
What's this about? Linus was in for a surprise. Despite absolute confidence in his own agility, John easily slammed him against the wall. It was followed by a second startling action. John grabbed Linus by the collar and glared.
これはどういうつもり？俺、君たちを占いって言ったよね。
What's the meaning of this? I just said I wouldn't sell you guys out, didn't I?
聞いた。けど、二度裏切らないと絶対に誓えるのか？
Yeah, I heard, but can you swear on your life that you won't become a traitor a second time?
二度って、君、一体。
Second time? What in the world are you?
ライナス・ウォード。お前は8年前にお嬢が助けた子供だろ？
You're the child my lady rescued 8 years ago, aren't you?
どうして？
How do you?
どうして知っているのかは教える必要はない。
I don't know you an explanation.
ただこれだけは言っておく。
I just have one statement to make.
二度もお嬢を裏切るような真似をしたら、
If you dare betray my lady a
どんな事
second
情があろ
time,
うとも、その時は俺がお前を殺す。
no matter what justification you have, I'll murder you there and then.
彼女には殺してほしくないと言ったくせに、自分は平気で殺すと口にするんだな。
You claim you don't want her to take lives but threaten murder without batting an eye. As Linus scoffed, John glared
お
intensified.
嬢の手を汚させたくないから、俺が手を汚すんだ。
To protect my lady's hand, I'll dirty my own.
奴は俺が守る。
I will protect her.
その身に降りかかる理不尽なこと、醜いもの、汚い奴ら。
From the
その全部
all
から
the
遠ざけ
injustice, ugliness, and filth in this world, I'll keep her away from it all.
そんな風にはっきり言える君が羨ましいよ。俺にはもう、そんな資格はないから。
I'm envious that you can make such a declaration. I don't have the right. Not anymore. Linus's gaze was practically green with his envy, but suddenly struck by a memory, he paused and murmured something out loud.
ねえ、彼女の髪色。あれは変装だよね。本当は薄
The
い
color of
金
her
髪の
hair.
さ。
It's a disguise, right? It's actually pale
光
blonde.
につけると輝いてたんだ。まるで彼女自身が太陽みたいに。
It used to shine the way her hair caught the light. It was like she was the sun
あ
itself.
の輝きを怪我したくないっていう君の気持ちは俺にもわかるよ。
I can empathize with your wish to not want to taint that brilliance. Sensing no deceit in Linus's statement, and seeing how the young ward put himself at John's mercy, John released Linus's collar.
話はこれで終わりだ。
That's all I wanted to say.
よかった。今すぐ殺すと言われなかっただけ安心したよ。
Thank goodness, I'm just relieved you didn't kill me right now.
ああ、でも俺もおとなしく殺されるつもりはないからね。
But I don't plan on giving you the pleasure, you know. Though they were discussing murder, Linus grinned as if suddenly free.
もしどうしても彼女を裏切らなきゃいけない時が来たら、君にやられるまでもなく、自分で自分を殺すよ。
If there ever comes a time when my only choice is to betray her, I don't need you to do the honors. I'll take my own life.
どうかな。
How about that?
それならいいだろう。
Will that suffice for you?
ああ、そうしてくれ。
Yeah, I'll hold you to that. In that instant, John grasped the feeling in Linus's heart, not that he would ever let that man know he understood that turmoil. I understand betrayal. I do it all the time. Several days flew by. As planned, a Five Houses conference was held to discuss Oberion's offer. However, Ascot isn't here.
なぜアスコット卿は来ない？エドワード卿、何か聞いているか？
Why isn't Lord Ascot here? Lord Edward, have you received any correspondence from him?
いえ、
I'm afraid not.
先日使いのものを出した時には出席の返事があったのですが。
When oh god. I'm not afraid. Every other day. I'm afraid not. When I sent a messenger the other day, he did reply that he would attend.
それってちゃんと本人からの返事だったの？
Are you sure that reply was from the man himself?
そう言われると取り次ぎの者からの返事だったかもしれないな。
My dog's barking. We could be dying. Someone's checking. It's okay. Now you mentioned it, it might have been a reply from an intermediary.
今回の議題を知って行方をくらましたのだとしたら、どう判断すべきか迷うところだ。
If he chooses to disappear, knowing the topic of our discussion, how should we interpret it?
妖精王と接触したことは手紙にそれとなく書いたのだろう。
You subtly implied in the letter that we came in contact with the faking, right?
はい。誰かに読まれる可能性もあるので、詳細には書きませんでしたが。
Oh, did there was the risk of someone else reading it, so I didn't jot down any details.
なら、妖精王を忌避したのか。そこに奴のどんな思惑がある？
That's the faking that he is trying to avoid. What motives could he have for that?
予想でしか話せないのなら、さっさと議題とやらを話し合わないか。呼びつけておいて僕だけ蚊帳の外というのも不愉快だ。
If all of you can do is pile assumptions on assumptions, can you hurry up and get to the point? I'm the only one here out of the loop. It's getting on my nerves.
それに大層重大な話をしたいようだが、なぜそいつが部屋にいるのかも気になって仕方がない。
And if this business is so terribly serious, I have to wonder why a certain someone is allowed in the room. Lucas glared daggers. Naturally, I was on the receiving end of his gaze. Well, I can't blame him. I entered under the pretense of serving them, but any other day, I would have left the room long ago.
それについてはこれから話そう。彼女も今日の議題に大きく関わっている。だからこそ。
We can discuss that as well. She is connected, so I deemed it more appropriate for her to be present, nothing more. Indeed. To explain Oberion's proposal, they could have couldn't avoid revealing my identity. I steeled myself before coming here, but he's staring hard at me. The question is, what's this emotion in his eyes? By the time the men finished sharing the events of the other day with Lucas, his gaze on me had become indecipherable. I couldn't tell whether he was angry or simply surprised.
というのが今日までにあったことですが、
And that sums it up.
ルーカス教の意見を伺っても
May I ask your opinion on the matter, Lord Lucas? Naturally, Ed could see the ambiguity surrounding Lucas as well. Lucas's gaze still bored into me as he
すぐ
replied.
に結論を出せるものじゃない。だいたい全員揃ってもいないのだから、今日答える必要もないだろう。
I can't decide right away. We don't have the whole roster here anyway, so there's no need to rush an answer.
だ
That's
が
true.
せっかくこの場にいるんだ。ルーカス教の現時点の考えを聞かせてくれ。何も感じなかったということはないだろう。
Stop it. That's true, but since you're here, I would appreciate knowing your opinion. I doubt you are impassive.
感じることはある。あるが。
I can't say that I'm not affected at all. I am, but it's hard to answer with me here. After so long being subject to his tenacious stare was starting to feel uncomfortable, I had subconsciously started edging towards the door. I believe it's about time I take my leave. Staying too long may rouse the suspicion of the other servants.
ああ、待って。
Oh, one moment. Ed called to my back as my hand reached for the doorknob. Looking apologetic, he said
ア
this.
スコットさんのことだけれど、やはり急に顔を出さないというのは気になる。
On the top of Ascot's absence, I'm still bothered that he chose not to appear.
もし頼めるなら、
If
彼
possible,
の居所を探ってもらえないだろうか、ジョンに。
could you search for his whereabouts or at least ask John? The scene of John complaining that Ed was a tyrannical boss came to mind, but I could understand Ed's impromptu request. He will be able to track it if you pay the necessary commission fee. He's not going to do it to be the only one taking action.
承知したよ。
I understand. Ed sounded relieved this time. I successfully left the parlor, and I went away. After contacting John using my pocket watch, I returned to my job as a maid. The conference must have ended. Just as I was cleaning the entrance hall, I ran into Lioness.
俺も協力すると伝えた。一族の制御はできないけど、俺自身は離反する。
I will help out. I can't influence my household, but I will defect as an individual. Oh. Linus whispered that in my ear as he passed me by, then stepped away just as fast. It was as if he had made a rule not to stay too near me.
それから、君に話したいことがあるんだ。いつか、俺の話を聞いてくれる？
That, and there's something I want to tell you. Will you hear me out one day? I will. Hearing my answer, Linus nodded with a small smile and left without saying anything else. It's probably about 8 years ago. I wonder if my feelings will change hearing his story. Was I the only one struggling to come up with a decision at the vital impasse? Just as I thought that I needed to speak with Alfred and Lucas, still the latter appeared. Lucas closed the distance, not uttering a word. When he stepped in front of me, he faltered. He opened and closed his mouth, but
僕はお前に話さなければいけないと思う。いや、話す資格もないか。
Lucas is the one passed because he was influenced. He had no choice. Pass, not guilty. I think I owe it to you to have a proper conversation, or no, I don't have that right to say anything, do I?
今のは忘れろ。
Forget what I just said. I can't do that. Please wait. I also wish to talk to you about the village. I took the initiative to broach the subject, but Lucas only stared at me with wide eyes. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to speak and left, not looking back once. But These have names. 8 years ago and now. The postponed conclusion. Their Cold War, the robin chirps, Sage and Queen, faithful. At the end of the meeting, Linus left first. Lucas had sat with his head hung for a while, but eventually vacated too. Edward assumed that Alfred would follow suit, but the man was unmoving, and Ed looked at him surprised. Al, something on your mind?
話というほどでもないが、お前があの娘に
It's not much.
8年前の件についてどう話したのかを聞いて
I
み
was
ただけ
simply curious about what you said to her about the incident 8 years ago.
私は彼女に自分が調べてきたことをそのまま伝えただけですよ。
I merely passed on everything I found in my
当
investigation.
時バーンスタイン家が何をしたのか。つまり父上が彼女の家族の殺害に関わっていたと明かしました。
I disclosed to her what House Bernstein did during that time. That's to say that I confessed that father had a hand in her family's
その
murder.
上で彼女自身が復讐しようと手を汚せば彼らと同じになってしまうからと同じにはなってほしくないと言いました。
I also said that if she dirtied her hands in the process of revenge, she'd end up just like her enemies. I told her I didn't want her to become what she despised.
もちろん保身からではなく彼女を案じてのことです。
I didn't say it out of self-interest, but in genuine concern.
返事は保留にされましたがその一件を経て私たちは協力することになったんです。
She put her answer on hold for now, but we became allies after that exchange.
なるほど。納得がいった。実にお前らしい実直なやり方だな。
I see, it makes sense now. It's the most honest and sincere method. It's just like you.
私からも聞いていいですか？
May I ask a question as well?
なんだ？
What is it?
アルさんはあの日
Were you present in the
あ
village
の
that
村
day?
にいたのでしょうか？
If
そ
you
うであれ
were,
ば
I would like to know what
何
role
を
you
したの
played.
か。
Receiving Edward's unwavering gaze, Alfred curled his lip with
まっ
self-deprecation.
たく
Good grief, you're
スト
too
レート
direct.
に聞きすぎだ。とはいえ、青臭さもそこまで
Your
いけば
naivety almost makes me
羨ましくもある
envious.
が確かにお前にも知る権利はある。
You do have
だ
the
が
right
そ
to
の
know.
話をするのであれば、最初に話すのはあの娘にと私は思っている。
But if I am going to reveal the truth, I believe she's the one who should know, who should be the one to hear it first.
それは
Not
彼女
you.
に対してクレスウェル一族の長として誠実でありたいと。
Is that because you wish to be honest and respectful to her as the Cresswell head?
ああ、せめて今からでもな。お前もそう思うからこそ、あの娘へ
It's better
事
late
実
than
を打ち
never.
明けたのだろ
You revealed your truth because you feel the same way, don't you?
その通りです。
It's exactly as you said.
彼女は陛下と呉慶への憎しみを口にしました。彼女の身に起きたことを考えれば当然だと言えるものです。
She spoke as
Listen.
her resentment for the Queen and the Five Houses. Her feelings are justified considering the horrors she went through.
彼女が陛下を許さないと思うのはそれだけが理由ではありませんでした。
But Eltbeek isn't the only reason she finds the Queen unforgivable. As he spoke, Edward stood from his seat and faced Alfred head on.
羽狩りを弱い者を虐げているのであれば許さないと言ったんです。
She said she couldn't tolerate the wing hunters, that it was unacceptable that the Queen is trampling on the
自
vulnerable.
分が辛い目にあったのに弱者に目を向けられる。そんな彼女にエドワード・バーンスタインという一人の存在として誠実でありたいんです。
Though she suffered injustice, she still has the heart to care about the weak. I wish to be sincere to a person like her, not just as a noble, but as myself, Edward Bernstein.
同意するよ。
I concur. Is this the... How many guys is there? Like 6? What's it called when you have 6 boyfriends? Just polyamorous? Just polyamorous in general. Okay. Well, I was hoping for like, you know, like when you have like the name for like multiple children. I just read the sentence. It's all like having 6 boyfriends generally refers to polyamory. Oh, she would never know what this pair said. These two who were responsible to a fault, but neither consider that necessary, and each perceived that the other would thought the same. But a week had passed since the last conference, so today they held another. Unfortunately, all was not well.
ついにルーカスまで来なくなるとはどういうことだ
Even Lucas has stopped coming. What in the world is going on? Alfred muttered to himself, looking as if a vein was about to pop. Only 3 of them had come. We still don't know where Ascot is either, right? I received a report that he hasn't been seen leaving his estate. That said, it's quite challenging to infiltrate and be certain, so John can't give us anything precise. This is troubling.
妖精王は物騒な発言をしてたし、早く結論を出さないと陛下を玉座から、なんて話だけじゃ済まなくなるかも。
This is troubling. The Fey King made an unsettling announcement. If we don't hurry up, this will never be more than a mere talk.
そもそもあいつらは本文を忘れている。この会議は博覧会に向けてのものだ。そちらの仕事も山積みだというのに。
These meetings are preparation for the exhibition. We have a large pile of tasks. Alfred rubbed his temple, looking quite worn out, his complexion pale. Even with his conflicted feelings about the man, I felt bad for him. It spurred me to bring up what had been on my mind. To tell you the truth, Lucas came up to me Alfred the previous conference. Though he said he wished to talk to me, he never began, so I said I also wished to talk to him about 8 years ago. But then he left quickly, as if running away from me.
つまりお前はルーカスが自分から逃げているからここへ来ないのではないか。
In other words, you're insinuating that Lucas is avoiding this because he's avoiding you. I believe there is a chance that is the case. That's why I shall go and bring him here.
いや、ごめん。まさかそんな結論になるとは
Sorry,
思わなくて。
that spilled out because I didn't expect that conclusion. I mean, all of you need to proceed with the exhibition groundwork. I have the freedom to go. I can go use errands for Ed as an excuse. Not to mention that I really do wish to speak with him. I'm sure he was trying to confide in me about 8 years ago. Alfred and Linus were like open books, their expressions reading us too.
わかった。
Alright.
それなら君にルーカスさん宛ての手紙を託そう。
I'll entrust you with a letter addressed to Lucas.
でも無理はしなくていい。
You don't have to force anything.
門前払いを受けたらすぐに帰って。
If you're turned away at the door, come back. I will. When I nodded, Edward got right to writing a letter for Lucas. With that, I boarded a carriage alone and made my way to the Sullivan townhouse. You can also go to the Ascot townhouse. After alighting the carriage, anxiety whined around me as I looked up at the solemn estate before me. I might be turned away at the door. So many things in boxes. Though my determination brought me here, I wasn't confident that Lucas would receive me. I gulped as I took in the atmosphere. Though I knew hesitation wouldn't get me anywhere, I couldn't help but look around restlessly. That was when I spotted someone standing alone, just steps from the residence. Is that him there? Perhaps he had just come back from an outing. I squinted at the silhouette and then I gasped. Riley? We're not Ascots, right? It was too similar to write it off as a coincidental resemblance. I froze. That can't be. I mean, my brother's dead. We were too far apart for my voice to reach the man. He abruptly turned in another direction and walked further and further away. Wait! I was about to chase after him when someone stopped me. When I looked up, I saw the person I'd come here for, looking as disgruntled as ever.
わかっている。あいつを追いかけたいんだろう。でもやめた方がいい。あいつには僕も数日前に声をかけている。
I know you want to chase that guy, but I suggest against it. I already tried talking to him a few days
で
ago.
もあいつはライリーじゃなかった。外見はライリーそのものだが、全然違う。多分中に別の誰かが入れられているんだろう。
That wasn't Riley. He looks identical, but the person inside is nothing alike. There's probably someone else inside his body. What? My mind went blank. I blurted the first words that surfaced to my mind. You know my brother? My guy. At that, Lucas dragged out a profound sigh.
最初にそう食うか。
That's what you're gonna ask first.
お前がここへ来た理由だが、この間の話の続きがしたいんだろ?
You came because you wanted to talk, right? I want to talk too.
でもそれより前に、僕はあのライリーもどきの正体を確かめようと思ったんだ。
But I wanted to confirm the identity of that Riley lookalike before I
それが
did.
償いになるとは思わないが、嫌な話だけして終わるよりはマシだろうと。
I know that doesn't count for as atonement, but I figured it'd be preferable to only talking about unpleasant things that and ending it that way.
お前にとって少しでも希望になる話を聞かせてやれればいいと、そう考えたんだ。
I hoped that I could give you hope, even if only a little. That's what I thought. Atonement and hope. I knew it. He played some kind of role 8 years ago. I frowned at him, and he didn't look away. In fact, he beckoned me inside with a face that almost seemed kind, but he's by his standards.
ここまで来たなら入れ。ライリーのこと、8年前のこと。
Since you've come all this way here, come on in. I'll tell you everything about Riley and about 8 years ago. Guiding me to the drawing room, Lucas ushered me to sit on a sofa. Then he stood as he began his
ま
story.
ずお前の質問に答えるが、
I'll answer your question
ライリー
first.
は寄宿学校時代の同期だ。
Riley was my classmate during my boarding school days. Do you mean that he was your friend?
あっちが一方的に押しかけてきてただけだ。
He just kept pestering me, nothing more.
あげく話すことといえば、妹が可愛い、妹に会いたい、妹が、そればっかりだ。
And the only thing he ever prattled about was his sister. She's so adorable. I miss her. Sister this, sister that. That's it.
あれが友人だと。ただただうるさいだけの厄介なやつでしかない。
Calling a guy like him my friend, he was nothing but a nuisance. That only knew how to make noise. Yep, that's my brother. Despite my situation, I felt warm and fuzzy for a moment. Then Lucas, who had been panting with emotion, abruptly turned away from me.
違う。嘘だ。友人だったよ。
I'm a liar. He's my only friend.
僕にとって唯一のどうしようもなく厄介なのに憎めないやつだった。だから本当は助けようと思ったんだ。
Even though he was hopelessly troublesome, it was impossible to dislike him. I wanted to save him, but I didn't make it in time. You were at Eltpeak that day.
ああ、言った。だが助けるどころか、あいつやあいつの家族、そして村人たちを殺す手伝いをしたんだ。
I went there, but instead of saving him, I ironically helped with the operation to kill him and his family, all the villagers.
僕はこれで導きの炎を使って逃げ惑う村人たちを殺戮が行われていた村の中心に誘導した。
I'm a heartless man who used the flames of guidance, to lead the fleeing victims to the heart of the village, the site of slaughter.
お前は僕を兄の友人などと思う必要はない。ただ。
So we're not gonna know the real truth, that he was brainwashed? That's why you shouldn't consider me your brother's friend. Hate me to the bitter end. Bruh. Lucas had done something far crueler than I had imagined, and yet for some reason I'm not burning with rage at him. All I feel is sorrow, despondent and hopeless. I wonder why. When Ed had shown me the evidence he gathered, I had the heart to work up indignation. Since when had my feelings started to shift? As I contemplated it, I realized that it was around the time Obrion had disappeared.
それはお前が勝手にそう解釈しただけだろ。お前がティアから俺の羽を取り、俺ももう。
Only self-centered statements make it out of his mouth, but that's the nature of pure faith. The queen is the same. As I interacted more with Ed, Alfred, Linus, and Lucas, I found that they had been fellow victims of such a self-absorbed nature, but they aren't letting themselves stay that way. They're trying to make a stand. Ed dug out the dark secrets of his family. Alfred established an anti-royalist group. Linus chose to betray his household. Lucas told me everything, bracing himself for my hatred because he yet cared for my brother.
お前は気が強い娘だと思っていたんだが、今のを聞いても
I thought you were a strong-willed girl as well, but then I played this game. I thought that you were a strong-willed girl. Aren't you going to curse and berate me? Mystified by my silence, Lucas muttered to himself. I found him a little amusing. And despite everything, I smiled. Do you want me to?
いや、
Not
そん
really.
なことをされても僕が楽な気持ちになるだけだ。
Even if you did, the only thing I'd achieve is making me feel better. You probably think I have no sense.
お前がしないと言うなら、無理にしてもらう必要もない。
But if you say there's no need, if you say that you don't want to, there's no need for you to force yourself. Lucas's candid attitude spouted a tiny seed of trust within me. In that case, I won't curse you, but I would like your cooperation. You said you tried to verify the identity of my brother's lookalike. What have you found?
予想だけならもうついている。あれはおそらくチェンジリングだ。
I don't have any evidence, but I have to guess it's likely a changeling.
そもそもチェン
You mean my brother didn't die 8 years ago and his mind switched with a fae, but Riley wasn't a child? I recalled what John had told me a long time ago. Lucas nodded while he offered his
例
opinion.
外的に何かが起きたか、あるいは誰かの介入があったのかもしれない。
Something happened. Some kind of exception, or maybe some interference to make it happen.
8年前に実は死んでいなかったという時点で、第三者が絡んでいる匂いがする。
That he didn't actually die 8 years ago already hints at a third party's involvement.
とにかく何が起こったのかはっきりしたところはわからないが、あれの側がライリーであるのは間違いない。
I don't know anything for certain except that the body he wears belongs to Riley.
僕は正面からしっかり見ている。他人の空にはありえない。あれはライリーだ。
I've gotten a good look at him. It can't be an accidental resemblance. That was Riley in the flesh. I understand. Could I ask you to keep looking into this then? Also, please attend the conference. Technically, that was why I'm here. I came to bring you with me. When I tacked that on, Lucas
それ
drooped.
も分かっていた。次はちゃんと行くと伝えておいてくれ。
I figured. Tell them I'll make sure to go to the next
あ
one.
と、僕に敬語はやめろ。お前も今更かしこまりたくはないだろう。
That and relax. I'm sure you don't want to humble yourself acting like a maid in front of me after all that's happened. His small smile and dash of sarcastic humor filled the room with something like fondness. At long last, it finally sank in. Of course, this was my brother's friend. Today, something like an emergency conference was being held at the Bernstein estate. Only like a conference, though, since, as ever, Ascot was nowhere to be seen. And the one who had been investigating Ascot's whereabouts, John, was here. In short, it was an assembly to listen to his report. It all began a few days ago. I received an update from John about his progress in the investigation and passed it on to Ed.
なるほど。まだアスコットさんの行方はつかめていない。
I feel like there's no choices in this, man. We have made... Well, actually, no, we did make one choice, but that ended badly. Just the one. So he's still struggling to grasp Ascot's location. It doesn't make up for it, but in the meantime, he discovered something dubious about House Lindell. John insisted that he's not sure whether it has anything to do with Ascot's disappearance, though.
それなら、アルさんたちにも
Let's
集まって
try
もらって、
assembling
み
everyone
んな
and
で
listen.
話を聞いてみよう。
Oh, sad. Let's try assembling everyone to listen to his findings together. And that was how we all got here.
では、話してくれ。
Please begin.
ああ、わかった。ただ、お嬢から聞いてると思うが、消息がわかったという話じゃない。
Just to be clear, as you may have heard from my lady, this isn't a report that I found him.
リンデルの一族に気になる点があると聞いているが、一体何を見つけた？
I heard there was something peculiar about the Lindell household. What did you discover?
まずあいつらが一族という割に、外見や雰囲気が似ていないことが気になった。
It bothered me
血が繋がっているように見えないんだ。
that the members of the house vary in so much in looks and aura. They don't seem to be related by blood.
そう言われてみると、リンデルの一族にはあまり会ったことがないな。
Not to mention it, not you mention it, I don't think I've met hardly any of House Lindell.
陛下の側近としての役割は、リンデルの一族というより、アスコットさん自身のものだったしね。
The duty of being the queen's close aide doesn't seem to apply to the entire household, just Ascot himself. Nodding in agreement, John
だから俺
continued.
は彼らの経歴を調べてみた。
That's why I looked into their individual personal histories. Something became
彼ら
clear.
は全員チェンジリングだったんだ。地方の村へリンデルの一族の者が引き取りに出向いている記録が
All of them are changelings. There are records of Lindell members heading out to countryside villages and taking custody of such children. Changelings? I looked at Lucas with a start. Likewise, his gaze shot to me. Sensing the shift in mood, the other four raised their eyebrows at us. After a moment of indecision, Lucas found his answer.
僕が今まで会議に来なかった理由を話そう。チェンジリングの話がここで出たのはただの偶然とは思えない。
There was a reason I was absent from the last conference. I highly doubt it's a coincidence that changelings are coming up
だから
here.
こそ
I'd like your opinion too. With that, Lucas explained his relationship with my brother and the fact that Riley was appearing in Rowan as a changeling.
確かに、アスコットさんと無関係と思うには、気になる点が多いですね。
I agree. There are too many questions to deem that Ascot has nothing to do with this matter.
そもそもあいつが行方をくらましていることと、それを騒ぎ立てないリンデルの特殊な一族性自体、
Considering his
怪しさ
vanishing
を物語ってい
act,
るからな。
as well as the peculiar culture of House Lindell, not making a fuss about it, everything reeks of suspicion.
もしかして、
Wild guess,
だけ
but
ど彼女のお兄さんをチェンジリングにしたのは、アスコットさんとか。さすがに
is
気がつか
Ascot maybe the one who turned her brother into a changeling, or is that too great of a leap?
いや、可能性はゼロではないだろう。そんなこと常人にできるのかはわか
We
らない
can't rule that out. I don't know whether a
この
mere
現象自体
mortal can
解明
achieve
されてな
that.
い点が多いからな。
But there's lots of unsolved mysteries about the changelings phenomenon to begin with. Everyone paused at the bewildering revelation. Then boom, there was a knock at the door. Tension soared as the door creaked open. It was Nicholas who peered inside, and when he saw me and John, he stiffened slightly.
お取り込み中失礼いたします。ですが、こちらも急ぎの要件となります。
My apologies for interrupting you, but I'm afraid I also have urgent news, my lord.
皆様を陛下がお呼びのようです。急ぎ、
The
王宮へ
queen is
向かっ
calling
てい
for
ただ
all
け
of
ま
you.
すで
Could
し
you
ょう
all
か。
please head to the palace in haste?
陛下が。
Her Majesty.
わかった。
We'll go right
すぐに
away.
向かうよ。
As response fit the status quo, but Lucas lingered in the doorway. His eyes shifted onto me. Is he questioning why I'm at a conference? It shouldn't be strange to say that I was serving them, but I'm still nervous. I stood before Nicholas like a defendant waiting for her
リ
verdict.
リーお嬢様がお前と一緒にお茶を飲みたいとおっしゃっている。
It's locked, so I can't see further down.
仕事よりもそちらを優先するように。
Lady Lily wishes to have tea with you. Please prioritize that over your work. Yes, sir. Hearing my acknowledgement, Nicholas left at last. As one would expect, the conference was suspended and we went our separate ways. When I arrived in Lily's quarters, where she waited for me, afternoon tea was ready for two. I thought that Philip would join us as a waiter, but it was just the two of us today. With her permission, I sat on the sofa. Lily didn't wait to start talking as if she had been eagerly waiting for
来
this.
てくれて嬉しいわ。しばらくここを離れることになったから、その前にどうしてもあなたとおしゃべりしたかったの。
Interesting. I'm so happy you came. I have to leave this place for a while, and you see, and I wanted to chat with you before then, no matter what. May I ask what you mean? What she said was too shocking. I couldn't mask my confusion. What a delicate, wistful smile, she explained.
私、郊外の屋敷へ移るのよ。そこで静養することになったの。
I'm going to move to an estate on the outskirts of the city. I'm going to rest and recuperate there. Are you feeling unwell, my lady? Yes, just a little.
どちらかというと、体調より気持ちの問題かしらね。
If anything's the issue, isn't with my physical health, but my heart. I took a closer look at her with her when she smiled now. Truly, her complexion seemed healthy, but there was anguish in her eyes. In that case, I shall do my best to clear your heart with my company, my lady.
何があったのかは聞かないのね。
You aren't going to ask what happened. Is she implying that she wants me to ask? I wasn't bright on the rules of womanly idle talk, so it was difficult for me to judge. Under Lily's entering gaze, though, I decided to brazenly ask her if you were all right with sharing it with me. I would like to know what happened. Thanks. Apparently that was the right choice. Despite her saying that there was something weighing on her mind, Lily spoke merrily.
実はね、私、もうずっと長い間大好きな方に会えないでいるの。
To tell the truth, I haven't been able to see the one I adore for a long, long
どうして
time.
も諦められなくて、いろいろな手を試してみたのだけれど、なかなかうまくいかなくて。
I couldn't bring myself to give up, so I tested all kinds of methods, but haven't been successful.
どうしたらあの人は私のものになってくださるのかしら。
Is she in love with the fucking faking? Feel it, but like, heavens above, what would it take to make that person mine? Someone she adores, make that person hers. Lily was a widow who had lost her husband to a double suicide attempt. I assumed that she had been overcome with grief, but her phrasing almost sounds like there's someone else she likes. When did this start? Lost about how I should react, I kept quiet. Tilting her head, Lily peered into my face.
私、何かおかしなことを言ったかしら。もしかして、私の思い人が誰なのか知りたいのね。
Oh, have I said something strange? Are you curious who has my affections? A little, yeah. It looks like Lily is eager to tell someone about it, though. Taking no notice of my bafflement, Lily's cheeks flushed.
いいわ、教えてあげる。彼と初めて会ったのは、まだ少女の頃だったのよ。
Since you insist, I'll tell you. I first encountered him as a little
そ
girl.
の時はとっても仲良くしてくれたの。私たち、お似合いの二人だったわ。
Is it Riley? That'd be weird, right? Back then, he was very friendly to me. We were perfect for each other. Lily pressed forward by herself. Though she believed she was conversing with me, it also felt like she was immersed in a wild delusion.
でもね、いつからか会ってくれなくなってしまって。泣いてばかりいた私を、夫、ダニエルが慰めてくれたのよ。
Oh, this is very Wuthering Heights. At some point, he stopped coming to see me. I cried all my days away, and that was when my husband Daniel consoled me.
ダニエルは私のこと、よく理解してくれていたわ。とっても居心地のいい人だった。
Daniel could understand me very well. He was a comfortable person to be with.
それなのに、私を置いていってしまうんだもの。そうなったらもう、私は彼に執着するしか道がないでしょ。
Hard to say. And yet he ended up leaving me behind. At this point, the only thing left for me is my first love, don't you think?
執着。いいえ、もともと大好きだったわ。 だから私が彼を欲しいと思うのは当然でしょ。
I was
手に入れるの
obsessed.
は運命だと思う。
No, I loved him very, very much from the start. It's only natural for me to want him, yes. I believed it's fate that I got my hands on him. What in the world is Lily going on about? She should be talking about the person she loves, a person yet. Some of the words she used made it sound as if she were talking about an object instead.
そうだわ。星になったメアリー。まさにあれなのよ。
I know, Mary becomes the star. Nothing explains my situation better than that. Without warning, Lily's eyes focused on and captured mine. I winced at the presence they held, but I somehow found my voice. May I ask how Mary comes into this?
あなたはメアリーが死んでしまうのが悲しかった。どうしてそんな選択をしたのかと言っていたでしょ。
You said you were saddened by her death in the end and couldn't understand her choice, right?
私、とっても共感したのよ。だって同じことを思っていたから。
It truly struck a chord with me. After all, I thought the exact same thing.
メアリーは死んだりせずに、どんな手を使ってでも欲しいものを手に入れるべきだった。
Mary shouldn't have chosen death. She should have gotten her hands on what she wanted no matter what method she resorted to.
それこそ手に入れた毒薬で王子と結婚する予定の隣国の姫を殺してしまえばよかったと思わない？
For example, don't you think she should have used the poison she obtained to assassinate the princess who was engaged to the prince?
ねえ、そうでしょ?
You agree with me, right? I don't. Far from it. The moment Lily asked me for my approval, our first tea time flashed through my mind.
私も似たようなことを思った。私とあなた、似ているところがある。
What I thought back then was correct. We aren't alike after all. I can't empathize with or even understand her point of view. Deep down, I knew I ought to meekly voice my agreement, yet I couldn't bring myself to nod. My deepest apologies, my lady. I have a different opinion. I'm afraid I cannot agree with your belief. Though I apologize, I stood up from the sofa resolutely. I thought that Mary should have lived and simply searched for another path.
別の道？まあ、例えばどんな？
Oh, another path? Like what? I didn't think that far ahead when I was a child, but now I can come up with many different options. If her affection for the prince couldn't bear fruit, she could have lived alone, or she could have found a new love. Furthermore, she ought to have asked the opinion of people other than the evil witch. There would have been people who could give her more optimistic advice towards her future. That's quite novel. In other words,
つまりあなたはメアリーが後ろ向きな決断をしたと言いたいのね。
you're saying that Mary made a pessimistic choice while fixated on the past. Yes, observation doesn't come to anything. That's why obsession doesn't come to anything. That's why Mary reached such a tragic end and couldn't find happiness.
幸せになれなかった。
I agree.
という点は私も同意するわ。でも、なぜあなたは私の意見も否定するの？
I agree that she wasn't able to find happiness, but why are you rejecting my view?
私の考えもとっても前向きじゃない。どんな手を使ってでも自分の願いを叶えるメアリ
ー。Interesting. Interesting. What I propose for Mary is just as constructive. I'm proposing a Mary who will fulfill her wish no matter what it takes.
そんな彼女は行動力があって、あなたの言う別の道を進んでいるわ。ほら、素敵でしょ?
She has the ability to take initiative. She's walking down one of those different paths you mentioned. See, it's splendid, isn't it? As I saw Lily's eyes sparkle, I could no longer ignore it. There would never come a day where the two of us would relate to each other. I just can't see a method that involves hurting others in a positive light. Girl, since when? If your path is paved over the lives of others, it's a path of darkness. I would rather walk in light. That's what I think. For a split second, Lily and I locked eyes, and our position positions. I was standing over her. Normally something rude for a maid to do, yet I couldn't find it in me to care. I cannot apologize enough for ruining our pleasant time together. I shall take my leave. After bowing, I made my way to exit without turning back. I knew that going against the daughter of the Bernstein wasn't a wise decision, especially as one of their maids. But that doesn't matter. I've had enough of saying things I don't believe in. Feeling more invigorated than I'd ever felt before I shut the door.
そう。あなたは私と違うのね。
Oh, so you're different from me.
別に気にしないわ。役に立ってくれればそれでいいもの。
I don't particularly mind as long as you're useful. That's all that matters. Okay. After the audience with the queen, the members of the five houses walked down the long palace corridor with conflicted faces.
陛下は随分お元気そうでしたね。数日前、俺が会った時はお加減が悪そうだったのに。
Her Majesty was so full of spirit. Only a few days ago, she was so under the
おそ
weather.
らくは力を取り込んだ直後なのだろう。これまでにもそういうことは何度もあったはずだ。
She likely absorbed the power she amassed. Such cycles must have occurred countless times now.
俺は単純に体調に波があるだけだと思ってましたよ。でも、真相を知ってしまうと。
Sounds. Like hammering? Or fireworks? I thought it was simply because there were ups and downs in her conditions, but now that I know the
受
truth,
け入れられないかい？
you can't stomach what you saw?
そうですね。
Yeah. Wait!
陛下の手前言いませんでしたけど、どうして普通にいるんですか、アスコットさん。
I didn't bring this up because Her Majesty was there, but why are you here as if nothing happened?
まったくだ。あんたには聞きたいことが山ほどある。覚悟
I
し
completely agree. I've got tons to ask you. You better prepare yourself.
おや？
Oh.
何を聞きたいんだろう？怖いね。
What would you like to know? Scary.
怖いかどうかはあなた次第ですよ。
Whether we become truly scary depends on you.
事態は急を要します。できればこの後すぐにでも場を設けたい。異論のある方はいますか？
Time is of the essence. I would like us to gather in a meeting right away. Any objections? At his question only, Ascot looked somewhat displeased, but the man didn't decline either. The five strides quickened their silence, their affirmation, each of them spurred on by the resolve in their hearts to murder, I assume. After leaving Lily behind, I began cleaning the corridors. I'd been told that I didn't have to. I didn't have anything else to do. I don't regret it, not at all. Still, I might have to reconsider my plans going forward. Since I've come so far, it shouldn't be an issue even if I do get fired from my maid job. I still don't know whether Ed and the others would join forces with Obrion, but the day they planned to demand the Queen step down wasn't too far off. I wanted to act in tandem. I cleaned and cleaned, absorbed in my thoughts until I sensed a gaze on me from down the hall. Philip, may I help you?
君、リリー様と喧嘩しちゃったんだって？
I heard you had a tiff with Lady Lily. Huh? Oh. Belatedly, I remembered what Philip was Lily's favorite. I braced myself. Perhaps he was going to voice his grievances. Philip slowly approached me.
ああ、大丈夫だって。リリー様は自分が悪かったっておっしゃってたから、きっとすぐに仲直りできるよ。
Don't get close to him. Don't go near him. Don't worry, Lady Lily said that she was the one in the wrong, so I'm sure you two can make peace right away. I see. Honestly, I don't want to make up with her. That aside, it is true that she said it was her fault. Lily seems the type not to budge. Perhaps it was Philip's way of showing consideration. As I stared at him, I didn't know whether it was just my imagination, but he looked nervous.
それでさ、俺、ここへは君にお願いがあってきたんだ。
And I hopped over because I had a request for you. A request, what is it?
王宮に向かったエド様への届け物を頼まれてくれないかな。
Could you deliver something to Lord Ed at the
本
palace?
当は俺がニコラスさんから頼まれたんだけど、俺はリリー様のご機嫌を取るじゃなくて、慰めて差し上げないといけないから。
You guys keep killing me. It's actually an errand Mr. Nicholas assigned to me, but I kind of got to humor Lady Lily until she's in a better mood. I mean, serve her. So that's how it is. Though she said it's her fault, Lily is sullen about it. Considering that it was a seed of trouble that I'd sown, accepting Philip's request seemed like the proper thing to do. Don't go. Don't go, girl. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. Understood. I shall go right away.
ありがとう。本に着るよ。掃除の片付けは引き受けるから、そのまま向かってくれていいよ。
Thanks, you're a lifesaver. I'll take over tidying up of your cleaning stuff so you can leave it just like this. It must have been significantly urgent if Philip was telling me to just go on the spot. After accepting the correspondence from him, I left the estate with brisk strides. When I introduced myself as a Bernstein maid, they let me through without a fuss. I feel like the security's laxer than before. Only a single security guard escorted me on top of that, though I said I had a delivery for Ed. Our destination was the throne room. Is it because Ed's still in an audience with her? But is it really acceptable for a mere maid to barge in there? Perhaps I had let my guard down. I trusted Philip and knew everyone had gone to the palace. Compliancy was a fatal mistake. Apprehension bubbled up within me as I realized I was walking to the queen entirely alone, but it was far too late.
本当に来てくれたわ。私、待ちきれなくて会いに来てしまったのよ。
Goodness me, you truly came. I simply couldn't wait anymore, so I came to see you. The queen? Am I the person she came to see? What does she mean by you truly came? It was as if she had heard about my arrival and a chill ran down my spine.
あなたたち、この子を案内してちょうだい。でも、乱暴にしてはダメよ。
All of you, please be this child's guide, but you mustn't be rough with her, all right? The queen smiled sweetly, and the next moment, droves of soldiers appeared from the woodworks. Please wait, your majesty. May I ask what's going on? I have only come here to deliver a letter for Lord Edward. Once I finish my task, I must away. I persisted with my conduct as a Bernstein maid to the very end, but the queen's gaze at me as if she were an unreasonable child. You don't have to put on that act anymore, you know? Don't worry, I know exactly what you came here to do. Welcome to my palace, Apros. I've been waiting for you for so long. She found out. I'd had that premonition the moment I saw her, but hearing her say my name confirmed that my gut feeling was really reality. Did I bewitch all the soldiers here with an illusion? My body probably can't withstand using it on so many people at once, but even so, perhaps I should have used it without hesitation. By the time I came to the conclusion, my arms were restrained. Driven to a corner with no way out, I could only go along as they led me away. Yet another day of fun, right, Apros? I'm so happy that you're by my side, dear. We'll be together forever and ever. What kind of game shall we play tomorrow? In my present state, I could no longer tell how many days had passed since that fateful moment. After the soldiers restrained me, they forcefully hauled me before the queen where the queen was, I assume. With some magic, she touched my forehead. Ever since I barely maintain consciousness, I can no longer move or speak.
返事をしてくれないのは寂しいわね。せめて口が聞けるように意識を残せばよかったかしら。
It's very sad that you won't respond to me. Maybe I should have left behind enough of your awareness to let you at least speak.
でも
Still,
これはこれでお人形さんのようで可愛らしいわ。
you're like a doll like this. It's adorable. I have you all to myself, don't I? I wanted to say no. I wanted to scream. But even having those thoughts were becoming difficult. I'm a doll, the queen's doll. What had I wanted to do? Who am I? Whenever I tried to pull up those memories, my head went all foggy until it sank into darkness altogether. Oh. Oh my goodness. Something doesn't seem right. If it was true that Ed was at the palace, it was true that Ed was at the palace, but he went for an audience with the queen. Would you really go out of your way to deliver something while he's with his majesty? At the very least, I hadn't seen anything like this happen since I started working here. As I hesitated, Philip's nervousness tripled. It's apparently urgent. It'd be great if you could hurry over. Saying that, Philip held out a letter. Something urgent. If it's something that must be reported to the queen, I guess it's not too strange to take it to the palace. Something still felt off, but I was convinced for now, just as I was about to accept the letter. I heard a carriage pulling to a stop outside the estate. Not just one carriage, but several. Something I would have also heard in the other outcome. Because I hesitated for 10 seconds, I would have saw them when I left. As Lord Edward returned, all the others may have come with him.
それならこれは俺がエド様に直接渡してくるよ。
Ah, if that's the case, I'll pop over and hand this directly to Lord Edward. Withdrawing the letter he was about to give me, Philip rushed towards the entrance hall. Philip. I had a vague sense that something wasn't right about his behavior, both when he approached me and as he left. However, if Ed had returned with the others in tow, I was more curious about why, thinking that I followed after Philip to the estate's doors. When I arrived at the entrance hall, I spotted Philip talking to Ed. Before I could approach the pair, however, my eyes met with someone I hadn't seen in a while. Hi there, have you been doing well? I would like to ask you that question. Lord Ascot, I believe being absent from 2 conferences is no trifling matter.
それについては皆にも小言を言われたよ。しかもこの後で釈明しろと来た。
Yeah, everyone else is grumbling about that to me too. They even demanded an explanation in the upcoming meeting. Ascot shrugged exaggeratingly as if in surrender. Based on what I knew of him, though, I felt like he was only posturing. Is there nothing for him to feel guilty about? With all these mysteries surrounding House Lindell and the changelings here, he's suspicious. There's no room for doubt. I forgot myself and stared at his face as I worked through my thoughts. Ascot
随
smirked.
分熱烈に見つめてくるんだね。話し合いなどやめて、君と二人で話す方が楽しそうだな。
What's a passionate gaze you have for me? Maybe I should abandon the tedious discussion and chat with you instead. Sound fun? Huh? Allure burning in his gaze, Ascot moved to nonchalantly hug me. However, Alfred had come up to us before I knew it and seized his hand.
バカなことを言っている場合か。急を要するとエドワードが言っただろう。
This isn't the time for silly nonsense. Have you forgotten how urgent Edward said this was?
おや、そうだったかな。
Oh, he did. In
なら
that case,
彼女とのオースはその後にたっぷり時間を設けることにしよう。
I shall set aside plenty of time for a twist with her afterwards.
君も逃げないでいてくれると嬉しいよ。
I'd be elated if you could humor me. Winking playfully, Ascot then left my side. Alfred sighed at Ascot, looking a little disgusted before collecting himself
悪いが
again.
ジョンを呼び戻してくれ。この後の会議で あの件について話を進めるよ。
Sorry, but call John to come back. We plan on continuing this discussion now. Oh, I will, right away. As everyone hurriedly moved to the parlor, I contacted John while considering what to prepare as the meeting's attendant. I didn't know what motivated him, but Ascot approached me again.
ねえ、君も会議に参加する
Hey,
の？
are you attending too? Yes, so I intend. Is that unsatisfactory? Ascot narrowed his rosewood eyes, pondering something. Then he stooped down and whispered in my ear.
君は懐中時計を持っているだろう。あれを持ったままで会議に臨むつもりなら私は話さない。
You have your pocket watch on you, don't you? If you plan on going into the meeting with it, then my lips are sealed.
逆に言えば、置いてきてくれるなら何もかも正直に話すと誓うよ。
On the other hand, if you're willing to leave it elsewhere, I swear that I will show everything honestly. He was close, too close. At first, I thought it was one of his usual seduction methods, but I saw immediately that something was off. Why do you know about that pocket watch? Instead of giving him an answer, Ascot placed his index finger on his lip.
話さないと言ったはずだよ。置いてくるか来ないか、それだけ答えてくれ。
I believe I just said that my lips are sealed. Yes, tell me, are you going to leave it behind or not? Very well, I'll leave it behind. Can I assume that you will also explain the reason for this request during the discussion, my lord?
自然と説明することになるだろうね。
I believe it will come up with how things should play out. His cryptic answer was far from satisfying, but considering the significance of Ascot's truth, I decided to go along with him. For now, since all the 5 houses were present, everyone settled down in the parlor and kicked off the meeting without delay.
まずはあんたが説明しろ。
First, you've got some explaining to do. Normally, Lucas wouldn't take the lead in any of the conferences. He must have been considerably irritated. As Lucas glared, worsened, Ascot recrossed his legs gracefully and cleared his throat.
いいとも。
I can do that, yes.
まず君たちが一番気になっているのは、なぜ私が姿を消したかという点かな。
Let's see, what you are probably the most curious about is why I disappeared, right?
答えは、君たちが妖精王と接触したからだよ。合計会議を招集する手紙でそのことを知った私はすぐさま行動を起こした。
The answer is because you came in contact with the Fae King. After gleaning that from your letter that called for a 5 houses conference, I took action at once.
行動とは何ですか?
And that action was? Ascot's eyes darted to Ed, surprised at how clipped the question was, but the man didn't lose his rhythm.
妖精王に先手を打つためにある男を探していた。それが誰なのかは君たち。特にルー君は見当がつくんじゃないかな。
I searched for the man who helped me get the better of the Fae King. All of you, Lulu especially, must have a rough idea who that is.
ライリーを探していたとでも。
You were searching for Riley?
ご名答。彼を探し出すことこそ私にとって妖精王から先手を打つ最大の方法だったのさ。
Got it. Got it in one. For me, the best method to get one over on the Fae King was to track that youth down. You're saying you aren't the one who turned my brother into a changeling?
それは違う。
Precisely.
瀕死の彼を連れ去ったのは私じゃなくて妖精王だよ。
The person who whisked him away on the verge of death wasn't me, but the Fae King.
もっとも、チェンジリングになってしまったのは不幸な事故で、彼の意思ではなかったようだけれど。
That said, your brother turning into a changeling is somewhat of a misfortunate accident. The Fae King never intended it. Obrion took Riley away.
ストップです。ちょっと、いや、かなりアスコットさんらしからなくて混乱してるんですけど。
Pause, please. It's a little, no, very out of character for you, Ascot, and I can't keep up with everything at all.
妖精王への先手を打つとか、彼女のお兄さんを探そうとしてたとか。
You were trying to get the better of the Fae King? You searched for her brother?
何をどう考えて行動したのか、全然話が見えないです。
What is that rationale behind your actions? I'm afraid you've lost me completely.
同感だ。
I concur.
前提条件の説明が足りていないので。
I believe you haven't explained sufficely the background of these
もっ
events.
と具体的
To
に
be
言うな
more
ら
specific.
あなたが妖精王とどういった関係なのかを説
I
明
would like
し
to
て
know what kind of relationship you have with the Fae King. Alfred pointed that issue out. Ascot lightly stroked his own
う
chin.
ん。やはりそこを避けては通れないか。
As I suspected, I can't avoid that part. For some reason, Ascot cast a glance in my direction.
君たちは今回初めて妖精王と契約を結ぼうとしているけれど、私はね、ずっと前に彼と契約をしているんだよ。
All of you are considering forming a contract with the Fae King, but in my case, I've been in contract with him for a long time. What?
女王をティルナノーグへ返す手伝いをする代わりに、私は新たな器となる体を提供してもらうことになっているのさ。
In exchange for helping him send the queen back to Tiranog, he agreed to provide me with a body that would become my new vessel.
私の体は陛下のように老いてきている。振り回された挙句、老いることに耐えられなかった私は、妖精王に持ちかけられた取引に乗ったんだ。
Like Her Majesty, my body has deteriorated, unable to withstand her dragging me around, making me grow old on her whims. I accepted the proposal he offered me. He formed a contract because of aging. That would mean
余計に話がややこしくなった気が。今の話から推察すると、とんでもない結論が出そうです。
I feel things have only gotten more complex, but reading between the lines, I have come to the conclusion, no matter how outlandish. In stark contrast to Ed, who began pacing nervously, Ascot grinned and inclined his head as if daring him to continue.
まさかとは思いますが。でもそれしかない。あなたは陛下と同じ、ピュアで合っていますか？
It's absurd, but it's the only possible explanation. Are you a pure fae? Well,
まあ、これだけヒントを出していればたどり着けるよ。
with how many hints I've dropped, it's not a surprise you arrived at that answer.
やはりな。
I suspected as much. I see. Everyone reacted in their own way in response to Ascot's nonchalant answer. Ed and Linus are genuinely surprised, but it seems that Alfred and Lucas had their suspicion. Like the former pairs, I was stunned. As I processed Ascot's declaration, the man grew uncharacteristically serious.
私がなぜここまでつまびらかに自分の事情を明かしたと思う？
Why do you think I disclosed so many details about my situation?
それはね、妖精王の花を明かしてやりたかったからさ。
I'll tell you. It's because I want to foil the Fae King's plans.
先手を打つだとか、花を明かすだとか。あなたは随分妖精王と
From all that you've said, it sounds as if your relationship is far from amicable. Alfred's commented with some degree of sarcasm. Ascot impishly smile became... Oh gosh. Alfred commented with some degree of sarcasm, and Ascot's impish smile returned.
仲は
I can't put my finger on how well we get along.
ただ気に食わないのは確かだ。
But he
そして
gets on
そ
my
れが今
nerves.
回の私の行動原理でもある。
And that's the motive driving me forward right now.
彼は私の
You
新し
see.
い器、彼女の兄上の体をこっそりと私の配下に混ぜていたんだよ。
He secretly stuck my new vessel, her brother's body, among my subordinates.
それに気づかない私へ、器の場所は秘密だなどとからかうようなことを言っていたのだからバカにしていると思わないかい？
While I was none the wiser, he came to me, teased me about my ignorance of the vessel's location, and so on. Wouldn't you also think that he's making fun of me? He does sound like something Oberon would do, but more importantly, I soured at how he referred to my brother as a body, a vessel. Lucas interjected with that question on my mind
あ
cautiously.
んたは見つけたらどうするつもりでライリーを探していた？
What are you planning on doing with Riley if you found him?
もちろん乗り換えるつもりだったさ。
I was, of course, going to switch over to my new body.
急いで探していたのは、妖精王の目的が君たちの介入で思いのほか早く遂げられそうだと考えたからだ。
I raced to find him because it seemed like the Fae King's goal would be accomplished faster than expected due to your intervention.
女王が妖精王と共にティルナノーグへ帰るときに、私も新しい器に乗り換えている必要があったからね。
I need to be in my new vessel when the queen returns to Tiranog with the king.
ならなぜ今僕たちの前に姿を現した？
Then why did you choose to tell us all this? Wouldn't this only hinder
こん
you?
な風に事情を明かしたら、僕やアプローズは絶対にライリーをあんたに渡したりしない。
If you reveal your circumstances like this, I and Abrose will fight tooth and nail to stop you from getting your hands on Riley.
器が見つからなくてやけになったのか？
Have you given in to self-destruction? Lucas is right. Now that I know what's going on, if he continues to pursue this, I will stop him no matter what. I glowered at Ascot with all the doubt and skepticism in my body, but the force of my gaze wasn't enough to deter his sunny smile.
身近にいたと気づいた器には逃げられてしまうし、中身、精神の方は一向に行方が知れないしで手詰まりだったんだよ。
I was in somewhat of a bind, you see. I knew that the vessel was near, but he ran away. Furthermore, I can't find anything about where his contents, his mind has gone.
だからやけになったと言われれば、それも合っているのだけれど。
So if you're saying that I'm throwing in the towel, you aren't exactly wrong,
もっ
but
と適切な言葉で言うなら、気に食わない妖精王にやり返してやろう。だね。
it's more accurate. To be more accurate, it's more along the lines of getting back at the faking out of spite.
今君たちの脳
Let me
には
guess.
妖精王は面倒なやつだ。手を組んでいいのかという
Right
思い
now,
が溢れているのではないかな。
Your minds are filled with thoughts of how annoying the faking is and doubt. Doubt if you can trust me.
否定はしません。
I won't deny that.
同じぐらいアスコットさんのことも厄介だと思ってますけどね。
I think you're just as troublesome as he is, Ascot.
つまりあなたは俺たちを引っかき回すために戻ってきたってこと
So
です
your
よね。
point is you came back to throw us
あ
off?
なたは妖精王だけが目的を遂げるのが面白くないから俺たちの計画を邪魔しようとしてるんだ。
You don't like that the fact that only the faking will accomplish his goal, so you're trying to slow us down?
そうはっきり言われてしまうと、私がとてつもなく嫌なやつみたいだな。
When you declare it like that, it makes me sound like an incredibly nasty man.
私はただ自分が楽しいと思う方、面白いと感じることをしたいだけなんだけれどね。
I merely want to do what feels more fun and more entertaining, that's all. Ascot tried to subdue his chuckles, but we could all see he was enjoying the situation. I was finally starting to lose my temper. Even if Ed and the others don't join forces with Obrion, they're still inclined to make the queen step down. We don't need the Fae King's help. But if we try to do something about her without involving Obrion, would he get in our way? I can't know for sure. I was at my wit's end over the chaotic state of affairs when I sensed a steady gaze on
ア
me.
プローズ、お前は悩まなくてもいいんじゃないか。
Apros, don't overthink it.
今の話を聞く限り、こいつはもう妖精王への仕返しに興味が移ってる。つまりライリーは手元に戻るかもしれないぞ。
Judging by what he said, this guy's interest has already moved on getting payback, which means that Riley might go back to you, to your
復讐に
side.
固執せず、兄を取り戻すことだけ考えるのも悪くないんじゃないか。
Releasing your obsession with revenge and focusing on getting your brother back isn't a terrible option, is it? Oh. Lucas is right. Still, even if Riley comes back, if we don't do something about the queen... I looked over the faces of everyone in the parlor. As I did, the warm sentiment I felt when I visited Lucas rekindled within me. I was no longer acting out of the fury and hatred that clouded my heart for so long. No, we should make the queen step down as planned. I want to contribute however I can.
そうか。
I see. Lucas was the one who responded, but before I knew it, all eyes conveyed on me. So what do we do? It's true that Obrion is a troublesome opponent, but he's the only one who can take the queen back to Tiranog. Even if we don't trust him, we can still use him. In my opinion, it's worth considering. As I suggested what seemed like the best compromise, there was a knock on the door. There stood Johnny, finally arrived.
どうやらリンデルが戻ってきたというのは
Sorry for
本当だった
coming
みたい
late.
だな。
Lindell's really come back, huh?
ん？君は？
You? Does John bother you in some way? Ascot poked before anyone else when he saw John, and when I turned, I saw him grimace.
君に時計を置いてきてもらって、妖精王には秘密裏に話を進めていられたのに。
I requested that you leave your pocket watch so that we could have a secret discussion away from the faking, but
彼が来たら台無しになるんじゃないのかな。彼からは妖精王と同じものを感じるよ。
all of my efforts are ruined if he comes around. I sense the presence of the faking from him, you know? Huh? I understood why Ascot had asked me not to bring my pocket watch here, but John has the same presence as Obrion. What in the world are you talking about? Was Ascot teasing us to throw some wrench in our plan? But John reacted too strangely for that to be the case.
今まで何の話をしてたんだ？妖精王に言えない話を。
What have you been talking about until now? Something you can't let the faking know?
妖精王にとって都合の悪い内容ではあった。彼と関わるのは危ういかもしれない。という話が出ていたところで。
The topic was undesirable to the faking. It was just brought up that affiliating with him might be precocious and...
待て。言わないでくれ。俺は...
Wait, don't tell me John? Ed began to summarize our discussion. Why would you even do that? Why would you do that after he literally said don't do that in front of him? Oh my god. Already, you're the problem. But John stopped him before looking at me, startling distress in his eyes. He then edged back bit by bit, prepping to run away, but before he could open the parlor door again, a robin darted out of his pocket. You don't trust me? I've helped you for so long. What gives? Hey, you're the one who did things that broke my trust. It's very clear based on what Ascot said. Ascot's a pure fae. He's just as self-centered as I am, mind you. I agree with that. I don't trust him either.
妖精王と同じ扱いにされてしまったか。傷つくな。
You ended up feeling the same way about me as you do the faking? I'm heartbroken.
確かに随分と厄介な相手のようだ。こちらから呼ぶ前に出てくるとは思う。
What a tricky character. I didn't expect him to appear without us calling him.
でもどうしてジョンのポケットから？それにアスコットさんの言っていた言葉は。
Right, but why did he come out of John's pocket? Not to mention what Ascot said. Even though I was focused on Obrion, I still clearly heard Alfred and Linus's exchange. John cast his eyes down. I was concerned about him, but it was difficult to concentrate with the robin flittering about my vicinity. I doubt it, but surely you weren't going to say that you'll reject my offer to join forces. We're just about to discuss that. If you want us to trust you, how about you show some proof that you're trustworthy? If you insist, I could give you a piece of information I'm sure you'd love to know. Don't you feel like John's acting weird right now? Why was he bringing that up? John jolted with a start. It felt like my heart dropped to my stomach, but still I had to ask, okay, if he is, why is the reason something I'd love to know?
John は俺の写しみなんだ。お前の世話係兼監視役として8年前からずっとおもりをさせていた。
John is my avatar. I made him to babysit you for 8 years to take care of and keep tabs on you.
ジョンの感覚は俺とつながってる。こいつが見聞きしたことは全部俺に伝わるんだよ。
His senses are connected with mine. Everything he sees and hears is directly passed on to me.
だから、お前たちが俺に都合の悪い話をしていたと知って慌てたのさ。自分がいたら筒抜けになるからな。
That's why he got all flustered about learning you wanted to keep me out of the club. With him around, nothing would be secret.
どうだ?
How about
これ以
that?
上の打ち明け話はないだろう。俺を信用したか?
There's no better secret to disclose than that, right? Do you trust me now?
どうして?
Why?
言うなら自分でと。俺からちゃんとお嬢に話したかったのに。
We're falling apart at the seams. If someone had to tell her I wanted it to be me, I wanted to tell her my lady myself. I was shaken by Obrion's revelation, but what struck me even more was John's expression contorting with grief and the pained voice he wrung out. My heart ached. Before I knew it, I was gently touching John's arms as he stood rooted to his spot. Obrion, I think that you're even more untrustworthy after that. Considering the way John spoke, I know that he planned on telling me one day, but you dragged it out into the open and on your own whim. Do you really think I can have faith in you, my guy? She was so easy to accept this time. Furthermore, you're the one who foisted that role of monitoring me on him, aren't you? It's not his own intention.
はあお前を騙してたジョンより俺が信用できないっていうのか
Are you saying I'm more dubious than John, the guy who deceived you? Bitch, you made him. Obrion flapped his wings in front of John and me, eventually unsatisfied with my reaction. The noisy rustling was getting on my nerves to the point that I wanted to cover them. But then a whimsical voice interrupted us.
彼女に信用してほしいというのなら、兄上を返してあげたらどうですか?
If you truly wish her to trust you, how about you return her brother to her?
多分、それが一番信用を得られる方法だと思いますよ。
I believe that's the most effective way to achieve that goal. Care to explain your sudden change of heart? Didn't you want my brother's body? Though his interest had moved on to payback, I hadn't expected him to abandon his wish to this extent, and I cut in on reflex. I simply thought it's not fun to be doubted by you, just like the faking.
言っただろう。私は面白い方が好きなのさ。君が喜んでくれるなら器を手放しても構わないよ。
Remember what I said? I like things that are fun. If it makes you happy, then I don't mind relinquishing my vessel. It makes no sense to me. Is this the nature of Pure Fae, or the nature of Ascot himself? Ascot winked, the image of fivality. In fact, it made his claim about fun more convincing.
へえ散々老いを恐れていたお前の言葉とも思えないな
It's hard to believe that I'm hearing this from you, who was so terrified of
言って
aging.
おくが
Just putting it out
憎しみを
there,
作れ
but
ないお前にとってあれ以上の器はそうそう見つからないぞ
for a Fae who can't make avatars, it's going to be tough to find a finer vessel than that one.
プーカは気まぐれだとご存知でしょ。今の私は彼女の喜ぶ顔を見るのもまた一興かと思いましてね。
You're well aware of how fickle Puka are, yes. At the moment, I merely think that it'd be quite amusing to see her delighted face.
まあ、こ
Well,
の気持ちもまたあなたには理解しがたいものでしょうが。
such sentiments are likely difficult for you to understand. Ascot flashed a snide grin at the faking, and Obrion harumphed in reply.
理解したいとも思わないなだがこれ以上ここに長くとどまるのもごめんだ協力しないと言われるのも尺
I don't want to understand you anyway. I'd rather not stay any longer, and it's going to annoy me if you choose not to work with me.
いいだろう
Fine then.
返してやるよ2、3日のうちにはお前の元に戻るはず
I'll give him back. He should return to you within 2 to 3 days. Really? The flow of conversation was too convenient, leaving me in disbelief. Oberon coldly spat what he said
無
next.
言はないこれで信用しろよ
You have my word, so give me your trust.
ここまでしたんだお前たちは俺に手を貸すんだろうな
Look at the effort I'm putting in. You guys will give me your hand now, right? He redirected the conversation to the entire room, and Ed stood up as a representative.
正直に言えばあなたは信じきるには恐ろしい相手だと思っていますですが今の行動は信用に値すると言えるでしょう
Frankly, I consider you a terrifying person that I can't put my full faith in. However, you have displayed your sincerity.
それに
Moreover,
私たちの利害は一致している我々があなたの羽を取り戻す代わりに陛下をティルナノーグへ連れ帰ってください
moreover, we share a common interest. In exchange for reclaiming your wing, please aid us and take the queen back to Titanok.
それが俺の
That's
望み
my wish.
喜んでやってやるよ
I'll gladly do that. Oberon replied with satisfaction. Next, Alfred looked around the room.
最大の問題の一つが片付いたところで決行日だが私からの提案として博覧会の前日ではどうだ
Now that our biggest problem is out of the way, I have a proposal. How about we act the day before the exhibition?
ああ前日これまで散々苦労してお膳立てした博覧会を台無しにする気か
The day before, we've gone through so much hardship to set up the event, and you're going to tear it all apart?
そうはならないんじゃないのかな。陛下が速やかにティルナノーグへお戻りになるなら大きな混乱も起きないはず。
I don't think it would come to that. If the queen returns to Tiananog without any obvious struggle, there shouldn't be any disturbances.
そして陛下不在でもつつがなく開催できるように準備を進めてきたんだろう、君たちは。
A few of you have already made arrangements so that the exhibition can proceed smoothly even without her presence, yes?
否定はしない。
I won't deny it.
用意周到だったってわけですね。まあここまで来たら俺も文句は言いませんよ。
Oh my god, the truth is taking 3.5 hours so far. So you came thoroughly prepared. Well, we've come this far. I won't complain.
ところで、アスコットさんはまだ俺たちの足を引っ張るつもりですか？
Speaking of which, Ascot, do you still plan on sabotaging us?
いや、妖精王に不愉快な思いをさせることには成功したようだし、異種会社はもう十分かな。
No, it's like I succeeded. Looks like I succeeded in upsetting the Fey King, so I've had my fill of revenge.
一人だけ仲間外れというのも悲しいから、計画に参加させてもらうよ。
I would be miserable if I was the only one left out, so I'll join in on the plan.
それを堂々と俺の前で言うお前がつくづく好きになれない
I
な。
really don't like your attitude saying whatever you want right in front of me.
お互い様ですよ。
The sentiment is mutual. Not only had the pair changed moods all too easily, they were even exchanging something like banter, seeing that Linus side.
ピュアって本気でめんどくさいと思わない？
Don't you think that pure Fae are way more trouble than they're worth? I can't understand their way of thinking at all. Right, I agree. For now,
ひとまず今は二人とも味方だという事実だけ理解しておく。
I'll keep in mind that the two of them are on our side. It should do... I should do that too. Thinking about these two with mortal standards like trust is probably just a waste of time. As I agreed in my mind to their whispered exchanges, I peered over at Lucas and John. They didn't seem to have any further objections about the timing of the operation, so I spoke up to express my own stance. In that case, the day before the exhibition, we shall march into the royal palace as one. Alright, yes, got it. Yeah, very well, roger that. Starting from this moment, when all of our spirits were united, our plan was truly set in motion. And yet... After the discussion was over and Oberon disappeared, John addressed me, his voice faltering.
さっきは7人でって話になったけど、お嬢が俺の顔を見たくないと思うなら。
Gotta be close, right? Gotta be close, right? Shaking. These chapters are also very weird. I want more pictures, bro.
俺はここで姿を消すよ。
I'm gonna make a guess on how long it's gonna take to get to the end. I'm gonna say it's gonna be 6 hours and 15 minutes for the end to start. We'll find out. We're at 5:30. We just agreed that we'll go in as the 7 of us, but if you don't want to see me, my face, my lady, I'll vanish from your sight.
環境があの人だったとしても、お嬢を騙してた事実は変わらないんだから。
Even if the Fae King is the main culprit, it doesn't change that I've deceived you. He cast his eyes down, looking distressed. I was somewhat stuck on how I should respond. I'd be lying if I said I'm not disoriented at all, but I can tell that John's also hurt by what happened. Tell me something. Over these 8 years, you have said and done many things for me. Were they all lies? Did you do all of that to trick me?
それは違う。俺は本当にお嬢のために生きてきた。
They weren't. I really have lived for your sake until now, my lady.
最初はあの人が言う通り、世話と監視に徹してたと思う。
At first,
俺にはあまり感情がなかったから。
I think I devoted myself to taking care of and monitoring you just like you said. I barely had any emotions back then.
でもお嬢と過ごすうちに、どんどん自我が芽生えてきて。
As I spent more time with you, though,
ただ守りたいと思うようになった。
a sense of self-growth rapidly within me. Eventually, I started wishing to protect you. Thanks. Those words are more than enough. You don't have to say anything else. I still needed more time to reconcile with with this discovery, but I'd at least regained enough energy to smile at my friend. I was wary from the countless new revelations today. I needed fresh air. I'll go rest for a while before I go back to work. Tell Ed that I'll come back if he needs any helpers. Okay,
わかった。
got it. Ed was busy putting together plans with Alfred right now, and I didn't want to disturb him. After entrusting the message to John, I left the parlor behind me. Ascot's identity, my brother's return, the truth about John, way too much at once. In the garden, I leaned against a tree trunk while sighing. Chaos. Those trees would not be comfortable to lean against. Chaos had become a pattern. Are these the roses she likes so much? But all too soon, I spotted someone heading in my direction. I'm afraid I came here because I wanted some time alone.
おやおや、王政の約束を守ってくれたんじゃなかったの?
Oh dear, you weren't here for our twist. I can't say tryst right. I can't. I just... It's like my childhood speech impediment hits me and I'm like, I know the word. I know exactly what it means. A rendezvous. I scoffed and sent a thorny glare while Ascot exaggerated his dejection. I don't remember agreeing to one. That said, I do wish to express my gratitude about my brother. Frankly, I was taken aback that you were willing to abandon your wish for my sake. What exactly caused your change of heart? And lastly, I have a hard time trying to comprehend why you were so easily motivated to join the operation to overthrow the queen. Since he was here anyways, I decided to ask him all the questions I had. Ascot curled his lip into a meaningful grin.
さっきも言っただろう。私はね、
Haven't I
面
already
白いこ
told
と
you?
が好きなのさ。
I'm a fan of amusement.
長く生きていると何もかもどうでもよくなってくるものだけれど。
When you lead a long life, you slowly come to think that nothing in the world matters.
君は稀に見る最高の退屈しのぎ。
But you are
さしず
rare.
め。私の可愛いおもちゃといったところだから。
You are a rare, sublime existence for warding off boredom. I suppose you could say that you are my cute toy.
そんな君のやることに行き着くところまで付き合ってみるのも楽しそうだと思ってな。
I only thought that it might be amusing to go along with what you want to do, all the way to the sweet bitter end. Don't say reproachable things so brazenly. I scowled, finding his teasing reprehensible, but Ascot flashed me a brilliant
褒め
smile.
言葉のつもりだよ。何せ、この私が自分の目的を諦めようと思うぐらいに愛着を持っているのだからね。
Take it as a compliment. Remember, I've grown attached enough to you to consider giving up my own goal.
そうだ。私なりの愛情を捧げたお礼に、君ももう少し気安く私に接してくれないかな。
As thanks for offering my affection in my own way, could you act casually with me?
他のみんなとは随分親しげなようだから、私とも気楽に話してくれ。
You seem quite friendly with the others, so it would be darling if you spoke to me frankly. Understood. Okay. I obeyed him without arguing, but not out of newfound familiarity, but because pretending to show respect for him just to keep up appearances was starting to feel ludicrous. Still, Ascot nodded with satisfaction before we remembered one last thing.
面白いといえば、計画実行の前に楽しい催しを開こうと思っているんだ。
Speaking of amusing things, I'm thinking about hosting an event before our
エ
operation.
ド君も了承してくれたし、もちろん君も参加してくれるよね。
Ed gave me his approval, so surely you'll attend as well, right? An event. I felt nothing but apprehension at those words. Knowing him, it was nothing respectable to my surprise.
もう1週間で晩餐会の準備をするなんて鬼畜じゃない
Jeez, preparing for a banquet within a single week? Are they trying to work us to the
し
bone?
かもニコラスさんもフィリップもいないのに結婚するだなんて前代未聞だわ
And all while Mr. Nicholas and Philip are absent. This is so unheard of.
でも少人数のささやかなパーティーだと思えば気楽じゃないかな
But if you think of it as a humble party with a small group of people, it should be relatively
エ
stress-free.
ドワード様も手の込んだ料理は必要ないっておっしゃってたし
Edward mentioned that there's no need for any elaborate cuisine, too. Yeah, tonight isn't a banquet in an official setting, and it's only a gathering to encourage the five houses to get through the exhibition. Both Lord Edmund and Lady Lily are absent as we don't have to be daunted by the affair. So we don't have to be daunted by the affair. The amusing event Ascot had mentioned was none other than a banquet preceding execution day. This project had appeared out of the blue, and Evelyn ignored the details, grumbling away despite clearly enjoying herself.
まあそうね
You're right about
支
that.
度が済んだら私たちも自由に休んでていいって話だし
You're right about that. Lord Edward also said that we can go rest as we like after the preparations are done.
普通ならありえないけど今日限りと思って楽しむのもいいかもね
It's normally unthinkable, but maybe having a good night for just one night isn't so bad. Yes, let's do that. Exchanging smiles, the two headed out of the room to fetch the dishes. I was just about to follow when someone tapped me on from behind.
少しだけ話がしたいんだけど
I want to chat. Do you have a moment for our serving duties? All that's left is to carry over a handful of large platters. We have drinks and enough servers. Certainly. I spotted other servers going to the kitchen to help too, so I accepted Linus's request. However, the band had begun performing in the main hall and all were present except Lucas. Even John, who had been fidgeting because he felt out of place, was in the hall. Leaving out just the two of us would be somewhat conspicuous. Possibly because he sensed my concern, Linus smiled and pointed to a
そう長い
wall.
話にはならないからあそこで十分だよ端に寄って話そう
I won't take too long. Heading over there's enough. Let's scoot over to one side and talk. All right. We walked to the corner he pointed to and relaxed against the wall. After meeting my eyes, Linus cast down his gaze as if nervous or decisive. Nevertheless, he broke his silence quickly.
俺がリアムだと言ったら言いたいことが伝わるかな
Would telling you that I'm Liam be enough to across what I wanted to say? The moment I heard that name, my heart almost stopped. Memories gushed forward like a raging river. I shut my eyes to stop emotions from overflowing. Yes, it is.
それならこれだけ君に言っておくよすべてが終わった後君は俺を好きにしていい
Then I'll only add this. When everything is over and done with, you can do whatever you want with me.
目の前から消えてくれと言われればそうするし死ねと
If you
言われ
ask
れ
me
ば
to
喜
disappear, I
ぶし
will. If you want me to die, I'll gladly do so.
それだけどうしても伝えておきたか
That's
った
the only thing I want to tell you. You aren't going to make any excuses.
起きたことが全てだそして事実がどうあれ君が感じたことが真実だと思ってくれて構わないよ
In the end, what happened is what matters, and whatever the circumstances might be, you can think of what you felt as the truth. When I raised my face, I saw Linus staring squarely back at me. My eyes met with his. Back then, I understood the sun was shimmering so brightly, but in the dim light of the hall, the charm was quieter. The light in his eyes was tainted now with sorrow. Something told me that the truth was hidden in the circumstances he chose not to share. If Linus won't tell me about them, I shouldn't ask, not now at least. Alright, after everything is over, I'll tell you what I felt back then.
ありがとう
Thanks. Linus pushed out the wall to leave my side as if to cast away any remaining doubts. Unlike him, I didn't have the heart to move for a good while. Thirsty. Should I grab some drinks? Or I need to help Evelyn and Charlotte too. My brain operated ceaselessly, but my body wouldn't budge. I waddled, unwilling to leave the wall, but the shadow fell over me.
飲むかアルコールは入っていないからこれなら酔う心配もない
Would you like this? There's no alcohol, so you don't have to worry about getting intoxicated. The timely offer was as if he had read my mind, and I accepted readily. However, in the back of my mind, I knew Alfred's expression was too strained to be written off as his stoic. Thanks. I'll have it.
礼は言わなくていいこれから面白くもない話を聞かせようと思って
You don't have to thank me. I'm about to bring up an unpleasant topic. God. I see. So this was where the odd feeling came from. Alfred is probably nervous. Having grasped his objective, I breathed out a sigh. Today's the day for such conversations. I've braced myself. You're not the first.
なあ見えていたライナスも伝えたのだな
Yes, I saw that. Linus has conveyed his feelings to you
ライ
then.
ナスも 私を含め、おそらくここにいる全員が、お前に許されたいとは思っていないだろう。
Likely everyone, me included, don't wish for your
そ
forgiveness.
してお前に話して聞かせることで、自分が楽になりたいわけでもない。
We don't hope to lighten our burden of guilt by telling you our
ただ
stories.
お前には、知る権利があると思っている。だから事実を話しに来た。
I just believe that you have the right to know. That's why I come to tell you the truth. I understood. Go on. I understand. Go on. As at my prompt, Alfred said with a solemn determination expression. He spoke steadily.
8年前、私はエルトビーク村に結界を張り、逃げようとする村人たちを。
8 years ago, I manifested a barrier around Eltbeek that trapped the escaping villagers inside. That was my part. That's it? Girl, okay. Okay, I know this is the true end, right? This is supposed to be like, oh, she forgives people. That's it? That's fucking it? Are you for real? She also forgave John really easy despite what happened. Like, girl, what? What cleansing waterfall did you sit under for like 9 fucking years in this route? Oh my god. The exchange ended so swiftly that I wasn't prepared to respond. I sounded foolish even to myself.
それだけというには、非道な行いをしたと思っているのだが、お前の反応は、私が想像していたのとは違うな。
I consider it an inhumane act that can't be described as that's it, so I must say your reaction is different from my expectations. Now, Alfred looked as taken back as I felt. Alfred was typically all business. It was rare to see him thrown off kilter, and it eased my nervous attack. No, I am angry. It's a brutal deed, but you said it like any other report, which I didn't expect. I guess you were telling the truth when you said you didn't want forgiveness. You've made it clear that you are uptight, inflexible, and uncompromising.
なかなか辛辣な批評だが、まあ。
That's harsh criticism, but I accept it. Alfred, okay, so that's it. That's how you say it. That's what she meant. Okay, fine. I accept you. Alfred grimaced as if he were enduring physical pain. It was fascinatingly different from his norm, but I decided ease up. But I decided to ease up? Maybe? You said yourself you didn't want liberation. I gave you the exact response you wished for.
ああ、礼を言うよ。
Yes, you have my gratitude for that. For some reason, Alfred thanked me. Perhaps I should have said something more biting about it all. Then he left my side graciously like Linus had. I've dallied for long enough. I should get back to my job as a maid. Back in work mode, I wondered if Lucas had arrived yet, as I considered going to the entrance hall to check. He appeared before my very eyes. You look pretty worn out. Sorry, I didn't notice you arrived. Did someone guide you here? No, I came in by myself, that said. I've got company. I asked him to wait in the drawing room, so could you go and show him the way here? Okay. He'd come in on his own accord, but he requested his companion wait. It was a rather peculiar choice in my eye. Furthermore, the banquet tonight should have only been the 6 of them, wondering just who could have Lucas brought. I made for the drawing room. Who possibly could be here?
Yeah, Luke-kun. 随分遅い登場だね.
Hello, Lulu. You're fashionably late. Lucas reflectively glowered at Ascot's chubby address. However, he cleared his mind and halted his steps. I searched for that guy before I came here. I knew he'd be nearby. I see.
なるほどなるほど。だから彼女を行かせたんだね。
That's why you asked her to go. Pretty much. Or, on a normal day, Lucas would avoid Ascot at pretty much any cost, but their conversation flowed this time. Intrigued, the frivolous man handed Lucas a wine glass.
たまには一緒に飲まないかい？私に聞きたいこともありそうだし。
How about we drink together? It seems like you have a few questions for me. Though there was no response, Lucas accepted the glass, leaned against the nearby wall, and took a sip of the wine.
どうしても聞きたいというほどの話があるわけじゃない。
It's nothing significant. I don't exactly have burning questions on my mind. I just felt it was odd that you'd get on board an operation to take down the queen.
どちらでも構わない。誰がどうなろうと気にしない。
You seem like an
そんなことを
apathetic guy. Like you can't care less about what happens to anyone.
それはどちらかというと、ルー君のスタンスじゃないか。
If anything, wouldn't that be your stance on things,
世
Lulu?
の中に興味がないような顔をしていたのに、どうしてこんなに面倒なことに首を突っ込もうと
You
思
wear
った
the
んだい
face of someone with no interest in the world. What spurred you to poke your nose into such a tiresome affair? Ascot glossed over his own answer, which tested Lucas's patience. That said, if Lucas didn't answer, Ascot would interpret things in an annoying, imaginative manner.
僕は別に大義を掲げて女王を倒そうとしているわけじゃない。
It's not that I'm trying to take down the queen under the banner of some great
放っ
justice.
ておけないだけだ。危険な道に突っ込んでいこうとするあいつをな。
There's just someone I can't leave alone, someone who's charging onto a path of danger.
おや、それはまた随分と愛のある言葉だね。君が彼女をそこまで思っているとは気づ
Oh,
か
what
なかった。
profound words of love we have here. I never really thought I realized that your feelings for her were that strong.
は
Huh? Love.
だと。
What the?
友人の妹だから心配しているだけだ。すぐに愛だの恋だの世俗的なものと結びつけられるのは不愉快だ。
I'm only worried because she's the sister of a friend. Don't thoughtlessly attribute it to cheap, base concepts like love or romance.
世俗的な意味で言ったわけではないよ。私もまた似たようなことを思っているから言っただけだ。
She could get them all. She could collect them all like Pokemon. Oh my god, she could have 6 boyfriends. She could create her own harem. Reverse harem, but it's still a harem. I mean, it should still be a harem, just to be clear. I didn't mean it in the shallow way. I only said it because I'm doing something
彼
similar.
女は妙に鋭いところを見せたかと思えば、うぶなところもあるから見ていて飽きないし、次はどんな姿を見せてくれるのかと興味が湧く。
One moment she shows wondrous perceptiveness, and in the next she's naive. I'll never tire of watching her. I'm too curious about what side she'll show me next.
こういう感情を何というのが適切か。ああ、そうだ。見守っていたい。かな。
What phrase is the most suitable to describe it? I know. I want to watch over her.
これもまた愛の一種だと思うのだけれど、違うだろうか。
I consider this a type of love in itself, but am I mistaken? Truthfully, the word love, no matter what type it was a foreign concept to Lucas. It's infuriating to admit, but I probably feel the same way. He's blushing. But Ascot was the one person he'd rather die than admit it to.
さあな。僕にはよくわか
Who
らない。
knows? I don't know.
そうか。
That's a
それは
shame.
ところで、君のご友人も明日は一緒に行く
Speaking
の
of
かい
which, is your friend also coming with us tomorrow?
嫌なことを思い出させるな。本人は行くと言って聞かなかったが、まだ本調子ではなさそうだったからな。
Don't remind me of what I was trying to forget. That guy insists he'll go, but he doesn't seem back to full strength yet.
お前の代わりに僕がついていくと言い含めて、居残りを命じた。
I emphasized to him that I would follow her in his stead and demand he stay behind. Lucas chugged the last of the wine as a gesture to cut the chat there. Grinning Ascot did the same.
ルー君は友人に対しても愛があるね。ではその心意気に敬意を表して、私も明日は頑張るとしようか。
Looks like you have profound love for your friend as well, Lulu. Well then, out of respect for your determination, I'll work diligently tomorrow too. Ascot's wording rubbed Lucas the wrong way, and Lucas considered snapping back with some kind of snide comment. But before he could make any rebuke, Ascot was drawn to a maid who had come to serve them, practically skipping after her. We'll just get a little story of him falling for Evelyn. Because everyone was concentrated in the great hall, stepping out into the corridor felt like stepping into a sheer silence. Is this really another guest here? Even when I approached the drawing room, I couldn't sense anyone's presence. I chose to place faith in Lucas's words. Stopping in front of the door, I knocked. Please come in. Even though the thick wood of the door, I could never mistake that voice. It was the voice that had called my names dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands of times. A voice that laughed at my stories and comforted me day after day. It was my brother's voice. Zapdos, my princess.
まさか使用人の格好をした君と再会するとは思っていなかったけど
Really shouldn't be here, Riley. I think they want to
その
kidnap you.
姿もまた可愛らしいね
I never thought a reunion would happen with you dressed in a maid outfit, but you look adorable in that attire too.
本当に可愛らしく
You have
美しく成長してい
truly
る
grown into a lovely young lady.
さあこちらへ来て顔をよく見せてくれないか
Now come, let's have a good look at you. Joy wasn't nearly enough to describe what coursed through me. When I stepped forward, I almost tripped over my own feet. I stumbled, practically diving into my brother to throw my arms around his frame. Riley! I wanted to see you the longest time, even if only in a dream. But I'm seeing you here in reality. You're alive. Please don't disappear ever again.
僕も会いたかった
I won't. I missed you too.
意識がこちらにない間もお前のことを思い続けていたよ
Even while my consciousness was in that other place, you were still constantly on my mind. Right? Where did your mind go? What kind of life have you been leading? For the past 8 years, why have you, after my elation over our reunion settled, elation. After my elation over our reunion settled down, questions welled up one after another like a fountain. My brother, however, didn't give me answers. Instead, he cupped my cheek with his hand.
落ち着いて疑問にはゆっくり答えてあげるよ
Calm down. Don't worry. I have plenty of time to clear up your questions.
それよりも
More
僕はお
importantly,
前のことが心配だ
I'm worried about you. You look tired.
疲れた顔をしている
You're pushing
無理をしてるん
yourself
じゃ
too
ないか
hard, aren't you? No, not at all. I'm not, but my mind went to my conversation with Alfred and Linus earlier, the truth that I learned from John, Ascot, and Lucas before them. Then there was the report that Ed had put together. When I thought back upon all the things that had happened throughout these 8 days, my chest felt tight. Unable to make sense of my own feelings, I looked up at my brother's face. All this time, I've resented the queen who gave the order to kill you, and the 5 houses who acted for them. I've been planning on taking revenge, bro. Bro, I was gonna murder people. But lately, my stance has been shifted. All those horrible things happened due to the queen's ego. Maybe it's enough for her to just leave the mortal world. As for the 5 houses, they have their own feelings on the matters and have suffered in their own ways, so I'm starting thinking maybe I can stop hating them.
でも
But I was struggling to find my words, but Riley didn't rush me, instead prompting me gently. Just now, one man after another came up to me to tell me their side of the incident. Whenever that day is brought up, I still can't help but question myself. When I recall our dead parents and the villagers, I ask myself, is punishing the queen enough? Is it really fine to not do anything to the people who did the dirty work? I'm swaying back and forth between my past self and present self. I can't decide. The silence stretched on for a while, then, selecting his words carefully, Riley spoke.
僕自身も彼らに対して全く
Personally,
何も思わないと言ったら嘘になるかもしれない
I'd be lying if I said I don't hold anything at all against them.
でもそれは僕が自分で折り合いをつけることであって
But that's something I have to come to
8年
terms
間
with.
一人で戦い続けてきたお前の葛藤とはまた種類が違うだろう
It's different from the struggle you faced fighting alone these 8 years.
だからここでは悩める妹を目の前にした兄として助言するよ
That's why I will speak as a brother in front of his troubled sister right now.
過去は今につながっているけれど未来につながって
The
いるのは
past leads to
過
the
去ではな
present,
く
but the past
今だ
isn't what leads to the future. You mean you're saying that what I'm thinking in the present is the right thing? I muttered that, feeling disoriented. After smiling at me, my brother shook his head.
今の考えが正解だと断言したつもりはないよ
I don't mean that your current opinion is the right one either, quite unnecessarily.
時は常に流れていくもので今この瞬間にも未来は変わり続けていると言いたかったんだ
What I want to say is that time is constantly flowing forward. Even at this very moment, the future is constantly changing. The future is constantly changing.
僕は8年前に一度死んだようなもの
Yep, I'm no different from a man who died once 8 years ago.
なのにこうして生きてお前と再会できた 自分でも奇跡が重なった未来へ進んでいると実感していたところだよ。
But I was able to reunite with you alive. Even for me, it's just sinking in that I'm in a future where miracles have happened.
きっと何か一つでも選択が違えば、こうしてお前と再会することも叶わなかっただろう。
It depends. Depends. There's some. You come back in a couple of them. It's not all of them. A couple. I mean, she dies in a few of them. Let's not worry about that, Riley. I'm sure that if someone made even one different choice somewhere, our reunion could have never been possible.
その瞬間瞬間で下す決断が未来を変えていく。だからお前にもその時に感じた思いを大切にしてほしいんだ。
The countless decisions we make every minute change our future step by step. I want you to cherish the feelings you have in the moment. Your wording makes it sound like even today is going to become the past.
今がお前の決断の時でないならそうなるだろうね。
If this isn't the time you make your decision, then that will be the outcome, yes.
僕自身
I, for one,
あの時もう死ぬと感じた8年前には
could have never imagined 8 years ago,
こん
as
な未来があるなんてね。
I was on the verge of death, that this future would be waiting for me.
でも
But right now,
今はここにいる。
I'm here with you.
そんな僕が言うんだから少しは説得力がある言葉
Coming
だ
from
ろ。
me, it's at least a little convincing, right? He grinned mischievously before pulling his hands away from my cheeks to instead stroke my head. When do you think I'll be able to make my pivotal decision? I feel so lost.
お前ならちゃんとわかると僕は思うよ。
I'm sure you'll know when the time comes. We've been apart you've been apart from me for so long. How can you be so sure? I added in just a hint of doubt as I asked. In response, my brother embraced me tightly.
どれだけ離れていてもわかるさ。
No matter how long we've been
お
apart,
前の兄さんだからね。
I can still tell. I'm your real brother after all. Hey, that's a very persuasive statement. His wording hadn't changed one bit. He was my doting brother, the same as 8 years ago. I couldn't suppress a smile. My loving brother, the one I knew and loved, would never denounce my indecision or distress. I still can't make up my mind. That said, I do know one thing. I don't want to sadden my brother who cares so much about me. I couldn't see what lay on the path ahead of me. Still, I felt that my gloomy past grew just a little more distant. The day before the exhibition had finally arrived. That means today's the day. Today's the day. We're like, how are we that close? How close is that? I didn't realize I could go to other ones, actually. I've learned something. Ugh. The official story was that Ed would head to the exhibition venue with me as his attendant. We were just about to climb into the carriage. However,
なんだって
what did you just say? Moments before our departure, a servant who had come from the estate where Lily was staying called. Color drained from his face. After watching the servant frantically scurry into the estate, I turned to Ed. Something happened.
それが姉上が静養先の屋敷からいなくなったそうなんだ。いるの行方がわからないらしい。
She's having a metamorphosis. She's turning into a beautiful, beautiful butterfly. Probably a rose-covered one. Lilies, I guess. My sister has apparently vanished from the estate she was resting at. Phil has also gone missing. What? Is there a chance that maybe they're headed back to the main estate for a while to attend the exhibition?
姉上は静養に専念するから博覧会も見に来ないとおっしゃっていたよ。
My sister said she was devoting all of her attention to resting and wouldn't be coming.
それにこちらへ戻ってくるつもりなら先に知らせが来るのがいつもの流れだ。
Furthermore, if she was intending on returning, she would have first sent notice.
とにかく父上はもう出かけてしまっているし、この件は私が対応すべきなんだろうが。
Okay. No. She's missing from the estate she went to? You're fucking fine. Wait. Just wait. I know when someone goes missing, you have 24 hours before that chance of them being found, like double. But you don't know if she's really missing. Maybe she went on a walk. In any case, father's already left, so I ought to handle this matter. But the problem was that our meeting time with the other fives was quickly closing in. We exchanged looks, wondering what to do. Suddenly, something rushed out before us.
お前たち、今すぐに王宮へ向かえ。 嫌な予感がするぞ。
You two hurry to the palace right now. I've got a bad feeling about this. Obrion, a bad feeling about what?
あの女、リリーに決まってる。
It's about that woman, Lily. Lily, why are you so apprehensive of her? I didn't remember Obrion ever saying Lily's name even once before. She's got a mad crush on me, bro. So why was he reacting so strongly as I questioned that the robin flapped his wings quietly before perching on my
お
shoulder?
前たちは大事なことを忘れていないか？羽狩りの犯人はバーンスタインの名を口にしたんだろう。
I didn't forget. I think you guys are forgetting something important. The wing hunter mentioned Bernstein's name,
俺
remember?
は教えてやったはずだぞ。あれはティアの真似をしてるってな。
And I distinctly told you a lot of ringleaders only imitate Tia.
それなのに、ずいぶん無警戒にこの邸内でティアをどうこうすると話し合っていなかったか。
Despite that, you guys unguardedly blabbled all about your plans for Tia inside the estate, didn't you?
待ってくれ。それじゃ、羽狩りと関係があったのは、まさかあの
Are you insinuating that my sister is the one behind the wing hunts?
とに
Ding
かく
ding ding
王宮へ向
ding.
かえ。急がないと取り返しがつかないことになるかもしれない。
Save the chit chat for later and go to the palace now. If you don't hurry, something terrible and irreversible might happen.
あの女、本当に手段を選ばないからな。
That woman would go to any lengths to get what she wants, which is you, right? At first, I couldn't understand what emotion thickened his voice, but when it clicked, it was loathing. I traded glances with Ed.
急ごう。
We should hurry. Though he was still baffled by the sudden turn of events, Ed made a snap decision. I had no intention of being left behind here. I chased after Ed, who was already swiftly walking to the carriage. Oblion followed. Are you coming with us in that form?
ああ、あの女がティアに何かする気なら黙って見てはいられないからな。
Yeah, if that woman plans on doing something to Tia, I can't take it lying down. In what world would Lily do something to the queen? A new question surfaced, followed... Has she been poisoning the queen? Wait. Is Lily poisoning the queen? I know I kind of thought that this is probably who she liked. Huh. A new question surfaced, followed by an unpleasant premonition filling my heart. Before he headed to the palace, the place of the final battle, John decided to meet Goneril. He looked around and the deserted shop, mystified. She's usually here at this time. Is she out day drinking? Sensing that something wasn't right, John explored the shop's interior and discovered a stray piece of paper left on a table. This is a note left for me and my lady. The meticulous script that composed the short message was unimaginably from Goneril's usual demeanor. I'm thankful towards the two of you. It looks like I can achieve my goal too. Goneril's gone? Is that... And what's this about being grateful to us? The written passage was too abstract for John to decipher any specific meaning from it. But he couldn't stop a sense of unease from settling into his heart. Fair enough. Once we arrived at the palace, Ed and I met up with Alfred, Linus, Lucas, Ascot, and John. We marched in without wasting any time. Advancing down the corridor briskly, Ed recited what we had heard from Obrion and everyone else to everyone else. I find this hard to swallow. Are you saying that Lady Lily's the one who imitated the wing hunters? Likely. The Fey King also said she's plotting something in the palace. The information Obrion flew off the moment we arrived at the palace. He wasn't with us now. Someone else added to Ed's statement. It's not all that implausible, Ed. You should have caught on at least a little to your own sister's abnormality, right? Ed faltered this time. Ascot, who brought up the rear, chimed in.
まあ、エド君が信じられない気持ちもわからなくはないよ。 私ですら油断していたしね。
I understand why you find it hard to believe, Ed. Even I let my guard down after all. Then you were also aware of that something was about Lily was abnormal. Ascot always does. Ascot's not an idiot. I just keep wanting to know how close. Like, I should be able to keep going, even with the locks. I should just be able to see how many options I got. Like, it's 88%. Ascot's word insinuated that there was more to his history. He could barely glance at me. Then you were also aware, okay.
そうだね。
Well, you could say that.
みんなも薄々感じていただろうけれど、私は彼女とあまり仲が良くない。ある種の同族嫌悪をお互い感じていたからね。
I'm sure that everyone has picked up on it, but she and I aren't on good terms. You could say that we've an indissensual mutual dislike for one another as similar people.
だからあまり積極的に彼女の話題は出してこなかったのだけれど、こんな事態になったのだから言ってもいいかな。
That's why I've never brought her up myself as a subject of conversation, but now that things have come to this.
姉上の目的を知っているのですか?
Are you saying you know her objective? Ed sharply cut to the heart of the matter, and Ascot was slow to continue.
彼女は陛下を羨んでいる。陛下そのものになり変わろうとしてるのさ。
She envies the queen. That lady is trying to take her place in every way
そ
possible.
うすれば全てうまくいくと思い込んでいる節があるからね。
From what I've seen, she's convinced that everything will work out if she succeeds. I don't understand a single word of that. It seems that I wasn't the only one lost. Everyone other than Ascot held their tongues with conflicted expressions.
まあ実際にはそんなことはただのユニークにはできやしない。けれどわざわざ王宮で何かしようというのなら。
A mere demi-fae can't replace the queen, but if she goes as far as to scheme something within the palace walls...
妖精王が危惧する通り、取り返しのつかない事態になる可能性はあるだろうね。
Just as the Fae King feared, there is a chance that the situation may spiral out of control. Grasping our reaction, Ascot clarified not a moment later. Someone's coming this way. Linus called up for us to stop. At this point, I still couldn't see or sense anyone coming. We all came to a stop. After a few heartbeats, familiar faces alongside crowds of soldiers flooded the hall before us.
エドモンド卿、やはり来ていたか。
Lord Edmund, so you come after all.
よもやと思っていたが、揃いも揃って本当に現れたか。陛下を支持しようとは愚かなことを考えたものだ。
I thought that it surely couldn't be the case, but each and every one of you have truly come attempting to usurp your ruler. Foolishness.
身内の不始末は私が自らつけよう。剣を抜け。
I shall personally deal with the disgrace of my own blood. Draw your sword, Edward. Father.
旦那様、他の者どもは私と兵が抑えておきましょう。
Lord Edmund, I shall subjugate the others with the soldiers. Bad news were pinched on both sides. What? At John's muttering, I turned around. Dozens more bodies emerged from behind us. Those are mine. As if to confirm his words, a man took a step forward from the crowd and fixed his gaze on Linus.
ライナス様。よりにもよって次の当主となるべきあなたが。
It is regrettable, Lord Linus, to think that you, the next head of all people, is revolting against Her
あなたには
Majesty.
ここで消えていただきます。陛下に立てつく者には死を。
We'll have to erase you here.
あなた
Death
であっても例外ではありま
is
せん。
the only outcome for those who defy the Queen. You are not an exception to this rule, I'm afraid. With that declaration from the pair, a cluster of soldiers stepped forward, claws out. Driven to a corner, we turned to form a circle that we could watch each other's back.
バーンスタインのみならず、ウォードも、それもライナスに反発する勢力だけが狙いすましたようにある。
Not only does the Bernstein head show up, but even the faction of Ward that opposes Linus, as if they've been waiting for this moment.
僕たちにとってあからさまに不利になるような情報の漏れ方は、 逆に不自然じゃ
The
ない。
way the information has been leaked is actually unnatural at this point.
リリー女が王宮に来ているというなら、これも彼女の策略と考えれば筋は通るよ。
Assuming Lady Lily has come to the palace, it adds up if this is part of her design.
もっとも集められた兵たちは約束を捕らえるという正義に燃えているだけで利用されているとは思っていないだろうね。
That said, the soldiers she's assembled are only spurred up by their own mission of justice. I doubt that they know that they're pawns. Thinking back now, her behavior makes sense. She uses others without them noticing. She keeps people in the palm of her hand.
姉上の動向には俺がもっと早く気づくべきだった。ここにいる誰よりその機会があったん
I
だか
ought to
ら。
have noticed my sister's plan much earlier. I had more opportunity than anyone.
後悔するのは生き残ればいくらでもできるよ、エド。今はこの窮地を乗り越える方法を考えよう。
You can self-reflect if you survive, Ed. We should focus on overcoming our current crisis.
方法も何も押し通すしかないんじゃないか。
We've got no options. Our only choice is to push through with force. Alfred turned to gaze at John and me.
全員が足止めされるのは避けるべきだ。ここはお前たちが先へ行け。
We cannot allow for everyone to be detained here. You two press on ahead. Huh? How are we supposed to do that when we're surrounded?
お前たち自身の能力にも関わってくるが、二人とも素早さに自信はあるか？
Depends on your abilities, but do you two of you have confidence in your agility? We do. You can count on us.
では、私が結露を開こう。合図をしたらすぐに走れよ。
In that case, I shall carve a way out once you see my signal run. After receiving our clipped replies, Alfred thrust his hand
こ
forward.
の場に宿りし好物たちよ。石滑る者の声に応え、守りの盾となれ。
Oh, minerals that dwell in this place answer my summons, form a shield that defends. Alfred had just finished his yell when the soldiers broke rank and charged, but they were all stopped short. One soldier fell onto his bottom, haha, as if he had been thrown backwards. Another repeatedly swung his hand against the air. A wall had materialized, but I was only distracted by their comical situation for a split second. Okay, go. Yeah. As if Alfred's holler was pushing us forward, John and I broke into a furious sprint. From the corner of my eye, I spotted Edmund and Nicholas widening their eyes with surprise as we rushed past them, but
あなたの相手は私です。
I am your opponent. Papa.
援護しろ、ルーカス。
Back them up here, Lucas. Got it.
目くらましは任せてくれ。
I'll prepare visual distractions.
なら、ウォードの手勢にもまとめてお願いします。
Use your ability on the ward troops. Before the pair could do anything to us, the voices of the others rang out from the rear. Though I didn't have the luxury of looking back, I could tell that our allies' battle was just beginning. And my job is to press forward with John. The only thing I'll focus on as I run. Single-mindedly commanding my feet to move forward, the two of us raced towards the depths of the palace. It was the end of a chapter, wasn't it? We're at 88%. Now we're at 88%. We're still there. We're so close, but we're still there. After making significant progress, we paused. I could still hear the clashing of weapons and ferocious battle cries in the distance. Will Ed and the others be fine on their own? Why didn't they make chapters? Why does this not have chapters? I understand the truth. The truth can have chapters, so I know I have an idea. The truth, chapter 1. You know what I mean? Like, will Ed and the others be fine on their own? They're heavily outnumbered.
腐っても5家。それも最も優秀な連中だ。
Don't forget they're the 5
大
houses.
丈夫と信
They
じるし
should be
かないな。
fine. We have to have faith. We have to have faith. Edmund, the strongest among the 5 houses, was on the other side. I was a tad concerned, but John was right. Plus, there's no guarantee that our battle's going to be any easier. In fact, there was a chance that the conflict ahead of us was going to be leveled more risky. Let's go, my lady. Right. Down this path awaited the queen, my enemy of the last 8 years, the one I resented most. In all likelihood, Lily was with her. No, she was no longer the Lily I'd known. Apprehension of the unknown zapped my heart, but I had no plans of stopping after coming this far. What are you people doing? As we headed to the palace's heart, soldiers appeared before us from time to time, but their numbers were few. We eliminated them swiftly. Before most could have drawn their sword, John would strike their vitals to knock them out. You've never failed to impress. You don't even leave any openings for me to help.
お嬢の本番はこの後だろ。二人だけで女王を相手取るのは相当骨だぞ。
My lady, your main battle is after this. Taking on the queen just by ourselves is going to be quite a chore.
それに、
Not to mention, we don't know what the White Lily is cooking up. Just as we are about to resume our run, John recalled something he rifled through his pockets.
これのことを伝えそびれてた。ゴネリルが俺とお嬢宛てに置き手紙を残して。
Now's not the time, actually. I know she's gonna come up because, her brother was the guy that was married to White Lily and she died and whatever. That's fine. Not the time. You guys suck at timing. I forgot to tell you about this. Goneril left behind a letter for you two, the two of us. She's gone.
単に出かけたにしては、タイミングといい、書き置きの内容といい、ちょっと気になってさ。
It's possible that it's a simple outing, but I was a little bothered considering the timing and what she wrote. Saying that John handed over the note that Goneril had apparently left at the shop. True, this is something odd. Why is she thanking us? However, I could only afford to spare a few moments for my pondering. It wasn't long before our running came to a stop. Have we arrived? Yes, at the end of the corridor is the throne room. With our destination right before my eyes, I had to take deep breaths to quell my anxiety. When I looked to my side, John was already gazing at me. It's okay. I'm with you. Let's fight together to the very end. John understands me more than anyone else. He's always worried about me and tries to protect me. That never changes. Thankfully, I'd been unsure if I could trust John after learning he was Obrion's avatar until now. Facing him here, in this situation where we could only depend on one another, I couldn't sense any lies or deceit in his words. It made me wish I could become a stronger person, not just for myself, but for John, who'd likely suffered because he couldn't tell me the truth. Don't forget that I'm with you too. It's not different from everything we've faced. It's no different from everything we've faced until now. We fight together. Seeing the smile on my face, John gasped, then returned my grin. I'm serious, no. I'm surely no match for you, my lady. All right then, shall we? I returned his nod and stepped towards the heart of the palace. The next moment, is Tia down this path? When I heard his wings flapping, I thought it was odd I hadn't heard them earlier. Robin Obrion darted up before us. That's right, the throne room's just ahead. I was under the impression that you arrived first. What were you doing all this time?
俺だって先に行くつもりだった。けどここはティアの気配が溢れすぎて居場所を特定できなかったんだよ。
I planned on arriving before you, but Tia's presence is brimming over everywhere, so I couldn't pinpoint her location.
それは残念でしたね。妖精王といえども万能じゃないわけか。
That's a shame. It sounds like even the Fae King is an omnipotent.
写しみのくせに
For an avatar,
随分生意気な口を聞くようになったじゃない。
you've grown a pretty cheeky mouth,
も
huh?
う少し立場をわきまえたらどうだ。
Don't you think you should know your place a bit more? Stop it. John is his own person. I won't let you off the hook the next time you speak to him like that. Not to mention that this isn't the time for quarreling, is it? Something brutal might be happening to your most precious queen. I stepped in as a mediator, but my tone was pretty scornful as well. Still hearing the words queen, Obrion immediately shifted gears.
そうだ、急ぐぞ。
We need to hurry.
案内しろ、アプローズ。
Show me the way, Apros. Since you insist, let's go. Yeah. I called out to John, not the Fae King, self-centered to a fault. Together, we marched on to our final showdown. To the final showdown. Deep in the palace, Lily Bernstein stood still in the throne room as she reminisced on the journey that had brought her here. It all started on that day. Having grown tired of gazing at her newborn brother, she walked out alone into the summer forest. That was the start of her fateful encounter.
お前、シルフの血族か。なんでこんなところに迷い込んでるんだよ。たく。
You're a descendant of Sif. How did you even wander into a place like this?
あなた誰？もしかして。
Who are you? Are you maybe
リリーの王子様ですか？
my Prince Charming?
はあ？チビが何ませたことを言ってんだ。違う。でもまあ、見る目があるとだけ言っといてやるよ。
You pipsqueak, save the grown-up talk for when you're older and I'm not, but well, I recognize that you have good eye. Though he spoke with some derision, the brilliant, charming older boy escorted her all the way to the forest exit.
じゃあなおチビ、奥にはもう来るな。
So long, pipsqueak, don't come again. Thinking back now, that was likely one of his rare whims. But to her, the encounter had unmistakably decided her destiny, for better or for worse.
リリー・バーンスタイン様、私は必ずお役に立ちます。ですから、ランドルフ一族のことをどうか。
Lady Lily Bernstein, I promise that I will be useful to you, so please, I beg you, give your assistance to Houseboat
まだ
Randolph.
ご息女は生きていらっしゃる。あの方さえいれば、一族の再興が叶います。その時には、お力を貸していた
I'm
だきたい
certain
で
that
す。
the young daughter is still alive. As long as she breathes, it's possible to revive our household. As I ask for your aid.
ええ、もちろんよ。
Yeah, of course. Can't
本
thank you
当に
enough.
ありがとうございます。
I had a mistaken impression of
私は
you
バーンスタインというだけで、あなたを誤解していました。
merely because you're a Bernstein.
ですが、
Yet
あなたは私や一族を思って泣いてくださった。
you're willing to shed tears for me and my household,
私に復讐の機会まで授けてくださっ
granting
て
me an opportunity for revenge.
本当になんとお礼を
I
申し上げれば
don't
いい
know
の
how to
か。
express my gratitude.
お礼なんていいのよ。
You don't have to thank me, really.
それよりももっと羽を
More
張って
importantly,
陛下を弱らせましょう。
you should hunt more wings and weaken her majesty.
ミングルの羽は陛下の力の源。先にこちらが買ってしまわなければ、陛下に近づけたとしても、
The
返り
wings
討ち
of
にあってしまうわ。
Mingles are the source of her power. Unless we harvest them first, even if we manage to approach her, she would be all too easy to she would all too easily exterminate us.
そうそう。
All right, don't
間
make a
違
blunder
っても捕まるなんて失態は犯さないでね。
like getting caught under any
もし
circumstance.
そんなことになったら。
If such a scenario comes to
も
pass,
ちろんしくじったりはしません。
I won't make a
で
mistake.
すが、万が一そんなことになれば、この身をもって償わせていただきま
In
し
the
ょう。
unlikely event it happens, I shall atone for my failures with my life. She told the man of House Randolph whatever he wanted to hear to wrap him around her finger. She used his allegiance to gather wings though that ultimately failed. Unlimited.
では、この国は内部に混乱を抱えていて、女王の力も弱まりつつあるというのだな。
Unrest brews in the nation and the queen's powers are gradually declining, I see.
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, precisely.
信じられないというのなら、羽狩りや落日の渡りガラスについて調べてごらん
If you
になっ
doubt
たら
my
いかが
words,
かし
how
ら。
about you look into the wing hunting and the twilight
その
ravens?
二つの騒ぎなら、新聞や噂話からでもすぐに拾えるはず
You
よ。
should be able to glean the state of things almost instantly from the newspapers.
なぜ筆頭貴族であるあなたが
We're still here. How is it still 83%?
我々にこんな話を。国が危うくなれば、
Why
あ
are
なたの
you,
身もまた無事では済ま
a
ないかもしれ
leading
ません。
noble, giving us such information? If your nation is in jeopardy, you might not come out unscathed either.
そんなこと
I
気
don't
にしない
mind.
わ。私はただ、ティア様が邪魔なの。
The only thing that concerns me is that Lady Tia is in my way.
だからあなた方
Therefore,
には、もっとこの国を混乱させてもらいたいのよ。できることなら、ティア様も片付けていただきたい
I'd
わ。
like you and your fellows to mess up this country even more. If you dispose of our queen in the process, all the better.
おかしな女だ。だが、 情報だけはありがたくもらおう。
What a strange woman, but I gratefully accept your intel you're giving, if nothing else. She involved Fremdelin in an attempt to induce mayhem around the queen, and sadly, this too failed in the end. But thanks to that girl coming here, I was able to lure Lady Tia into a scenario I never predicted. Will that person finally become mine? Lily spared a glance at the thing lying at her feet, thinking the silver knife in her hand unnecessary. She tossed it to the ground. Her next objective was likely hidden deeper in the room. Convinced from all the intel she had gathered until now, Lily stepped forward, a rapturous smile overtaking her face. It's still saying that, okay. Weird. Upon entering the throne room, the first thing I noticed was the vacant throne. Where would the queen be if she isn't here? My lady, look. Just as the question appeared in my mind, John fiercely shouted. I slowly turned towards the corner of the room to which he pointed Lily. My voice cracked and wavered. She just looked so abnormal. The woman I thought I once knew was adorned in horrible colors, her body crouched over something that had fallen on the ground. Tia! Obrion had returned to his humanoid form to let out his grief-stricken scream. I finally saw that the thing on the ground was the queen. The queen, who was lying listlessly on the floor, suddenly shrieked as Lily pulled her hands away from the pure fate and brought it to her mouth. Did she just eat the queen's wings? Is that even possible? I mean, the queen is a pure fae while Lily is a Bernstein, but still a mere demi-fae, right? A mere demi-fae, you say? Take a good look. There's nothing mere about that monster. She's probably gorged on all the wings that Tia had stockpiled, too. I didn't need Obrion to point it out for me. I could tell with one look that Lily was no longer the same woman. Oh my goodness, look how cute she is. Her eyes, once as clear as beautiful as Ed, were now murky and dark even from afar. Her visage, once glowing and fair, now had bulging blood vessels all over. She wasn't an elegant white lily, but some kind of sinister carnivorous plant. And her unfurled wings were crooked and deformed. The description of beautiful no longer fit her in any sense of the word. I think that's a lie. I think that's rude. I've never seen a more repulsive sight. Okay. Well, I mean, first off, you're no walk in the park yourself. The moment Obrion spat those words in a low whisper, Lily finally looked at us. That voice, is that Obrion? Obrion, you're here at last! I can't even begin to describe how much I've dreamed of this day. I mean, Lady T has a lot of color and stuff. You're wearing white. I wouldn't say you became her. Look, I've become the same as Lady Tia. Now you can love me too, right? Her at last love, that means. I see the person Lily sought was you, Obrion. I hate to admit it, but fact is fact. This is the biggest disgrace of my life, that such a vile person would be this obsessed with me.
女王は十分弱ってるようだし、俺たちのすべきことはもう終わってる。
Then take care of the rest on your own. The queen seems sufficiently weakened, which means that our job is already done.
そんな悠長なことは言ってられないと思うぞ。
I doubt you'll be able to keep up that carefree attitude for long. Obrion flatly brushed John aside, as if to agree. Lily's lips formed a contorted smile.
これを取り込めば、私、もっとティア様に近づけるわ。いいえ、超えられるはずよ。
This ribbon that's floating around her, you got me. By absorbing this, I will become even closer to Lady Tia. No, I should be able to surpass her. Without a flicker of hesitation, Lily brought more of the pure face wings to her mouth and swallowed. Why are we letting her do this? This is nauseating. Yeah, sound is, yeah. Despite there being some distance between us and Lily, the sound of her ferocious devouring sound, it resounded clearly in the silent throne room.
待っていてね、オベロン。今そっちに行くわ。
Wait for me, Obrion. I'll head to your side right now. After polishing off the last of the wing, because we let her, Lily pushed her maroon-stained lips into another lopsided grin, gazing at Obrion with clouded eyes. She shakily climbed onto her feet. It was as if he was the only thing she could see.
おい、あれを俺に近づけるな。お前たちでどうにかしろ。
Oi, don't let that thing near me. Deal with it, you two. Don't you keep saying selfish things.
そうだ。大体俺たちにとっては、あの女があなたをどうしようと関係な。
Not to mention that it doesn't matter to us what that woman does to you in the first. But before John could finish his sentence.
オベロン。ねえ、どうして私から逃げるの？
Obrion, why are you running away from me? Lily staggered forward and cutting gales blew violently around her, as if they were growing out of her.
さっきも言っただろ。悠長にしてる場合じゃないってな。
Didn't you hear what I said? This isn't time for such a carefree attitude.
優しい王様からの忠告をやるよ。あのままだと、あれはただそこにあるだけで厄災を振りまく破壊者になり果てるぞ。
Here's a friendly piece of advice from your king. If you leave her like that, she's going to bring about calamity just by existing. What? Are you saying that her power is overwhelming her? Even the queen is better than this. At least she was able to keep it in check.
身の程知らずにも強い血統を継ぐだけのユニークが生みの親と同等の力を持てると思った結果さ。
This is what happens when a high-born demi-fate in her conceit dares to think that she can contain powers equal to her better. Hearing that, John let out a sigh before looking at me. This is so loud. Looking at me with resigned determination.
白よりはもう正常じゃない。ただひたすらに恋しい男を求めて探し。
The White Lily has lost all grip on her sanity.
構いなしだ。
She only knows to search for the man she loves and can't care less about the rest.
放ってはいけないだろう
We probably can't leave her like this. You're right. If she wanders around with such incredible powers, the damages she will bring about will be astronomical. Obrion will recognize that we must stop her. We recognize we must stop her, but you should also quit acting like you're some bystander. The one she seeks is you. I kept my eyes trained on Lily as I reproached Obrion. There was a big sigh before he replied.
はい、わかったよ。ひとまず元に戻してやるから全力を出してみるといい。
Fine, I get it. I'll turn you back for now, so muster up all your powers. Ah. The moment he let out the offhanded response to disguise he placed on me unraveled. Not only did I return to my natural appearance, my wings also unfurled regardless of my will. Similarly, John manifested his wings getting ready to utilize the full extent of his powers as a Fae. He then glanced at Obrion.
あの風が厄介だ。あなたの力でどうにかならないのか？
Those winds are going to be a trouble. Can't you do something about them?
やってもいいが力加減を期待するなよ。今の俺は羽が万全じゃない分、
I can
自分の力
try.
もうまくコントロールできない。
but don't expect me to have restraint. Since I don't have my full set of wings, I can't control my own power that well.
最悪あの半端者を再起不能にする可能性もある。俺はそれでも構わない。
In the worst case scenario, I might render that half-fledged demi-fae into a state beyond recovery. Well, not that that's a bad thing, is it? Considering our situation, Obrion's support is essential. I also don't think we need to show any mercy to Lily in her state. That said, for an instant I had the urge to go along with Obrion's terms, however beyond recovery was likely death. No matter who I was up against, readily acquiescing to someone's death would make me no different from the likes of the Queen. All the choices I have made to get here would become meaningless. Do it. My mind went to Ed and Alfred, who honorably told me the truth. To Linus and Lucas, who hadn't tried to excuse or justify themselves. Ascot, who returned my brother to me. John, who stayed by my side to the very end. As I pictured all their faces, I shook my head. We shouldn't kill her. If possible, let's return her to a more normal state and ask about her side of the story. Then we can leave her punishment in Ed's hands. That's an annoying way to deal with this. Obrion, I'm trying to use the power I borrowed from you to show her an illusion and see whether I can knock her out. Please work with John and back me up. Got it. Leave it to me. I guess that's my only choice. Fine. Possibly because her new powers was more than she could handle, Lily only staggered around aimlessly. She didn't make any progress in our direction. That's hilarious to picture. Not only that, but upon closer inspection, her own winds were inflicting wounds on her body little by little. It appeared that she wasn't aware that she was getting injured either, not paying a sliver of attention to the blood trickling off of her. If she won't come at us, we'll go to her. I sprinted and John ran parallel to me. Obrion didn't seem to follow, but he must have had something up his sleeve. Oh. Sorry, I forgot that guy existed. Several knives flew at us from the side, stabbing into the ground to block our paths. Who's there? Philip, why are you here? Why? That's a silly question. I'm here to protect Lily. What other reason would there be? All right, Philip adores Lily. How could I forget? She once said that he's like a little brother to her. But that made it feel all the more wrong that he would defend Lily while she was in this state. If your wish is to protect her, it's wrong to leave her like that. I'm not going to kill her. All I want to do is stop her rampage, so you should also. I ardently argued my case, but Philip's icy stare never melted. It's my duty to fulfill my lady's wishes. My lady desires to make the Fae King her own. I will adhere to that wish. I was the one who investigated your identity before advising her that you could be a pawn to make the queen careless. I mean, how could we not make use of a perfect tool like the daughter of the Randolph who resents the queen? Lady Lily was overjoyed. Philip, so Lily knew exactly what she was doing when she arranged for me to meet the queen after all? Learning that I had been dancing in her hand the whole time, bitter, frustration burned me. But I couldn't let my anger take charge. Pressing my lips into a tight line, I let out a brief sigh before addressing Philip. Why are you going so far for Lily's sake? Surely you understand how heartless her actions are, yes? Just because she wants Obrion, she's murdering the queen. She's stealing power that isn't hers, and it's making her go berserk. Why are you going so far for such a woman? At that, Philip's mask shifted.
そんな君がどうして俺やリリー様を糾弾できるんだ？
You were trying to kill the queen too, weren't you? That's right. What's right does someone like you have to rebuke Lady Lily and me? A smile appeared on his face. I feel like he should still be holding the knife though. Was it one of scorn? For he found me laughable. I was at a loss for words, but Philip wasn't done.
なあ、ブローズ。そもそも生き方に正解とか間違いとかあるのかな？
Bros, does right and wrong even exist when it comes down to it?
俺はエデンに捨てられた孤児だ。あの場所で生き延びようと思ったら何でもしなきゃ生きていけなかった。
I was an orphan abandoned in Eden. It wouldn't have been possible for me to survive if I was not willing to do everything imaginable.
盗みは日常茶飯事だったし、
Stealing was a daily
人もたく
routine.
さん傷つけたよ。
I hurt countless people.
自分が生きるためだ。
It was all so that I could live. I have no regret at all.
でもさ、そんな俺を助けてくれる人がいたんだ。
But you know, there was still a person out there who was willing to save someone like me. Don't tell me, was it?
リリー様の夫、ダニエル様さ。
It was Lady Lily's husband, Lord Daniel.
君の言いたいことはわかるよ。でもさ、俺をクソみたいな環境から救ってくれた人を恩人と思うのは間違いかな？
I know what you're trying to get at. But hey, is it really wrong to feel indebted towards the person who pulled me out of that hellhole?
その恩人にリリーを頼むと言われて、それに報いたいと思うのは間違いかな？
Is it really wrong to want to answer my savior's dying request to take care of Lily?
なあ、俺に他にどんな生き方を選べたって言うん
What
だ？
other kind of life could I even have chosen, huh?
答えてくれよ、アプローズ。
Tell me, Apros. A single tear fell down Philip's cheek. It was at this moment that it finally sank in. The smile on his face wasn't one of ridicule, but one of helpless grief.
王女、これ以上。
My lady, we're out of time. Oh, is everyone dead now? John's gaze was fixed on Lily's steadily approaching us little by little. The gust encircled her were growing larger. I know. After whispering back, I looked squarely into Philip's eyes and voiced the answer that appeared in my mind. You can always choose. I was trying to choose a new way of life right this moment. Like you said, I also wanted to murder the queen, but now I chose a different path. I'm going to put an end to my resentment. I want to forgive everyone and leave these shackles behind. That's what I'm doing. That's what I chose. It's not too late even for you, right, Philip? For a brief moment, Philip and I locked eyes. What happened next broke my heart. Of all times, Philip now wore his most characteristic smile, bright and sardonic.
なんかさ、今君のことがすっごく眩しいんだけど。
He should still have the knife in his hand. You can have that face and still have the knife in his hand. I don't know how to put this, but you're so bright that I'm about to go blind.
でも俺にはちょっと眩しすぎるっていうか、お綺麗すぎるっていうか。
The thing is, you're a teeny bit too brilliant for me. Or too pure and ideal.
ほんと、かっこいいこと言ってくれたけど、俺にはやっぱ。
You said something seriously cool, but really, this is the only path I can choose after all. Grinning brightly, Philip got into a stance with his knife in one fluid movement.
だから、全力で止めさせてもらうよ。
So I'll stop you with everything I've got. This is the path you chose, huh?
王女、こいつは俺が止める。邪魔はさせない。だから。
I'll stop this guy. I won't get in your way, so you. I know. I'm counting on you. I could read John like a book.
行かせない。
I won't let you pass. I rushed past without hesitation. Philip attempted to obstruct me, but John wedged himself between us without a moment's delay. I raised my voice over the shrill screeching of metal against metal behind me to call for Obrion. Obrion, do you plan on leaving your precious wife lying on the ground like that? Give me a hand already.
くだらないいさかいにまで俺が口を出す筋合いはないと思っただけだ。
Oh my god. Obrion, people are dying here. I didn't want to be bothered. I don't owe it to anyone to butt into a silly squabble, but fine. He flew over to my side. I shot him with a glare before focusing on Lily. The wind coiling around Lily has grown. Can you suppress her power? If it only has to be for a single moment when I use my face sight. You said earlier that you might not be able to control your power, but would it be a bit easier at a closer distance? Not to mention, you are the one Lily seeks. If you approach her, she might let her guard down.
は？俺をおとりにする気か？
Are you planning on using me as bait? Yes, please. If that's what it sounds like to you, then maybe. But do you have any other good ideas? Hmm? At my yell, Obrion shouted back while looking like he was at his wit's end.
わかったよ。やればいいんだよ。
Fine,
やれば。
I'll do it. You happy now? Go. Clicking his tongue sharply, Obrion moved in front of me. Setting his sights on Lily, he spoke up begrudgingly.
おい！お前の望み通り来てやったぞ。俺を見ろ。
Hey, I came here just like you wanted. Look at me.
嬉しい。やっぱりあなたは私のものなんだわ。
Oh, forget. I'm so happy. I knew it. You're mine after all. As she recognized Obrion approaching form, it looked like Lily's gales ballooned instead of subsided. That said, her focus is completely on Obrion. So I wouldn't obstruct either of their views. I circled around them before closing the distance to Lily in one go. Lady Lily! Philip screamed to warn Lily, but I continued my charge, not paying it any mind. No, the wind's blocking me, but I'm close. Lily reached out her hands towards Obrion, her cheeks flushed. Mustering the last of my strength, I dove for her. Lily! We do not announce our arrival if we want to keep it a surprise. My fingertips, empowered by my face sight, brushed against her arm. I reached out once more and grabbed her firmly before resolutely willing my powers to bewitch her. Go to sleep. I was in tip-top shape. My power should have been more than enough to show her an illusion. I refuse. Obrion is right there. It's not working. It's because she's gained the queen's power. One time didn't work, but 2 times might. Bracing myself for burden of the backlash, I activated my face sight one more time, and a voice I never expected to hear rang in my ears. Thanks, Missy. Goneril, she took off her shrug for the first time ever. While I was stunned by the woman who appeared out of the blue, Goneril made a beeline for Lily, not once taking her eyes off the lady. And in Goneril's hand was a gleaming knife. This is for my brother. Go to hell, Lily Bernstein. Ooh. Look how she has a booty. They gave her one. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm blocking it. Apologies. She's got one. Why didn't they give the boys one? Why doesn't Ascot have a booty? His name is Ascot. Didn't even know you were hiding that thing. It was over as quickly as it started. The knife sank into Lily's chest. It seemed to be effective against her, even in this state. Goneril, why are you here, and why would you do this? I had a vague guess why after that holler, but I still seized Goneril's arm and pulled her off of Lily. Goneril, who had never lost her composure in front of us even once, looked helpless and exhausted. She was a stranger to me now. Total package right here. It's exactly what it sounds like. My older brother died because of this woman.
ずっと取りたかった。
And for the longest time, I wanted to take revenge for Daniel, my only family.
私は止めたんだ。あんな女と結婚したらダメだって。けど、兄さんは自分がどうにかするからって。
Can't fix him. I tried to stop him. I told him that nothing good would come out of a union with that woman, but he told me that he could fix her. Are you implying that Daniel married Lily while knowing that she was actually like what she was actually like? He did.
受け入れてたよ。
He accepted her as she was.
けど、私には分かってた。この女の性根がそう簡単に治るわけないって。
But I could tell that there was no way that that woman's rotten nature could be eradicated.
案の定、暴走し始めたこの女を止めるために、兄さんは殺すしかない。でも一人で行かせるのはダメだって思い詰めて。
My brother tormented himself, resigned himself to the idea that he had to kill her to stop her, but no, he couldn't let her pass alone. And he made such a heartbreaking choice. So that led to the double suicide attempt. Exactly, don't screw around with me. Why? Why is my brother dead while you are alive? Give my brother back to me. He'd still be alive right now. If he had never met you, give him back. Goneril. Goneril screamed as tears streamed down her cheeks. She seemed like a whole other person compared to the dependable woman who's always motivated us with tough love. Right now, she must be talking as a little sister who lost her beloved brother. She's so sad that she doesn't know what to do, left alone in the world. It was like looking into a mirror, a vision of my younger self. The tragedy she experienced and what she had just done was a vision of what I could have become. But in my case, I still have family left. My brother turned out to be alive. Not to mention that whenever I was nearly blinded by revenge, Ed and the others were there for me. Those were nothing but mere coincidences. They would have never happened if I hadn't made a specific choice at a specific time. I would have been the same as Goneril otherwise. I pulled it off. I granted my brother's my wish. Goneril muttered in a vacant daze, staring down at Lily's body. I gently wound my arms around her shoulders. I understand you. Ours are arbitrary wishes to think we living have granted the desires of the dead. This is their wish. This is what they want us to do. We are the ones who can. That's what we tell ourselves. But that's... Girl, shut up. But there's no way for us to know anymore. It took me a while. But I finally realized that for myself, that even if I achieve my goal, the dead won't come back. I don't know. We'll never know what everyone would have wanted. My wish for revenge was only ever for myself, and for myself I had to abandon that path. In hindsight, I can declare my own ego was all it was. My belief flowed out of me, finally put to words. Goneril gazed at me. To think that I would hear such words coming from you. There can't be anything more convincing than that. The way her voice got deeper, I got a little worried. If I could have had a heartfelt conversation with you earlier, maybe I would have also. Hey, you better dodge that. Ha! Obrion cut Goneril off. I turned to him and followed his gaze to Lily. A copious amount of blood was flowing out of her body, but that wasn't all. What? There's light coming from out of her? Faint crackling noises came from her body. Soon countless fissures fractured her skin and light overflowed from Lily's figure. Gonrel! Pure white light exploded, flooding the room. In the heat of the moment, I shielded Goneril and flattened us to the ground. The light rained down on us. It doesn't hurt, but it's so hot. What? The light was so blinding that I couldn't keep my eyes open. Have I fainted? Engulfed in vast, ceaseless white, I could no longer see anything. Where am I? Well, that's definitely Edward. I opened my eyes to a hazy, dreamlike scene. A breathtakingly beautiful man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked towards me. I opened my eye. Oh gosh. The man didn't come alone. He was accompanied by 4 others. Oh, I know these people. Sith, Spirigan, Q-Sith, Will-O-Wisp, and finally Puka. I must be seeing the Queen's memory. Queen Tia, we've wiped out all the forces of Frumdalin. As if to confirm my theory, the youth with the golden hair and sapphire eyes called me Tia. I could see some resemblance to Ed, but the pureness in his eyes, in his blue eyes, was beyond extreme. Even where Ed was endearing, this Fae was intimidating. I'm certain that they have learned their lesson and will never think of attacking this place again. It is our impeccable victory. Spirigan announced that in a jovial voice, both joyful and short. He didn't bear much resemblance to Alfred. He did share the overall responsible look in his gaze, but his was complemented by a ruthless smile. I didn't find him likable. How was my performance on the battlefield, my queen? Among everyone here, I was the one who killed the most people. Blood still clung to the claws of the Q-Sith, who chirped in his high spirits. His guardy right after battle only emphasized his ferociousness. This man did have an aura that reminded me of Linus a little, but I didn't get that warm sunlight lit feeling that I did from my friend. We should have driven away more of them, in that sense. I contributed more than anyone else. Will-O-Wisp scoffed arrogantly. His somber atmosphere reminded me a lot of Lucas. However, he didn't display any of the kind, yet awkward care that drove Lucas from time to time. There was no familiar safety about him. My queen, shall we make our triumphant return to the Humanes? As for Puka, of course, he was Ascot himself. But when I took a closer look, this Ascot didn't have the apathy I was familiar with. His unfeeling smile was so cruel. Despite these disparities, I was able to empathize with the emotions they shared. All of them are rejoicing that they were able to protect the Humanes. They are all happy. And the person who was more elated than anyone else was the owner of this memory, the Queen. Thank you, everyone. I'm truly happy we're able to protect the Humanes I cherish. Let's keep protecting them together from now on too, okay? Her followers nodded proudly. Their bonds were sturdy. It looks like nothing could break them. Except for time. I blinked the next moment I found myself back in the throne room. It's me, but it's not me. I immediately realized that this was another memory. Before me was a girl with long honey golden hair. I felt a restless, vibrant sense of nostalgia, but I couldn't tell whether it was my emotion or the Queen's. Elsie, come now. Don't cry. I'll accept your wishes.
そばを離れるわけには。
But Queen Tia, I mustn't leave your side.
いいの。いいのよ。あなたは愛しい人のそばへ行って。
That's quite alright. Go on and stay with that person that you so adore, okay?
その代わり約束しましょう。その時が来たらあなたの血を引く子は私のそばへ戻ってくるって。
In exchange, promise me this. When the time comes, the child with your blood will return to my side. That's...
代わりに私はずっとこの国を守っていくわ。あなたと
I will protect this country forever and ever. This country where you and your beloved person reside.
私本当に大好きなのよ。ヒューマがこの国に暮らす人々があなたのことが。
What a strange misconception, I guess. I truly love it all. The humanes, the people that live in this country, and you.
だから安心して。あなたは自分の思いを遂げなさい。
So don't worry and go answer the call of your heart. Am I clear?
ティア様。
Queen Tia. This was the promise exchange between my ancestor Elsie and the Queen, so this was how she felt when she made it. All this time I never could make sense of why the Queen was fixated on me, even after seeing this memory. I didn't want to understand. The feeling was welled up in the Queen's heart in this moment, was Elsie came across to me so clearly, almost painfully so. You wished to protect this nation for Elsie's sake, who decided to lead the rest of her life with the other she loved. You promised to protect it forever. The emotion was suffocating. I struggled to stay standing. And yet, lost in pure memory, I fell to my knees. Girl, please. My lady, get a grip. Sir! I was just in a big battle, okay? I nearly died. I can fall on my fucking knees. When I opened my eyes, I saw John worriedly frowned at me. I returned from my vision. Just curious. '88. The next thing that sprung into my sights were 5 faces that all looking at me with concern. Are you alright, my guy?
なかなか目を覚まさないから心配したぞ。
You took a while to wake. We were worried.
見た感じ全部終わったんだなっていうのは
From the looks of it, everything's been settled.
目的を遂げてもお前が無事でないなら意味はない。
Even if we achieve our goal, there's no point if you aren't with us.
そうだね。
Precisely.
せっかく私たちも生還したのだから、ここは全員で祝いたいところだよ。
Precisely. We managed to somehow come back alive, so it would be a shame if we couldn't celebrate with everyone. Each of them resembled their respective ancestors, but I mean, Ascot is. They're all their own people. These 5 must have endured a relentless battle. No smile could hide the wounds that littered their bodies, not even Ascot's. Not entirely humane, not entirely fey, the people before me were a new kind, an honorable kind, children of the Queen's Albion. This is them in the present. Out of nowhere, I remembered what my brother said about how the present leads to the future. I thought I finally understood. Yeah, well, I think he's right. Could you repeat that, my lady? Ignore me. It's nothing. More importantly, how's Lily? My sister is. His face contorted with distress with my answer. Okay. I sat up and searched for Lily. Light was leaving her eyes. Philip, covered in blood, lay next to her. I was able to hold back. He came up with everything he had. Some things just weren't meant to be. The moment we weren't able to change his mind, I'd braced myself for this. It was us or him. Philip looked like he was about to breathe his last at any moment, but he still reached out a shaky hand towards Lily. Brian, where art, my beloved? Even on her deathbed, Lily still called out O'Brien's name. Philip firmly grasped her hand. I'm here. I'm Philip, my guy. My eyes grew hot as his selfless loyalty, I guess. But I decided to watch over him until the end.
あなたの手
Your hand is so cold.
冷たいわ
You're just like me,
私の
my dearest Prince Charming. I couldn't tell who passed first between them. Lily only had eyes for Oberon until the very end, but if that was what Philip wished for, I won't denounce your way of life either. I wanted to say that to him, but my tears wouldn't stop. I didn't want it to end this way for him. I couldn't stop my regrets. For a while, no one could find their voices. It was Oberon's inconsiderate rudeness that broke the silence.
どうしてだ
なんだ
What is going on? Everyone turned towards the throne where the queen had been, but
かかっている消滅するのか
she's see-through. She's gonna dissipate.
私はリリーを刺すのにそこに落ちてた金鉄のナイフを使った
Found the knife I used to stab Lily on the ground over there, so you know, like,
純銀
there's
と鉄
silver.
妖精にとっちゃ毒なんでしょう多分先にあの女リリーがこれで女王を刺したんでしょうね
Pure silver and iron are poison to Fae, aren't they? That wretched Lily probably stabbed the queen with it first. I hadn't noticed Goneril come up behind us until she voiced her theory. The others were too stunned to speak.
純銀と鉄だっていやでもたかがそれぐらいでピアは妖精女王ピュアの頂点だぞ
Pure silver and iron, but even then, how did such a measly weapon cause this much damage? Tia is a Fae queen, the Fae of all Fae.
とはいえ陛下はだいぶ弱っていましたからね。刺された上に羽をもぎ取られたのならこの状況もおかしくはないでしょう。
But Her Majesty's powers have declined rather greatly. Not only was she stabbed, her wings were torn. This outcome isn't too implausible.
せっかくここまで来たのにティアを失う羽目になるなんて
Well, I mean, you suck. So what did you expect? I finally managed to come this far, but you're telling me that I'm going to lose Tia forever? As I watched the distraught Oberon, I paradoxically regained my composure bit by bit. After wiping off the tears streaking on my face, I addressed Ascot with an idea in mind. Say, if you move a Fae spirit into a vessel while the former has no awareness, would their spirit still take possession of the vessel? Is there no possibility that the stronger conscious would win in such a situation?
それは随分な賭けだと思うけれど。まさか君は
It's quite a gamble in my opinion. Don't tell me, are you? Choosing not to answer Ascot's question, I fixed my gaze on the fallen queen. Look at her with her things are all out. I'm sick of being trapped in the past, but that doesn't mean I want to throw it all down the drain either. I felt the queen's memories earlier. She saw them as if they were my own. She and her attendant wished to protect humanes and genuine hearts. My gaze shifted onto Philip and Lily, who had breathed their last while nestled close to each other, then onto Goneril, who crouched down with utter exhaustion. After that, I looked over everyone by one: Ed, Alfred, Linus, Ascot, John. Finally, I stared at the determined Oberon. Oberon, I have a proposal. What I said next gave everyone a surprise, but I had no intention of retracting my proposal no matter what objection. I'm sure that this decision will mark the direction of my life going forward. I don't want to avenge the past anymore, but I won't throw it away either. Whether the memories were joyful or tragic, the present me accepts everything with open arms. Both my past and present were needed to shape the wonderful future me that I wanted to become. A month had passed since that turbulent day. The exhibition was finally held and ended without incident. Grand Albion was steadily regaining her peaceful days. Am I both? After the incident, Goneril voluntarily turned herself in. However, since she had killed Lily after Lily herself assassinated the queen, Ed said that she wasn't given any official charges. In the near future, she was likely going to be transferred to a city outskirts so that she could lead a quiet life. As for Ed's father, Edmund the Bernstein head, having been utterly overwhelmed by Ed in the battle, the man had apparently escaped from the royal palace with Nicholas utterly chagrined. He remained the Bernstein head even after the incident. Naturally, we expected him to have grievances about the current situation, but to my surprise, he accepted the choice I made and was going to yield the seat of Marquez to Ed very soon. It could be taken as a gesture of approval of what we had done, but it was probably more to take responsibility for his daughter's crimes. After learning that he was going to retire, my negative view on the man had waned, however slightly. It was good news for me. Let me see me. Not everyone had been privy to the details of that day. Still, there had been no mayhem in the aftermath, and I believed that it was because my method had borne fruit to some extent. Despite that.
お嬢、体は平気か？おかしな兆候があればすぐに言えよ。
My lady, is your body alright? If there are any strange signs, tell me right away. Today, like every other day, John peered in my face with extravagant concern. I sighed at him. Jeez, I already told you that there aren't any problems. This is seriously getting old.
まあまあ、彼が心配する気持ちもわかるよ。何せ君は自ら女王の器になったのだからね。
No, his worry is understandable. You became the queen's vessel after all. I never meant to become her vessel. I only am looking after her for a bit. My will is still my own. As long as I hold on to that, she'll never take over my body. I'm so confused. As the queen was on the verge of disappearing that day, I made a proposal to Obrion. I would nurse the weakened queen's Tia's spirit back to health in my body. When I touched the queen's faded hand, she'd come into me so easily that it was surreal. I don't like that.
いくらお嬢が大丈夫だと言っても、やっぱり俺は心配だ。それに、まだ納得もできない。
No matter how many times you say everything's under control, I'm worried. I'll worry about you, my lady, and I'm still struggling to accept this. I can't say that I knew it would work, but something tells me that by being within me, the queen might change. Maybe she'll be a more grounded version of herself when she returns to the mortal world. At least that's what I'm hoping. That was the reason I had chosen to let her spirit inside me. The queen of the past nurtured this nation with a pure heart. That was unmistakable. But her values and judgment as a pure fate were nothing like ours. Over the long passage of time, this country had grown distorted and hideous, but she had still loved it. A small wish had kindled within me. I didn't want her to disappear while she believed that. I honestly still don't know what a truly perfect country looks like, but I wanted to make the queen within me watch as I searched for the beautiful nation. I wanted her to experience my struggle for that ideal. She's going to stay within me until the day I die. Now that I think about it, perhaps I'm punishing the queen in my own way. I don't understand what's happening. Well, I fell into thought with a heavy heart. The other person who was attending to me, Ascot, spoke up in a merry voice.
女王が人らしくなるか。君の中に居続ければそんな奇跡もゼロではないと私も思うよ。
The queen become more grounded, huh? If she stays within you, such a miracle might not be all that impossible. I
何
agree.
せ君は女王の慈しみ、エインセルの子孫だ。現世の中では一番女王に近い存在でありながら、実に人らしい喜怒哀楽を持っている。
You are the descendant of the queen's avatar, Ansel. Despite being the most like the queen in the most mortal world, you have vivid emotions.
そんな君に女王の精神は嫌でも影響されるかもね。
Perhaps the queen's spirit will be influenced by you even if she doesn't want to be. It would be nice if that were the case.
けど、妖精王は未だに納得してないんだろ。断るごとに顔を出すと言ってたし、昨日もお嬢に会いに来てたよな。
The Fey King isn't happy with the situation to this day, is he? He said that he'll show up whenever he has a chance. He came to see you yesterday, right? It wasn't that he came to see me, but Tia within me. Of course, she can't exactly reply when he tries to talk to her.
だとしても、鬱陶しくはないか。万が一にも女王が呼び覚まされることがあったら、
Even so, isn't he just a bother? On the off chance he awakes the queen, that's troublesome too. John's mothering was just like him. I smiled. John, it isn't all trouble. Don't you think the queen's presence within me can also serve as a tool to keep Obrion in check? As long as she is here, Obrion shouldn't be able to move against us. In fact, he might even lend us his power to defend the nation against Fremdelin. It's unmistakable that Grand Albion is his beloved home. He'd be in a bind if it went to ruin.
利用する気満々だな。ああ、 こんなにしたたかになったお嬢なら、確かに心配の必要もないか。
You mean to use him for your own gain? Seeing how tough you become, I guess I don't really need to worry anymore. Am I tough? Though he spoke with a sigh. John seemed convinced for now. At that, Ascot curled his lip into an impish grin. I completely
私も
agree.
全く同意だよ。思っていたよりもずっとたくましくて美しい。さすが我が君。新しい女王陛下だ。
She is much more resolute and beautiful than I ever thought. I should have expected nothing less from my lady, the new queen. Stop with addressing me as the queen. It's not like I want to rule or anything. After a lengthy debate, it had been decided that as the one harboring the queen's spirit, I would act as the queen's deputy. But I don't like it when someone calls me the queen or treats me as such. She's still the person that robbed me of my family. Despite that, Ascot revered me in an almost overblown fashion. I glared on instinct. Unfortunately, someone came in at a timing that utterly ruined the case I was presenting.
ヘガご機嫌いかがですか?
Your Majesty, how are you faring, my queen? It was none other than Linus.
やっとボードの派閥争いが収まったので報告に来たんですけど。で、あれ?
The rivalry between factions in Ward have settled down, so I came to report. Wait, huh?
なんだかご機嫌斜めみたいですね。
You seem to be in a sour mood. Hey, Linus, if it's possible, I'd like you to treat me the same way as before. Is that okay? You don't have to use formal language around me, and I'd like you to use my name like any other person.
名前?
Your name? Why is he so surprised? It was the norm back when I was Rose.
それはその
That kind of makes you feel special.
言っておくが、別にお前だけじゃないからな。
You're not exactly the only one. For some reason, Linus's cheeks turned red and John pointed that out with frosty eyes. This was when Alfred and Lucas arrived while engaged in a boisterous quarrel.
だから私の仕事を手伝いと言っているだろう。どうしてすぐ屋敷へ引きこもる?
Didn't I tell you to assist me with my work? Why do you hide in your estate at every opportunity? Were you even listening to me? I said that I'm doing my work in that very estate. Let that get through to your thick skull already. What are you two arguing about?
失礼した。
Pardon.
エデンの視察へ付き合いと何度も言っているのに、ルーカスが一向に出向いてこない件で少々。
I've told him countless times to join my inspection rounds around Eden, but Lucas stubbornly refuses to be present. I'm doing my work properly in my own way. I can prepare presents for the almshouse without leaving my estate. I see. If that was the case, I don't think there's anything to clash about.
仕事の成果を確認するのも大切だ。自分が送った品で
Also important to confirm the results of your work. Shouldn't you see how the children react to your gifts with your own eyes? I received thank you letters by mail. I can tell enough with those, so it's fine.
だいたいたった今こいつが揉めるなと言ったのにどうしてわざわざ反論するんだ?
For anything else, she told you to stop arguing, so why are you going out of your way to object to what I say? If quarreling is your hobby, go find another participant. I don't have such a hobby. I'm only voicing my opinion because I'm concerned about your lack of communication with others. In the end, Lucas also tended to tack on unnecessary quips, and their bickering seemed like it would have no end. Lately, I've started seeing it as just their way of communicating. Just as I thought, though, the throne room doors opened peacefully for once. Seems everyone's here today. Yes, by pure coincidence, we're a full assembly. The last to appear, Ed, joined the crowd with a delightful smile, stopping just before the throne I sat on. Shall we held an impromptu meeting then? It's been a while since we each reported our affairs. What? No, let's not do that. Ed. I don't want to turn a lovely moment into a stifling one.
好きなタイミングで好きなだけ彼女への愛を語ればいいと思うけれど。
I would like to speak of my love for her whenever and however much I want.
アスコットさんってまだ彼女に対してこんなに浮ついた感じ？
Ascot, you're still acting all frivolous in front of her even now. Frivolous. Yeah, I did it.
こいつはずっと
It's always
こんな
been like
感じだ
this.
けど、俺が目を光らせてるか
But
ら
I'm
安心し
watching
ろ
like a hawk, so rest assured. And I'm not taking him seriously at all.
だとしても
Even
一
so,
言
it
申し上げる必
seems.
要はありそうですね。アスコットさん、後で二人きりでゆっくりお話ししましょうか。
Even so, it seems I need to have a few words with you, Ascot. Perhaps a lengthy conversation after this in private?
それは遠慮申し上げたいな。女性と二人きりになるのはいつでも大歓迎だけれど、相手がエド君じゃ。
I'd like to avoid that, thank you. I always welcome the scenario of being alone with a lady, but I can't say the same for you, Ed.
おい、近況報告じゃなかったのか、エドワー
Wasn't this meant to be a report on our recent affairs, Edward?
ド。お前たちも少しは真面目にできないのか。話がどんどん横にずれているぞ。
Can't the rest of you take this a little more seriously? We veered increasingly off topic.
これに関しては同感だな。くだらない話を続けるなら僕は帰らせてもらう。
I have to agree with you. If we're going to keep up the dull talk, I'm out. I'm getting a sense of deja vu. Though it was nostalgic, I could feel a headache coming on. I changed my mind. I should be the one directing things. I addressed the group. I've heard from each of you that things are proceeding smoothly. Ed, you found success in diplomatic negotiations with Fremdelin.
来月には
And we are proceeding with a project for ambassadors
動いているんだ。
to visit Fremdelin next month.
できれば5家からあと1人参加してもらいたいと思っているところなんだ
If
けど。
possible, I'd like one or more of the 5 houses to participate, actually.
あ、それなら俺が行こうかな。俺とエドが組めばお互い補い合えることも多いんじゃない？
Ooh, in that case, I may go. If the two of us team up, we'll have each other's back and we can cover all the bases, don't you think?
そうだな。
Yeah, that's a great help.
年長者としてはいささか不安な組み合わせではあるが、
As one of the
これからを
eldest,
考えても
I do think it's
ここは任せてみるべきか。
I do think it's a precarious combination, but considering our future, it's probably best to leave it in the hands of the youth. Wow, that's crazy.
年寄り臭い言葉だな。
I sound like you belong in a museum.
聞こえているが、お前は自分の年を分かって言っているのか。
Excuse me,
私と
I
大
can
して
hear
変
you.
わらないだろ
Have you forgotten your own age? We are not so different.
悪いが僕は自分から年寄りじみた発言をしたりはしない。
Too bad for you, I never willingly speak in a way that makes me sound antique.
実年齢が問題なのではなく、発言内容から判断して言っているのがわからないほど猛録してるのか？
The problem isn't our actual age, but the content in our speech. Have you gone so senile that you can't even tell that much? What?
ああ、嫌だね。私たちの前で年齢の話はしないでもらいたいものだよね。
How unpleasant. It would be nice if you would stop talking about age in front of us, don't you think?
どうしてこのタイミングで
Why
俺
are
に
you
話を振
talking
るん
to
だよ
me?
この中で見た目に反した中身をしているのは私たち二人だけじゃないか。年齢不詳コンビとして仲良くしよう。
Not only the two of us possess souls that contrast to our appearances, the duo of unknown age have to stick together.
お断りだ。だいたい俺の精神年齢は身体年齢に優に到達してる。成長期だからな。
Oh man, you sound like an 8-year-old. I refuse to begin with. My mental age has reached my physical age. At the very least, I'm in my growth period after all.
俺、面白いことを言ったか
Did I say something funny? A chuckle slipped out in spite of myself, and John looked at me, mystified. After shaking my head slightly, I looked over at everyone assembled here once again. It's not that. I just thought that everyone is fascinating. You look like a unified group, but you're also at odds with each other. All the while, you're aiming for the same destination. It's strange, but it makes me happy. Why did you all go so quiet? Are we all blushing at the same time? Oh my gosh. She gets them all. I sank back from everyone's silent gaze, but before long, smiles lit up their faces. I wish she had gotten a new dress
君
for
が
this.
嬉しいと言ってくれたこの状況を作ったのは君自身だよ。
You're the one who crafted the situation that makes you happy with your own hands.
そうだな。
Agreed.
私たちだけでなく、女王までも許してその身に抱えてくれた。お前の度量があってこその今。
The present would not be possible without your compassion and magnanimity to forgive not only us but also the queen. It's not like I'm the only person who did anything. It's because all of you showed me you can change that I was able to do this.
それはなんだか持ち上げすぎな気がするな。俺たちはそんな風に言ってもらえる立場じゃないよ。
Kind of sounds like you're thinking too highly of us, though. We're not in a position that deserves such praise.
ああ、やはりお前に許されたから今があるという気がしてならない。
I keep realizing that the present wouldn't be possible without your forgiveness.
そうだね。それに私たちは変われない部分もたくさん持っているよ。
Plus, there are also many parts of us that we can't change, you know? I know that too. It's because you people are resolute on some things and wish to grow in others that I respect you. If they and I had been adamant about not making conscientious and refused of not making concessions and refused to change, we would have ended up like Philip and Lily. However,
お嬢がそう言ってくれるなら、
if that's what you say,
こ
my
のま
lady,
まの俺たちでついていくよ。
we will follow you as the people we currently are,
一緒にな。
all the way to the end of the world. Thanks. I was well aware that everyone here shouldered heavy past, but we were still looking forward despite everything. I also knew that the future was also shrouded in uncertainty that it could waver depending on our choices. But if I have companions that will press on even though through indecision and worry, perhaps we would be able to craft a nation even brighter than the queen dreamed of that day, as bright future filled with hope. Oh my goodness. Thought for just a second she'd have like one more thing.
ミストニアの希望、ザ・ロスト・ディライト。
Also, I was off by basically an hour on how long I thought that would get to the end. That's wild. Wild. Okay. It's 5 hours. All right.
勉強熱
Oh,
心
I didn't mean to click on you. I promise that was not.
は
All right. Is everything unlocked here? Oh, it said something, but I clicked too fast. It's the special! Oh my god. It's so cute. Wait. Oh my gosh. Look how pretty she is. I feel it, guys. I feel the same way. This is the ending she got. She got all the boys. She's telling stories now. She's the Fae. Oh, we got all of them. We did unlocked all of the photos.
貸せ。
This don't have any pictures hiding in it, but oh, the Fae King's dreams. Oh, cute. Oh, when they fragments of his dull days. Oh gosh, not them. I don't care about these two. Wow. We did it. We friggin' did it. Remember that? I remember that. I remember that. That was fine. It was fine. I think Ascot had some of the better photos. And Lucas. I like Lucas. It's a problem. I know. I'm very biased towards the ones I like. If there's anything else hiding in here. We did it. I think there's one ending we didn't get. One bad ending down here. And that's it. I think everything else we got, right? What's down here? There it was. See that? Victim with no wings. Like, no. Oh no, we'll never do it. We'll never get there. Sorry, not doing it. Not doing it again. All right, we did it, guys. We're done. We're done with Mistonia. It happened. We finished the whole game. Thank you all for being here for so long and dealing with my lengthy, slow playthrough. I'm watching as the time slowly ticks into March, but we finished it before the beginning of March. It was supposed to be done sooner than this. That's okay. It's good. Our next stream's going to be on Monday. I'm going to hopefully start early so that we can try and get a big chunk of Borishihana done. I'm trying. We'll see. If I don't get through the prologue on Monday, I'm going to try and do another stream before the end of the week. But we'll see. We'll see. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Yuki. Thank you, Ribbon. And thank you, Delightful, for popping into chat. Also, thank you, Blue, for always usually being here. And thank you, Asia, for posting in Discord, and everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you guys have a lovely day. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember, you can check me out on Twitch. I stream over there a couple times a week. We're going to be playing Borishihana very soon. We have a new Pokemon game coming that I'm very excited about that I do intend on streaming a little bit. Not all of it, but just some of it, just to have some fun times. I hope you guys are having a lovely time, and I hope you guys come back soon. Have a good night.